We're good? Fantastic. Oh boy. Folks, we're live in the corner of 6th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, Monaco, Pennsylvania. We've got Battle at the Bridge 3. We are broadcasting the Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corp out of 580 Barbell here in Monaco, Pennsylvania. I'm Sean Fuller, hosting here humbly with production by Dante Petrella Productions behind me. Bringing you all the action live for the next however many hours this is going to be. We're moving real quick already. We've got a fantastic show in store for you. Guys, this is an Arnold qualifier. So just to lay out what that means, this is a strongman competition. It's not just a local show. This is not your run-of-the-mill parking lot, throw things around. This is an Arnold qualifier. So what that means, we've got our novice divisions, we've got our open divisions. Everybody's going to get a chance to lift some heavy weights. But our open divisions, the winner of every open division is going to get a ticket to the 2025 Amateur Arnold competition in Columbus, Ohio. Kind of a big deal. After that, your podium finishers in the open class are going to get their ticket to Strongman Corp Nationals. That's in South Carolina, coming up in a couple months here. And for our largest classes, for 4th and 5th place, if there are 9 athletes in a class, we're going to be able to send the top 4 contestants to nationals. If there are 12 plus athletes in your class, we're going to be able to send 5 of them. So a lot of opportunities to go to some really cool places here. We're going to see some performances come out. Just to highlight a little bit of what we got coming up ahead. We're starting, if you can hear in the background, there's an announcement. If you can hear the slamming in the background, we've got folks warming up for their deadlifts right now. Based on just the warm-ups that we're seeing behind the scenes here, we're going to see some heavyweights pulled. So you heard that right. We're starting with a max deadlift event right out of the gate. Very first event. We're going to test people's central nervous systems right at the jump. We got a couple minutes full of warm-up ready. We'll get started in a bit here. I think we're getting our last couple warm-up pulls now. So we'll be able to see in a second. We're getting the cameras situated. We're getting the weight flippers situated. We're going to be bringing you 4 lanes of deadlifts at a time. We've got 4 lanes running concurrently, so bear with us while we try to get the labels for everything appropriate. Mic closer? Absolutely. How's volume on that? I'll give it a little back time. Starting the stream just a little bit earlier so we can get things calibrated here. Couple more pulls.
All right, last warm-up attempts. Get your last warm-up attempts.
If you can hear in the background, Josh just called for last warm-up attempts. Josh Hendricks, fantastic promoter out of the Pennsylvania app. Going to the 2 screens, fantastic. All right, we can see the last couple warm-ups here. We can see, of course, the super heavyweights getting their last warm-up pulls in. I'm going to warn you off the bat, it doesn't look like a ton of plates are on that bar. But if you zoom in on your screens a little bit, or if you're watching on a TV, these are very thin plates. Very thin 45-pound plates from, I believe, Weighted Out. Absolutely gorgeous pieces of metal that we're going to be able to stack just a ton of weight. Or half a ton, depending on how these super heavyweights do. I think we'll adjust the flippers as we go, but it looks like we're already warming up in the tires. So it's starting off really heavy. Just to give you kind of the scope of things, let me pull up the other screen. We've got 4 lanes running, like I said. Going left to right, we've got lane 2, just the way that the cameras are situated. In lane 2, if you're watching for an athlete at home, we've got our novice men's, our teen men's, our masters men, and then our men's open 175 competitors out of lane 2. Out of lane 1, right next to that, it's on my far side here, but it's the second one sequentially on your screen. We've got all the women competitors. Every female is going to be running through that lane there. Lane 4, which will be the next one, right on your screen, is going to be our open men's 265 competitors. Give a moment.
Clear your lane. Clear your lane. Let's get everyone in starting lane. We're going to start.
Getting the call to clear the lanes.
We're live.
Awesome. Women are starting, we're just being told. So we're clearing the space out a little bit. We're going to try and get some of these framings cleared up, get some of the athletes out of the way so the volunteers can start to do their work. And keep your eyes peeled on lane 1. It's going to be the second one on your screen here. So like I mentioned, folks, this is a one-day regional competition for Strongman Corporation. This is your Northeast Regionals, Battle at the Bridge number 3. Winners of each open class are going to get an invite to the Arnold Amateur Competition. And one more announcement. All right, I think that's the last announcement. Just had to mute it. There's a lot of sounds going on. We're going to try to keep it clean for you. Got our volunteers making sure all the weight flippers are appropriate for the camera. And I believe in lane 1, we're going to start with the women here. Now, folks, we're going to try to call out the athletes as we can. There's 100 athletes competing today. Everything's good. 100 athletes competing today. We've got 4 cameras set up for most of the action here, so we're going to try to call everybody out. It's a little different when you've just got 10 athletes competing and you can go real deep on each person. We're going to be trucking through. This 580 Barbell puts on a phenomenal show, a phenomenally athlete-focused, phenomenally run show. So they're gearing everything towards the experience of the athletes here. We're going to make it so that they have proper times to warm up. We're going to make it so they have the cleanest lanes available to them to start their pulls. I am surrounded by, I can't move the camera, but I'm surrounded by athletes here. They're excited. While you're working. We are getting going. There you see out of lane 4. We've got athletes starting. So we're starting to light weights competitively, or comparatively rather, for all these athletes. So we're getting our first initial pulls in. I'll go over the event here Our first event, like I said at the top, is a max deadlift, right off the rip. So every athlete is going to get 3 attempts on a Texas deadlift bar, as heavy as possible. Male competitors are going to start in the 300 range on most of their bars, and they're going to be allowed 20-pound jumps. So they don't have to take every 20-pound jump, but they do have to fit it in those sequential steps. So you can take a pull at 400, you can wait a couple rounds, pull again at 440. A lot of strategy comes into an event like this, especially off the rip. There's a lot more to take into consideration. We'll go into that as we kind of go here. On the women's side of things, they're going to start with the bar. If we can get a clearer view, I think they're in the 200s, it's looking like. Their opening bar, should they choose to take it, is at 225, and the women get 10-pound jumps. So they can take every jump if they want to. They can take one attempt, skip a couple, move on to the next one. We'll keep an eye out to call out specific athletes as we see them. On your screens, they're going to be kind of tiny, so we'll try to call them out. Each athlete's going to get 30 seconds to complete their lift. So if they pull it, misgroove it, get a no rep, still within that 30 seconds, they can go for it again. If you've ever pulled a heavy deadlift, you know how taxing that first pull is when you're going for heavy singles. 30-second limit. Got to wait for your down call. You can jump in and out. If you miss a weight, however, you're done. If you don't complete the lift within that 30 seconds, you can't take it again, you can't jump, even if it's your first attempt, as a failed lift, and you are done for the deadlifts. In the case of a tie, if two athletes finish on the same weight, first thing that they're going to look at is what was the openers. So explain differently, if an athlete opens at 400 and they end at 600, a second athlete opens at 450 and ends at 600. Even though the last weight that they put is the same, the second athlete started with a heavier deadlift. So they are going to break the tie in event of a tie. You're going to see it dissimilar to a powerlifting competition. This is strongman, so we've got straps allowed. We've got figure 8 straps allowed, belts, suits if you're feeling frisky, deadlift briefs, knee sleeves, chalk. Not a lot that you can't use on a strongman deadlift competition here. The things that you cannot do: sumo deadlift. Sumo deadlift for strongman is described as anything with your hands outside, or your hands inside rather, your legs. So you might have a pretty wide stance. You might have your arms pretty far out, almost close to a snatch deadlift. But if they are inside your legs, for the purposes of this competition, that's considered a sumo deadlift, and it's not going to count. So we'll see if we can get some specific names coming up here. It looks like the women are well into the 300s at this point. I want to say 365 on the bar is what we're seeing right now. Already impressive weight. If we go across the lanes, lane 4, want to shout out 585 pounds already in the 265 in the super heavyweight division. I believe, pretty easy to spot. I think we got Craig Pfister about to get an attempt on the 565. Craig in the super heavyweight division. Been to a lot of the shows at 580. Perennial competitor. Let's see him get this pull here. Fantastic. Gets the down command. He is set at 585. Let's peer across the other lanes here. the women's side of things. You might be able to hear it in the background. A 365 it looks like for the women. Just getting lane 3, it just got announced that we're over 500 pounds. I think we're a bit out of frame for the placard there, but we're already at 500 pounds for the open 200 and 230 pound men. We'll try to get the calls as we can. I am surrounded by a wall of large Smith & Wesson, so I'm relying on the camera angles here. Everybody at home, feel free to jump into the YouTube chat too, call out your athletes. I'll be keeping an eye on this as we go to try and get everybody's comments in. Got some shout outs already. Big Joe. Shout out to Big Joe. We've got Polly Flores. Let's go. 265 and super heavies at 585. Let's see if he's got it. I'm hearing Mike Auden in our super heavyweight class. I don't know if you can hear the screaming on this angle, but that's an excited boy right there. 585. Looked like a great pull. Just getting the word that lane 4 is passing the 600 pound mark. So we're 10 minutes into this competition already, and we're hitting 605 pounds. Now you'll notice on the bar, it's not taking up a lot of space. If you're familiar with powerlifting, they have really skinny, beautiful calibrated plates that make it easier to load heavier weights here. These weights are pretty similar. I think they're in fact even slimmer than the calibrated plates that they'll use for powerlifting competitions. If you're familiar with USPA, IPF, still 45 pounds. We're going to see the first 605 pull here from one of our open men's heavyweight competitors. Looks like a pretty easy lift to me. I think he just double overhanded that. I'm not sure if he hook gripped it or what, but no straps needed for that gentleman. So we'll get into, while people are still getting to the heavier weights here, we're going to get into a little bit of how to deal with a deadlift, a max deadlift, as your first event. Fight for some pulls over here. You may be thinking it's a strongman competition. There are 5 events. We're starting with a max deadlift. What the heck's up with that? It's a great question, and it's a very good case study in fatigue management, strategy. Obviously, you don't want to come out too hard. You'll burn yourself out for the rest of the competition. A heavy deadlift, a max deadlift, if you've ever pulled one in the gym, one of the hardest things for your central nervous system, for your back, for your legs, for your core, for your blood pressure. So you want to be strategic about this. Obviously, you want to pull the heaviest deadlift you can to get the win. However, if you use that entire tank of gas right out of the gate, the next 4 events are going to be pretty challenging. Speaking of the next couple of events, we've got 5 fantastic events planned for you that are going to test all of these athletes in different domains. Obviously, we're starting with the max deadlift, as you can see across your screen here, 4 lanes of competitors. After this, we're going to head to our overhead medley, and our overhead medley is going to be a log and axle press for reps. If you're unfamiliar with the overhead press, there's an implement that is, simply put, a log. You're going to clean the log from the ground, pop it up into your lap, get it up to your chest, and then press it overhead. And then as quick as you can, you're going to get to an axle bar which is going to be implemented right next to it. Axle bar is just a thicker, stationary barbell that does not rotate, so you have to approach it a little differently. You're going to clean and then press the log, then you're going to go over and clean the press the axle. You're going to alternate back and forth until either you can't press anymore or you run out of time. Always a fantastic event. Overhead pressing is selfishly my favorite event to compete in. Event 3, after we get through all the athletes cleaning and pressing, we're going to get a sandbag to shoulder ladder. So you're going to see, you can probably see them in frame here. We've got 5 sandbags loaded up. We've got a whole line all across the gym, in fact. And athletes are going to start at the bag applicable to their weight class. And they're going to go through a ladder of 5 sandbags lined up in front of them. So same thing as the press medley. They've got 60 seconds. They'll start at the light bag. They have to pick it and get it to their shoulder. And every bag sequentially until that 5th bag. If they get to the 5th bag and there's still time left on the clock, they're going to do that last bag for reps. So they're going to pick a sandbag from the ground to their shoulder, lock it out, stare the judge down, and get that down call as many times as they can. After our sandbag to shoulder ladder, we have the max sandbag toss. Excited to bring that to you. That's going to be outside in the parking lot here at 580 Barbell. Max sandbag toss is about as simple as it sounds. You take a sandbag and you throw it over a height. The women will have 11 foot posted. The men will have 15 feet posted. And you're just going to go until you can't get a bag over the bar. It's pretty simple in theory. In execution, it's a very technical lift. Very excited to watch our athletes throw over that. And then the last event of the day is going to be a yoke and a frame carry medley. We can see all the numbers. All the numbers are in sight. Last event is going to be a yoke and frame medley. Our athletes are going to pick a yoke of varying weights. They're going to attempt to move it as quickly down the aisle as they can. Run back, pick up the frame. The bridge frames, crafted specifically here for 580 Barbell, battle at the bridge. They're going to carry that frame to the end of the aisle as well. Fastest athletes to get through those implements are going to get the best scores. So really a great slate of events ready for you. Already well underway for the deadlift event here. If you're watching at home, thanks for tuning in. It's a great way to keep in touch with athletes. If you've got friends or if you've got family and you can't make it out, you can make it out. Still plenty of time left to go. We're in a great space here. We've got plenty of room for spectators if you want to be here. You can hear in the background the shouts of people. There's not much better than being in an environment when somebody's going for a heavy deadlift pull. All these athletes know what each other are going through on these heavy pulls and how that extra little bit of juice from screaming or yelling in the background can get the rest of the way up. Let's get back to the screen here. It looks like we're up to lane 4, 665 on the deadlifts. Not successful with that one. He's going to give it another go. These are heavy pulls. Already at 665. Let's see if we can get this pull up. Breaks it off the ground. Looks like it's just not going to go today. Great attempts in lane 4. Lane 3 are open men, 200 and 231 pound competitors are up to 525 on the bar, it looks like. And folks, we'll try to keep people's heads out of the way as much as possible, but it is a great space. It is a crowded competition floor, so we'll do our best here. Looks like on the women's bar we've got 345 loaded up in lane 1. Oh, and an easy pull, it looks like over there. Fantastic. Over at lane 2, it looks like we've got 425 or 475. Looking like 425. A solid yank off the floor. Completed deadlift in lane 2. Awesome. talked a little about having a max deadlift at the beginning of a strongman competition. A lot of things you want to keep in mind as a competitor. If you're watching at home or if you're a family member watching, this is tough stuff. Just showing up and getting onto the competition floor is incredibly courageous, incredibly difficult. These competitors have trained probably for months for these events. So we get to unwrap the presents of all their hard work here. A couple things you want to keep in mind, obviously, your warm-ups, which we brought to you at the very beginning here. You want to warm up enough so that your CNS, your central nervous system, is awake, alert, and ready to pull these heavy weights. You don't want to warm up too much. You kind of have to thread that needle so you don't fatigue yourself for the actual pulls. After your warm-ups, you want to make sure attempt selection is strategic as possible. This is probably where, if you come from a powerlifting background, this is going to be a lot of the coaching strategy that goes into it. You have a lot of different people theorize from a lot of different schools of thought. Generally accepted, you've got 3 attempts, right? So your first attempt, you want to be something, people will say about 90%. 90% of your 1 rep max. Something that you know you're going to be able to hit. Something that you know is going to be in the tank and you can get some points on the board. Your second attempt, this is where it starts to get interesting because you want to push it on your second attempt. A lot of people will say a second attempt should be your 1 rep max or establish a 1 rep max, training 1 rep max. What have you pulled at your very heaviest? And then your third attempt is going to be primarily what's left in the tank, but third attempt is going to be what can you actually max out on. You want to pull something heavy enough that it gets you a good placing, not too heavy that you're going to miss it, or fall back down the points board. And then you've got the other competitors in your class. So obviously you want to make attempts that are competitive with the folks around you. Coming out of the gate, you might not know what everybody else is going to pull, but you can pay attention if you're an athlete to how quickly certain things are moving for other guys, how much of a challenge the competitor's having with certain weights. There's some mind games to play. There's some strategy that comes into play. Especially when you've got 10, 15 folks in your weight class, you've got to decide between paying close attention and trying to think through your next attempt selection, or just resting. Just checking in with the frames here. It looks like lane 2, going from left to right. Lane 2, it looks like there's a gentleman standing right in front of it. I believe they're closing in on 500 pounds on that bar. Looking like 455, if I caught that. Lane 1's got a great fight and a down command on lane 1. I think that's 365 on the women's side of things. Good Lord. If you happen to notice in lane 4, there's a 7 in frame now. Our 265ers are super heavyweights rather. On the bar is 705 pounds loaded. Had another successful pull in lane 1 with the women, 365. Just an insane amount of weight. It's got our first, it looks like our first 705 attempt in lane 4. Let's see how it moves. Oh my goodness. Okay. That had some speed to it. Folks, we're going to see some numbers today. Got another 705 attempt. As we start to recognize these athletes, we'll try and call them out, but there are 4 lanes that we're trying to pay attention to here, so bear with us. 705, I believe that's Tyler Kucharski out of the super heavyweights. With the strings, yep. 4 7:05, making light work of that. Still looking like warm-ups for Tyler. Looks like we've got another pull come out of the women's 365. What's that? Getting a lot of call-outs in the chat. Just want to run through them real quick. Got a shout-out for Kyle. We've got a shout-out for Marissa. Got a shout-out for Dale. I believe Dale's in our 200 Open Men's class. Already showing up pretty well for him. Got a shout-out for McKenna. McKenna's in our, I believe, heavyweight women's class. Very exciting class there. Got a shout out to my Cinnamon Toast Crunch Square, Jessica Patterson. Didn't want to leave that out. Fantastic. Got another shout out for Marissa. I'm being accused of talking about pressing more than deadlifting. I'm sorry. It's more fun. Got a shout out to Coach Abs. I believe that's Allie Abs out of the heavyweight division in the women's side of things. Gonna see some fun deadlifts from her when she jumps in. Got a shout out for Kenny. Got another shout out for Marissa. Got another shout out for Kacharski. Tyler already's got huge pull. Now, folks, if you're going to hear things cut out audio-wise, it's a crowded gym. It's a tight space. The deadlifters are maybe 10 feet from us, and when they hit the ground, oh boy, it's a loud noise. So we'll try to keep this stream as clean as we can for you. $725 on the bar in lane 4. Still moving easy. My goodness. $725 in lane 4. I think that's a 565 we're seeing. Lane 3 now. I think we're up to 375 in lane 1 for the women. I see you, Calvin. I can take it. We're going to be here for a long time. I love my deadlift specialist friends. I am not one of them. Bless all these folks that can have a little bit heavy pulls. We're getting there. We're trying. 725, it looks like. Is that Matt? Matt Gary from the 265 class with a 725-pound pull. My goodness. We're expecting to see some heavy pulls, folks. Super heavyweights are already early 700. Middleweights, we're probably going to see some 700-plus pulls. See, out of lane 3, I think we're up to 565. Lane 4 just making it easy. Got some comments in the chat. Don't think Kyle's going to get out of his chair until we hit the 8s. We've just given you kind of a sense of scale for the competitors here, folks. We've got some OSG competitors, official strongman games. That is, for many weight classes, essentially world's strongest man. Some serious competitors coming out here for their Arnold bids. We've got some folks that have competed at nationals before. We've got some folks that have podiumed at nationals before. trying to punch their ticket back or trying to get straight to the Arnold Amateurs. We'll catch up as we're still going. I believe we've got Kate Gutwald in the women's division. Kate's making an attempt at it. Looks like 385. Oh my goodness. 385 looking like a warm-up pull from Kate. Talking about the level of competition, Kate Gutwald, I believe, America's strongest woman. That's what Kate. 385. Kate Gutwald, America's strongest woman competitor, several months back. I think America's Strongest Man had their 105 competition for the men's. And I want to say the 82 kilo women's had their competition there too. Highest level females in the sport competing at that event. Kate Gutwald showed up, and she's showing back up here. 385 on the bar in lane 1. 745 on the bar for lane 4. 745 in lane 4. Just absolutely yoinked off the ground. Another successful 385 pull in the women's lane. These are insane numbers already, folks. We're about half an hour into the competition here. Event 1, our max deadlift event. Still got plenty of room to go. Lots of people have taken their first and second pulls. We've got Tyler Kaczynski looking to get 745 deadlift in lane 4, the third sequentially under screens here. He's strapped in with those figure 8 straps. Pulling the legs inward, getting into position. And up it goes. So you'll see Tyler. And there we go. Now for the damn command. So you'll see, if you're staring at lane 4 for that attempt there, we'll see something that's really only allowed in strongman competitions. That's called a hitching deadlift. If you are coming from powerlifting, if you're a powerlifter yourself, or if you watch powerlifting, that is not an allowed thing to do during a deadlift pull. In strongman, you just got to get it up. You just got to get locked out. So what we'll see from some of our athletes is they're going to get it past their knees, and then they're going to lean back just for a different amount of leverage, and then they're going to be able to use their hips a little bit to push those glutes forward and ramp it up their legs almost. We won't get into why that's controversial for some. Some people like a strict conventional deadlift. Some people hitch to get a couple extra pounds. All I'll say from the commentary booth here is, if it's heavier, it's heavier, and that's going to get you the most points here. Looking back over in lane 2, we've got, I believe, 535 on the bar. Just had a successful pull from Jim Griffith. Now, if my notes are correct here, Jim Griffith, one of our teen competitors, I believe went to the novice division. I think it was just Jim by himself in his category in the teen division, so he wanted to get in with some other folks. So went to our novice super heavyweight division, who has 5 competitors. Keeping up with him at 5, I think we said 535 pull. Out of a teenager, that is no small feat. Take another gander at lane 4. We've got 765 on the bar. $765 may seem like an odd number, but it's a pretty important one for a lot of folks. $765 means you have 8 8 weight plates on either side of the bar collars. The lane 4, we're seeing a successful 765 pull from our athlete there. 8 plates on either side of the bar.
Y'all good? Yeah.
Seeing 585 in lane 3, 765 in lane 4. I believe we were into the 400s on lane 1 with our women, which is just nutty. Lane 2, we'll try to get you a number. I believe we're in the 535 territory. 765, we've got an athlete starting their pull. Successful lift, got the down command, good to go. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome. First and foremost, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching the live broadcast of 580 Barbells Battle at the Bridge 3, the Northeastern Regional Competition for Strongman Corporation. Believe Josh said at the top, Josh Hendrickson, our esteemed meet director, 580 owner, OSG competitor in his own right. We have almost 20 different states represented here. 20 states of athletes. People are coming from all over the place to try and secure their bid to the Arnolds in 2025.
You get a lot of footage.
Our first event, as you're seeing, obviously a max deadlift here. So we're probably about halfway through our deadlift event here, looking at the weights that we've got. Just a reminder, our athletes have 3 attempts to get the heaviest deadlift pull that they can. If you miss it, you're done. One of the other things we'll talk about, if you're a competitor, between attempts, something that folks will talk a lot about once you get to higher levels. It's not just about the pulls, it's not just about the lifting, it's the little things that you're doing between events too. Are you conserving energy before your pulls? Or are you bouncing around on the sidelines? Are you standing? Are you cheering for your other competitors? Everybody's going to get energy in different ways. Just got to find the way that best suits you.
Hey y'all, this is Dante. I'm trying my best to get people out of the way for the cameras, but it's really hard just being a one-man army, so I'm doing my best, and I will keep trying to do my best. Thank you, and I appreciate all your support.
Dante Petrella jumping off the mic for a second. Looks like a fight in lane 1 women's. Fantastic. I think we're at 425. 415. I'm going to try to strategically mute the mic here because we're getting a lot of athlete noise. Some of these folks are going for their 3rd event. We just saw Tyler Kucharski on the 765 pull. What you saw was a no command. He got no rep because he was not locked out at the hips and the knees. We may allow straps, we may allow deadlift suits, but folks, you got to get that pull as clean as possible at the top. And our judges here volunteering today are going to be extremely strict. Remember, this is a feeder into the amateur Arnold, one of the highest levels of competition for strongman and weight class, especially weight class strongman, and nationals. The higher up you go, obviously, the stricter the judging is going to be. We want you to feel like you've earned it after you get that rep out. So we've got judges that are going to be tough but fair the entire way through the day here. Got some more shout-outs in the chat. We have got Ellie Ramirez shouting out a fellow strong woman from Buffalo, New York, shouting out Andrea. Let's go. Got another shout-out for Peyton. Peyton, I believe, another one of our female competitors in the heavyweight division. Peyton Meter. Already putting up some great numbers of her own here. Lane 1, you'll see the women here. Trying to keep folks out of the way. As we said, if we could turn the camera around and see there are 300 people packed into the basement of a gym here. We'll do our best to get Dante out on the floor and get people moved out of the way. I think our man on the street's going to hop in there right now and get some space created. I think we're going up to 425 on the women's bar. $425. Our first competitor pulling is Ambi Flowers. Let's see what we can get. Lane 1, already over 400 pounds. Oh my goodness. Ami with a clean pull. I believe we're at either 415 or 425. $415, we're clarifying in the chat. Thank you. Remember, folks, we'll try to get everybody's names called out as we can. There are 4 lanes of athletes going. There are probably 300 people in this space right now. 805. We'll draw your attention to lane 4. We've got 805 pounds on the board. I believe Terrence Gilbert. Terrence Gilbert with an attempt at an 805. Oh boy. Little smirk on the face. 805 has been knocked down. Good rep for Terrence. My goodness. Moving up into the 6s in lane 3. Got McKenna in lane 1 with a 415. Oh my goodness. Women are making this look easy. Absolutely phenomenal. We're going to see some huge weights, folks. We're already seeing 805-pound pulls, lane 4. We're getting well into the 6s for lane 3, our 200 and 230-pound men. Now let's see our super heavyweights. See what we got. A little slow off the floor. It's not happening today, but that is more than enough to get some pretty good points on the board. Down command, another successful pull on the women's lane. The fact that we have so many women pulling over 400 pounds just goes to show the caliber of athletes that are coming out to this region. Got to fight for it in lane 4. And down to man on lane 4. Pretty excited, safe to say. pulling the 6s. On your Iron Podium scorecards, you're going to see in the men's middleweight, I think we just had a successful pull. The women's class is just having the most fun over there. Pulling well into the 400s already. Got another 805 pull being prepped in lane 4. I think we moved up to 625 in lane 3, our 200 and 231 competitors. You can see behind the banners, the warm-up area is starting to thin out a little bit. Successful pull from Kate Gunn. Fantastic. We got Ami coming back up for 425 attempts. Just missed. It looks like we might have a strap malfunction in lane 4. Another great pull from Ami at the 425, I believe. In lane 4, we had a strap break. Unfortunate. It's just a heavy weight. Something to keep in mind of these pulls. Got to be kind of careful about the equipment you bring to these competitions too. You don't want something that's brand new and hasn't been kind of eased in a little bit, worked in. But at the same time, if you've been using the same things for about 2, maybe 3 years, you run the risk of these heavier pulls just snapping. While we'd like every product to be pretty much perfect, 800 pounds is a lot of weight. Pull from McKenna in lane 1 with the women. We're going to push pretty heavy over here. So the one thing that we're going to see, folks, might not be some of these athletes' absolute maxes. Since this is the first event of a pretty long day, what you're going to see is a lot of athletes doing just what they need if they are a deadlift specialist or if this is a particularly good event for them. They're going to want to do just enough to win. Just enough to take the most points, because every weight jump that they make just going to tax you a little bit more on the day. That's going to take, think of a gas tank, that's really flooring it. We've moved up to 465, 465 pounds in lane 1. Got alley abs. You want to talk about competition? Great showings at Nationals. Arnold competitor. Oh my goodness. Making the deadlift look easy. I think we've got, you can recognize some of these folks as they're coming in. I think we've got Tyler Keating. They're still going up, geez. Tyler Keating in our 231s with a good pull of 625. We're going to start to see some good stuff out of the 231s. Lane 4, our super heavyweights, and our 265ers, if any are still in there. We'll try to get you some names updated here. 825 pounds on the bar. Just to give you some context on how huge this weight is, 825 pounds will sometimes be found in the middle of a deadlift ladder, so the second or third bar at a World's Strongest Man competition. Not a national event. World's Strongest Man. So this is just the caliber of deadlifters that we're seeing here. Looks like 825, just a bit much for our competitor in lane 4 there. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed about on that. We're getting down to the last couple competitors here, and as we talked about at the beginning of this is going to be where strategy for the event and for the rest of the day is going to really start to come in here. Do you go for the win and the most points and sacrifice a little bit of strength for the rest of the day? Or are you going to settle for second or third and keep some in the tank? Let's see what we got from some of these folks. Lane 1, the women's side, looks like we are deloading the bar. It looks like they are wrapped. Fantastic performances out of the women. We'll get you some of the updated scores as soon as they're loaded into Iron Podium here. I think we'll be able to get that link to you as well in the chat at some point. I think we are at 845 in lane 4, super heavyweight. Just an insane amount of weight. 845. He breaks it off the ground. He gets it about to the knees. There's not left in the tank for that. Got 645 coming out of lane 3. I believe. We got Tim Daniels. About to start his pull. Oh, we got about halfway. Let's see if he can finish it. Come on. Locking the hips up. Gets the down command. 645 for Tim Daniels, a 235 competitor. But we're not talking about double body weight. We're talking about double, 250%. Closing in on 3 times body weight for some of these athletes. Now let's see what we got out of the super heavyweights. Another 845 pull attempt. He's got it to the knees. He starts the hitch. Can he ramp it up the rest of the way, lock it out? Gets it out, man. 845 pounds. Not a lot of shows you're going to see an 845-pound deadlift. Just goes to show the kind of attraction the athletes have to 580 barbell, the shows that they put on. Biggest battle at the bridge yet. Biggest turnout. Biggest pulls. Got another 845 attempt on the bar at a lane 4. Whoa! Pretty clean. We got 645 on the bar in lane 3, it looks like. Lane 2, if we can get a good angle on it. I think we're still in the 600s for lane 2 as well. High 500s, early 600s. Got another 845-pound attempt loading in lane 4. Gets it to the knees. Still going. And he gets the down command. That's not one 845-pound pull. That's not two. I think that's our third 845-pound deadlift. And another one loading up as we speak. We didn't get into it too much, but if you are not familiar with strongman, we've got a couple different types of straps that you can use on the bar here. Looks like our athlete in lane 4 has long straps, which you wrap around the bar and then into your grip, rather than the figure 8 straps, which you just loop through. Personal preference. Breaks on the ground, nothing doing in lane 4. Got a 675-pound deadlift. Unreal. Another 675 successful pull out of lane 2. $675 pulls coming out of our novice heavyweight division on the men's side. Go through a little bit what the different divisions are. The novice divisions, usually that means you're newer to the sport. Newer to strongman, newer to lifting in general. This is a great entry point. Considering some of the novice men are hitting 675 on their deadlifts. Maybe not novices for long. Let's see how the day proceeds for those guys. Looks like we're all right. Out of lane 3, we've got our open men's middleweight. We've got Tyler Keaton sticking out. It looks like 665 on the deadlift bar for Tyler. Fantastic score in the men's 231 division. We've stripped lane 4, we've stripped lane 1. I believe we're done with lane 2. So lane 3 is the only one we've got competitors left. We'll zoom in on it for you a little bit. We've got 665 on the bar. A couple more competitors left to pull. Let's see what we can get out of these middleweights. 665 moving easy up at the top. Got another successful 665 pull. All eyes on our middleweights. Middleweight's last couple of years, one of the most competitive divisions in strongman, gaining a lot of popularity. Clash on the Coast, Pro Strongman League, America's Strongest Man, the 105 kilos. A lot of opportunities for the middleweight men's here. I believe we've got Dante on the camera just getting everything centered because they're the last group to go here. I believe we've got Tim Daniels on the bar. Tim, one of our 231 competitors. Starts his pull, nothing doing. All good off the floor. That's some heavyweight. If Tim's already got a pretty good store to start with, he's probably going to save some energy for the rest of the competition. Don't want to burn all the gas out. I think we are still rolling. We got a couple more athletes to go in the 231s. Looks like we're going to move up on the bar. Let's see what we're moving to. We're seeing some calls being made. Woo! We're up to 685 pounds in the men's middleweight open class. Just shy of 700. It's a 20-pound jump for some of these folks that were saving this for their last attempt. Let's get it started here. All right, 685 on the bar. Straps are in. Rolls it out a little bit to get some leverage. Starts the pull, breaks the floor, breaks the knees. Runs out of gas at the knees. It's a hard sticking point, a hard breaking point for a lot of folks. I can relate. You'll see some of these guys make some strategic choices with deadlift suits. We didn't really cover at the top because there's just a lot going on. Some athletes will choose to use a suit, which is basically just, for lack of a better word, a giant neoprene, very tight cast that they wear around their body. So if you're familiar with knee sleeves, compression shorts, anything like that, it's just that, but for your whole body. Pretty miserable time to spend any amount of time other than a deadlift in. Compresses your body so it, in theory, prevents you from injury. It also lets you load a bit more weight on the bar, makes the pull a little different. The suit wants your body to be upright. It wants you to be rigid in a standing position, so the thought is put the suit on, get into position. Suit's going to help you do a little bit of the work here. There's a trade-off. You have to get into the suit, obviously. Not a fun time. You can see any behind-the-scenes videos on YouTube to see. We moved up to 705 on the bar. We just had a pretty easy looking successful pull. I believe we've got one of our 200 competitors, Jason Titelbaum, if I'm seeing correctly. 7:05 on the bar for Jason. Straps are in, bring the feet close. Oh my goodness! 705 pounds off the ground for Jason Titelbaum, one of our 200 men's middleweights competitors. That's not 3 times body weight. That's 3.5 times body weight for Jason. Jason, I believe, part of one of the sponsors for 580 Barbell's Battle at the Bridge 3, Fenrir Fabrications. You might be able to see it on some of the banners in the lower left-hand corner. Makes some great equipment. Makes some beautiful equipment.
Nick, you done? For you.
That was the last. All right, perfect. So that was the last deadlift that we're going to see on the day, pulled from one of the 200-pound competitors, the heaviest in the lane at 705 pounds. So we are wrapped up with the max deadlift. We're going to get reset a little bit here. Our awesome volunteers have been working in the background in the other lanes to make sure the press medley is set up for us. So you'll be able to see here as we come back from break. See a bunch of pads on the ground, see a bunch of axle bars and logs loaded on those pads. We'll get into the specifics on what that event's going to look like here pretty shortly. But just want to shout out a couple folks, and we'll get some names as we start the second event here as those scores come in. We saw some 800-pound deadlifts. We saw some 845-pound deadlifts. We saw some 465-pound deadlifts out of the women's class over there at just nutty numbers. And out of our middleweights, a dozen 600-pound deadlifts, a few more 645-pound deadlifts, up to 705 pounds out of our men's 200-pound class division. So, what we're going to get to see now is the rest of the 4 events, and we're going to get to see how much fatigue that max deadlift placed on all of our competitors here. Did they save enough in the tank for the rest of the events? Did they burn it all out trying to get as much points as they could in an event that they knew? We're going to find out. So coming up after this, we're going to start with our press medley.
Come back in a couple minutes. Okay?
We are going to go to a short break. We're going to show some of our sponsor videos. We're going to get reset up, rejiggered, move the cameras around a little bit. We will be back shortly. Thanks for joining us at Battle at the Bridge 3. We will see you soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to start our second event here at Battle at the Bridge 3. Will do. Starting our second event here at Battle at the Bridge 3, your Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corp. An Arnold qualifier, a Nationals qualifier. No big deal in the Strongman community. We are getting some scores starting to stream in onto Iron Podium. We'll pull to that in just suffice it to say, we've got some big pullers. In the women's division, I want to highlight specifically. If we go to our open middleweight women, our 180 and unders, the 435-pound deadlift, shared by Ami and Katie, Ami Flowers and then Katie Gutwald, 435 pounds on those deadlifts. In the 160 women's, the open women's middleweight division, we had a 385-pound pull. So that's a 160-pound woman pulling 385 pounds, no easy feat. You look at the lightweights, even more impressive, 385 pounds by Andrea Andor in the 140-pound lightweight women's division. We'll take a peek at the open women's heavyweights. I'm not sure if it was her first or second pull, probably second pull, maybe third. Allie Abs, 465 pounds to take the win in the open women's heavyweight. So we'll get the Iron Podium link in the YouTube chat at some point if you're watching on your computers. If you're not and you're watching on your phone or you're just listening in, you can go to ironpodium.com. If you search for Battle at the Bridge, it might even be on the front page at this point since it's today. You'll be able to see live score sheets updated as quickly as our score runners can get them to our volunteers inputting into Iron Podium. You'll be able to see the updates live on the score sheets. So since there's 100 athletes competing, we might not be able to call out each individual athlete and each individual lift as they're going, but you can follow along and see the exact scores pretty shortly after they're getting their scores in, after the event's done. So keep glued to that, keep the stream on in the background. We have got event 2 coming up for you. We've got a max reps, log, and axle press medley. So we'll cut to it in a little bit here, but we've got athletes warming up on 2 implements. We have a log, a strongman log, which you're going to see here in a minute is pretty much as described. It's a log with handles. We're going to fill it with some weight. You have to pick it up off of the pads that are on the ground there. Clean it up into your lap or straight to your chest, however you prefer or have trained to do it. And then you need to press it overhead and lock the weight out. After you finish the log, you're going to do the same thing with the second implement, the axle. The axle barbell is just a thicker barbell that is a static. It does not have any spin to it. So it's thicker. The grip is going to be a little bit different, and it doesn't have rotating collars. So it's a little bit different to clean up to your chest than a regular barbell. You'll be able to see as we kind of walk through some of the athletes that are going to start to come up here in a second. But you do the same thing. You get that axle from the pads, to the chest, overhead, as quickly as you can, lock it out, confirm with your judge, and get the down command. After you've made it through the axle, back to the log. And you go back and forth on each implement, rep them out as fast as you can, as clean as you can, until your 60 seconds are up, and then your total reps is going to be your score. So for instance, if you get 2 reps apiece on each of the implements, your score is going to be 4. We're going to compare that with the rest of the folks in your class. That's going to be how things shake out. The one thing that has been introduced with this event that's maybe a little bit different in the past, if you have an implement off the ground when the 60 seconds timer is up, as long as you have it on the ground, you can continue and finish that lift. So if you get it into the lap and the timer's done, keep going. Keep pressing it out, get it overhead. That rep is going to count as long as it doesn't go back to the floor and reset. So a little bit more strategy introduced with that one too. You want to get through as many reps as you can, and you can target that last couple seconds to at least get the bar off the ground. Now this is going to introduce some interesting strategy for some competitors, because they'll either try to rush it and just get it up and get it over with. They might be able to take a break. So if they're able to hold it in place, hold it in the lap, hold it in the chest, they're not on the clock anymore, they just have to press it out. So you're going to be able to take a breath, take a break, finish the press out. So we'll see if some of that strategy comes into play here. We'll cut to the cameras in a little bit, but we have 3 lanes that are going to be operating for this one. So a little bit easier to keep track of the athletes. We're going to have 1 lane sharing a couple of the weight classes apiece, and we'll try to get labels on those live as we can. We'll try to get as much of the athletes called out as we can. We'll start to look at some of the weights here. We'll call the weights out as we go, but they are not easy, I'll tell you that much. And you wouldn't expect anything less for a regional level competition that gets you to the Arnold here. So the log and the axle respectively for the different classes. I won't go through each one, but we'll try to cover them as the different classes come up. In your novice women's middleweight division, so I believe this will be the bar with the lightest starting weights. The log is going to weigh 125 pounds, so remember taking that log from the ground to the chest, pressing it overhead. And then the axle is going to weigh 118 pounds. So you're going to press out one, then the other, then back and forth. The weight will increase from each class to each class, all the way to the super heavyweight men. Their weights are going to be a 300-pound log and then a 298-pound axle. So the biggest boys will be pressing 300 and just a hair under 300, back and forth for as many as they can. Still getting a couple more warm-up sets in. We'll cut to the athletes in a couple minutes here, but we want to make sure, as always, any show at 580, if you've competed here, if you're familiar with the area, if you're familiar with the owners of the gym, Josh Hendrickson, meet director over here, owner of 580, fantastic competitor in his own right. He is laser focused on the athlete experience. So some shows, I've been to a couple shows where you have very little time between events, or maybe too much time between events. You really want to split the difference. You don't want a rushed warm-up, especially coming after a max deadlift. You don't want to rush your warm-up. You don't want too much time to sit around and get cold. Pretty quickly after the last deadlift bars were unloaded, our great volunteer crew switched out to the axle and the log setups. As soon as the athletes were ready, they got to start warming up on the different implements that we have out here. So we're working our way. I think we've got a couple more minutes left on the warm-ups. So we cut to, you should see on your screens now, we've got one of the lanes highlighted. This is going to be the setup that you're going to see. In frame right now, we've got, we'll hold for an announcement. reiterating the announcement, we've got our novice women and then our lightweight women starting on these 2 lanes here. So you'll see on the left side of your screen, first off, a bunch of our awesome volunteers making sure that people are getting photographed, making sure the weights are correct, making sure the framing is correct for all the implements. We've got a pretty wide shot on this one. We've got, if you see on the very far left side of your screen, on top of the pads is the log for the lightweight open women, and then the axle next to it. Got our first competitors on the block here. I'll talk a little bit.
Judges ready. Go!
We've got our women's lightweight 140 on the left. We've got Sam Goodnow doing our first axle press with a good down command. Awesome. Moving over to the log. And then you'll see on the right side of the screen the novice women. I believe we've got Morgan Rogers. We'll double check to make sure all these are correct. A good second rep out of the 140 division out of Sam here. Sam gets another good rep out of that axle. Moving on to the log. On the far left side of your screen, you'll see her moving on to the log.
10 seconds.
Got about 10 seconds left to finish this. Sam's gonna call it good with that with 3 reps. Very solid showing. I believe that was Melanie. I may have misspoke on that. On your novice women's side of things. So we're going to move on our 140s to Jordan Rodriguez. Now I believe we're going to get Morgan Rogers on the women's heavyweight. We've got to just crank the weight up just a little bit for the novice women's, the heavyweights class. We're going to go at the same time. So you'll notice these athletes are going in a different order than they started. The deadlift obviously was an event where you jump in and out based on what weights you're trying to pull, how high you're able to get. Between, we'll hold for a Josh announcement. So I'll mute it when Josh makes his announcements here because he's got a bullhorn and wants to make sure everybody's hearing it. Got Jordan on your left, Morgan Rogers on your right, both with a successful first rep on their implements here. Got a good log, quick log to the lap. And a down command. Down command on the right, down command on the left. Fantastic. Another good rep out of our right lane there. Axel looks clean to the chest. Let's see it pressed out. A little bit of a sticking point. Unable to complete that rep. What a fight. Coming up on the left side of your screen, we've got Amber Klein. On the right side for our novice women, we've got Marissa Mock. What you're going to see between each event is the athletes are going to get reordered based on their overall performance. So as our two athletes get kicked off here, that means if you placed first in the deadlift event for your class, you will be going last in your class for the next event. And that'll accumulate over the course of the competition. If you're new to strongman, that is a distinct advantage because you know the number that you have to beat in terms of reps. If you're going last, you've seen all of the competitors go. You know exactly the reps that you need to hit to win. Some people find it a little bit easier if they have a number they know they need to hit. Mentally, it's easier to push through that barrier to try and just nail those final reps. That axle just proven to be a little bit too heavy to press out so far. So you see on the left, this is a good example. She's got the bar off the ground. Unsuccessful lift, unfortunately, but she's got it off the ground after time expires. So she is allowed to finish that rep, or attempt to finish that rep. All right, on the left side of your screen now, we've got Andrea in our 140 women's lightweight. She's your current leader. She's got a quick rep on the log. On the women's side, we have Shay Stang. On the right side of your screen, Andrea with a successful axle clean and press, her second rep. Andrea with a third rep, second one on the log, looking good. Shay just not quite able to finish that press out for the log. It's a heavy implement. It's an awkward implement. Andrea with the fourth rep. 20 seconds left. I think Shay's calling it. So left hand of your screen, we've got Andrea, who's your current leader, looking to keep a hold of that lead based on how many reps we're seeing so far. All right. Andrea has lifted it off the ground. Not going to finish out that log. Awesome showing so far. We're going to change the weights on these two implements. We've got Wendy. Wendy Wetzel on your left side here. We've got Melanie on our right. Successful lift on the left-hand side of your screen. Just not quite able to finish out the press with the axle. Got a good clean to the belt, good clean up to the chest, that rack position. That's a much better looking press. Successful rep over there. It's not able to... Great showing. So while we're changing the weights here, we're going to get the labels updated. What makes this so hard? If you're familiar with powerlifting, if you're familiar with the gym, but not necessarily strongman, these are two implements that you're probably not going to touch unless you are competing in strongman. So we talked about the axle. The axle is a fixed, thicker barbell. When I say fixed, it means that the collars don't spin. They're completely static, welded to the bar itself. So rather than an Olympic lifter, if anybody's familiar with their clean and jerks, their snatches, since the bar rotates, for an Olympic lifter, they're able to get a little bit more whip out of it. They're able to mechanically leverage their body to get under the bar a little bit easier. Since the axle does not rotate like that, you pretty much just have to statically explode off the ground and get it up to as high as you can and work it up your body. So you'll want to pick it off the ground. Try and get it up as high up on your body as you can. Some people will take different approaches with this. Some people will get it to the belts. Belt cleans, I believe, in this competition are in fact allowed, which means you're taking the bar from the ground, hiking it up to where the belt, your supportive belt, is resting around your waist. You get a little platform out of that for a moment while you catch your breath and kind of reposition. Then you want to hike it up even further. You want to clean it from the belt position up to your chest, or the rack position. Then you make another adjustment. Usually athletes will maybe take their legs in a little bit. Maybe they have to reposition themselves. Their torso needs to be adjusted a little bit to rest it cleanly across the pecs, across the shoulders. Once you're steady in that rack position, some athletes will choose to simply strict press it away. Some athletes will choose a push press, which means they're just going to bend their knees and get a little bit of explosiveness out of their legs to help aid the press. Some athletes are going to opt for a split jerk or a push jerk, which means they're actually going to reposition their legs after a jump from that chest or that rack position. So I'll call them out if we see anything like that. Most popular, I would say, so far has been a push press, which means you're just taking a little bit of a dip, you're bending your knees to bring your legs into the equation for the lift, driving it upwards or jumping it upwards overhead, so it makes it a little bit easier to get up there. The log's a different beast. If you can see how people's hands are going to be gripping on the log, they are a neutral grip. So rather than a barbell that's straight across, the log handles are up and down, perpendicular to the actual direction of the bar. A little bit more natural position for your hands to actually rest for an implement. But depending on how much you have prepped or have not prepped, it makes the press a little bit different. Some people find it easier to press a log just because it's a natural resting position for your wrists. You can stack your forearms pretty well. Some people are just too practiced on a barbell or an axle, and it gives them a little bit of a fight because their arms are a little bit closer together, not able to generate the same amount of power. So you see, there's no right or wrong way to do it. A lot of it's based on personal preference. A lot of it's based on form. A lot of it's based on experience. One of the funnest, or most fun rather, thing about strongman is that it's a pretty personal sport. So you get to find out what works best for your genetic makeup, your build, your body, your preferences. Find a lot of different techniques out of the same competition, as we're going to see here. So we're just getting the weights figured out. We're moving on to the women's middleweight 160 class. We've got a couple head-to-heads set up for you here. So previously, both lanes were in two different classes. So although fun to watch them go together, their scores are distinct from each other. But now, both athletes are going to be in the same class, so they'll get immediate feedback on how their performance was compared to their competition. So stepping up in reverse order, remember, reverse order of how they placed on the deadlift. You've got Lucy and Darcy.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Pretty great looking clean on the left side, and you'll see an example of a push press. Both athletes moving on to the second implement. Good looking log clean on the right side, solid on the left. Down commands for both athletes. Left just took a little longer to stabilize lockout. What the judge is looking for is a solid lockout, which means the arms are fully extended overhead, elbows are locked out, no movement up above. they're going to be pretty strict on this. They want you to earn every rep that you're getting, so you feel good about the victory. Both athletes pretty tight together so far. They're both moving on to their log again.
15 seconds.
Both are going to clean it to the lap. Left side's got it to the chest, both to the rack. Just not happening today, it looks like. Great showing for both athletes on that one. If you've not done any clean or press event, even just one rep, it's pretty tiring. You are using the entirety of your body throughout the lift. You are starting through that ankle, starting in the calf, starting through your legs, all the way to get that initial pull off the floor. Then you're bracing it with your core. You're getting into a lap position in some instances, which requires some flexibility, which requires some hip strength. Moving it from the lap position up to your chest or the rack position is going to take some glute energy. It's going to take some quad pushing out, really pushing your hips through the bar or the log. And then to finish it off, you got to get the dang thing over your head. So however you choose to do that, are you going to use your legs that may have already been taxed from the clean? Are you going to strict press it just with your shoulders and your triceps? Got a lot of options. We've got our athletes starting here.
Athletes ready.
We've got Melanie and Savannah choosing to start with different implements this time. Remember, you can start on either one of them. Strategically, you'd probably want to start with the one that is easiest for you, so you can move on the quickest. We've got 2 reps out of the right side, just about to log out the second on the left. Perfect. Great looking log out of the right side. Moving on to her 4th rep.
30 seconds.
Locking out. Looking great. Get a good command on the left. Now watch on the right side, you see the log clean to the lap, clean it up to the rack position. And she's employing a push jerk. So that means there's a double dip involved with the knees. So you'll see the initial dip of the knees once it gets to the rack position. You can see it again on the right side. You do one dip to get the power out. The second dip is going to make the catch of the press a little bit easier. Bit of a calculated risk on that one. So we're seeing one of the first hurry-ups to get to the other implement just to start it. So she had about 4 or 5 seconds on the right side of your screen to get the next press out. As long as she gets it off the ground, she's allowed to finish or attempt to finish the movement. So she rushed to get it off of the ground, got it off the ground, and was able to, or was allowed to finish the attempt, I should say. And that'll do it for your 160 women. See our volunteers, we want to shout them out every chance that we get. All of the folks in white are volunteers today, giving up their Saturdays, giving up some of their Fridays to help with this competition. They are either competitors themselves, friends, gym members. They're very supportive of the sport. This sport does not happen without people volunteering all the way at the highest levels. Having an army of people is required to put something like this on, especially with 100 athletes. No small effort. So our volunteers are making sure we've got the right weights on the bar. We're moving up to the women's middleweight division, which is the 180 pound and under women. That means on the log it's going to be 155 pounds and the axle is going to be 158 pounds. So roughly 150, 155 pounds, 160 pounds. We're going to sit here for a while. 4 more competitors going in this division. You might have seen we've traded out the logs. For these classes, these logs just weigh, frankly, much more weight empty. So now that we've reached this point, we're going to press with the empty log, which I believe is about 150 itself. These are Mike Bartos Power Center logs. Beautifully power coated, solid, well balanced. One of my favorite logs to press off of. One of the athletes' favorite, talking to him between events as well. We've got our two athletes again choosing to start on different implements.
Athlete ready.
We've got Tiffany and then Jessica. Right side with a good rep, left side with a good rep on their respective implements. Good second rep on the left side of your screen.
30 seconds.
Let me see if the log presses out on your right side here. Employing that push jerk technique again with the log. No easy feat to do by itself. It's a huge implement. I think it's a 12-inch diameter log, which is tricky enough just to have at the rack position, much less press it out. Another successful on the axle on the right side. Log is proving to be pretty tough. And that'll be a time for Tiffany and Jessica.
Let's have Kate and Emily. Go over here.
We've got your current number 1 and number 2 in the 180s coming up. We've got Ami, who is currently in first place, winning the deadlift. And then Kate Gutwald on your right. Excuse me. They pulled the same amount of weight on the deadlift. However, Ami started with a higher attempt. So as discussed, in the event of a tie,
One women's class left, and then we'll be moving on to the novice. We have heavyweight women, then we're doing the novice.
in the event of a tie on the deadlift,
All right.
whoever opened with the higher deadlift
Athletes ready.
is going to take the win.
Ready. Go.
We see both Ami and Kate choose to take the axle first. Great clean for both competitors, pretty much in synchro, locking out their axle. So you see Ami on your left employing a split jerk. Let's see if she does it for the log as well. Kate with a successful log. We've got a push press over there on that side. Ami with a good clean up to the rack position on the log. Kate with a nice successful.
30 seconds.
Another solid rep for Kate.
15.
See if Ami can get this log up. Kate making easy work of the axle over there on the right-hand side of your screen. Opting to do a push for that one. Great showing from Kate on the overhead press, my goodness. While we reset the weights here, we're going to rejigger it a little bit. What you saw happen with Kate there on the right side of your screen, she started with a push press, which means she's just taking a single dip of the knees, driving straight through the quads to press it all the way up. Then later on in the medley, she started to employ a push jerk. So a lot of this is personal preference, but the push jerk, a little less taxing for some people because you're able to push it out to a lower height for lockout. So what I mean by that is once you do the initial dip, push the weight overhead and you re-dip under the bar. As you're lowering your own body, the distance the bar has to travel is reduced. So if you're catching it in that dipped position, you won't have to catch it as high if you're just pressing it away. Another personal preference lift. You see an unsuccessful attempt on the axle over there just to get it clean up to the chest. It's a rough bit of kit to try and get up there. I think we're going to call it. Moving on.
Megan's on our left, Megan's on our right.
Things on our right. Perfect. I think you're right.
All right.
We've moved up to the women's heavyweight, the open class here, and you'll see on the right side of your screen, we've got Peyton, and then Megan's going to be on the left side of your screen. Both athletes opting to start in the axle. You'll see them both clean it to that belt position up to the chest. And a good press out on the left side of your screen with Megan. Peyton, let's see if we can drive it up. Just not getting as much pop as we might need to really drive it into a lockout position on the axle on the right side. But I got to remind you, this is heavy weight.
30 seconds!
Peyton with a great log clean. Just not able to stabilize it to get that height we need off of the press.
20 seconds!
On the left side, we see Megan's calling it. That log is huge, folks.
All right, everyone, we're going to have a weight change. That's in progress. After this, we'll go to novice men middleweight, then masters 200s, masters 231s.
We got our final two open women's heavyweight competitors coming up here. We've got Ali Abs on the right side of your screen, your current leader after the deadlift event with a 465-pound deadlift. And then McKenna Neeb coming up on your left. Tightly on her heels, she had a 435-pound deadlift.
Athletes ready! Judges ready! Go!
This is really the head-to-head to watch here. So we see both cleans successful. McKenna speeding through the axle. Ali right on her heels. Let's see the log clean up for McKenna. Up to the rack position. She presses it out. The push jerk there. Ali right behind her again.
20 seconds!
McKenna with quick work on the clean on the axle again. My goodness.
30 seconds!
Ali again right behind her. McKenna starting her fourth rep. Ali getting the log ready for her fourth rep. And a good press for McKenna.
20 seconds!
Good rep for Ali. So McKenna's pulling out just a little bit in front. She had a stumble with that first clean, giving Ali a chance to maybe catch up over here. Might be the last implement for both of them. McKenna's is not getting off the ground. Ali's got it to the chest. This is going to be it. Ali presses it out. She's got the rep. McKenna's got the rep. We've got a tie for, I believe, 5 reps for both McKenna and Ali. It's a division to watch, folks. These two are going to be pretty tightly,
So next up, just give us a minute to change out the weights as we go.
pretty tightly packed at the top of the leaderboard so far.
So,
So that's going to do it for all of the women competitors Fantastic showing so far from everybody here. Solid pressing coming out. We're going to retool a little bit. We've got the novice men's lightweight competitors coming out. Gonna adjust the weights. Going up just a bit. So we're loading up the weight for the novice men's middleweight division right now. That is our novice men weighing under 231 pounds. The log is going to get bumped up to 200 pounds. The axle is going to be 208 pounds. We got 7 men in this division. Going to be starting off with Will Trott. Will Trott representing your men's novice middleweight class. 395 pounds on the deadlift, very respectable in the novice class. We've also got Adrian. Adrian just a smidge ahead Will on the deadlift with 415 being pulled there. So Will's going by himself. We've got an odd number of competitors in this division. So we're having one person go by themselves and then everybody else will be head-to-head. So Will's out on the floor on the right side here with a successful axle. Looks like he got the down command. Taking a second. These are heavy weights, folks. This is going to take some breath out of you. So he's going to get the log.
30 seconds left.
Let's get it pulled up to the lap. Going to repossession, take a big breath. He's going to drop back into the squat, clean it up to his chest, attempt to clean it up to his chest. We just heard over the announcement, Will was in the lightweight novice men's class. So a huge shout out to Will. Will was originally in the 175 and under class. He was the only person signed up. Didn't want to go it alone. So he jumped up to the 231s. So he's punching well above his weight class. That's a 60-pound jump in terms of body weight. So huge props to Will. And now we're getting Adrian and Andrew. Adrian, I believe, on the left side of your screen here. He is ready to go. Got Andrew on the right side. Both opting to start with the axle.
Ready. Judges ready. Go!
Just not enough power to get it straight up to the belt on your right side there. Left side gets it to the belt. Not quite a lockout for the right side there. Just a little bit more power. There we go.
Now.
Moving onto the log with a clean up to the rack position. He's not able to generate the kind of power needed to get it up into that pressed out position. He's got a great lap position. His elbows high. Shoots those elbows through to get it stable onto the chest. quick dip to try to generate some power. It doesn't look like it's happening today. Got some shout outs in the chat. We'll just go through here.
I've got Michael Kurchansky over here, and Austin Taylor over here.
Get to it in just a moment. We got Michael.
Ready. Judges ready. Go!
Michael Kurchansky starting on the left side of your screen. We've got Austin Taylor on the right. Both gentlemen starting with the log. Got a good press on the right side. Just not enough on your left. Woo. Axel got away from him a little bit on your right side there. Trying to work its way up his body, get it up to the rack position. Any means necessary. A good axle press out on the right side of your screen too. So you might see on the right side, you see the axle has started to float away from the pads here. If that's because the athlete didn't track it down to the pads or set it down lightly, it's on them to fix it. They are not to be helped by the volunteers if something that the athlete did prevented it from falling cleanly back onto the pads. So if you're rushing, you might incur some extra time to reset your implement. It's just not enough for that other axle. We've got our last two novice men's middleweight competitors, the 231 and under. We've got Justin and Jeff coming up. Justin and Jeff are your current top two leaders in this class. Jeff with a 575-pound deadlift to take the win on that. Justin with a 515. Let's see what we can get out of these guys.
Last novice man to go.
Both starting on the axle. Just adjusting his wrist straps there. Looks like we get a successful lift on the left side here. Starting is clean for the axle to the belt. On your right, gets it to the rack. Presses it up. Got a good first rep out of both men. On the left, we've got a good clean to the rack, just not enough power to press it out. Let's see if on the right side we can get it to the chest.
Got 25 seconds remaining.
Spending a lot of time in that lap position. That's a lot of time to have your diaphragm and your lungs kind of contorted.
15 seconds.
You don't want to spend too much time there because you're not getting good, deep breaths to actually help you through the lift. So you're using a lot of energy just to sit there.
It's good because there's 3 seconds remaining.
He's got it in the rack position. So something you'll see. Let's see how it just rolls off the front.
So I have Christopher Wetzel will be in this leg, and Scott Robinson will be in this leg.
Adjusting the weights to get our Masters men middleweights. That's 200 pounds and under. Scott and Christopher getting started here. Christopher scoring 515 pounds on the deadlift. Scott right behind him with 475.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Both athletes on this time opting for the log first. Got a good speedy clean on your right side, just not enough juice to get it overhead. Left side presses it out. There. Oh, just not enough. He's not feeling the log. He's going to move on to the axle, see if we can get some points on the board. Let's see him pop it up to the chest. He's got it to the waist. Needs a little bit more height to get it up to a good belt position. Just inching his way up. Nothing doing. We're good on the right side. So left side. Almost locked out. And there's a down command. If you're wondering at home, what's taking so long? Why aren't we getting a down command? Gotta lock those elbows out. Gotta have everything completely stable, everything locked out. Elbows overhead, making eye contact with your judge. You gotta earn every rep here. So he's got it above his head. You might think he's got it locked out. Now he gets the down command. He gets that little bit extra elbow extension. That'll do it for your Masters men's middleweight. Got a shout out in the chat.
After that, we'll have Terry over here, Nathan over here.
Some birthday wishes for Kate Gutwald. Not a bad way to celebrate your birthday by getting an event win for overhead press.
Athlete ready. Judges ready. Go!
So you'll see again, we've got one competitor going right now. This is Chris Wooden. We've got an odd number of competitors in the 231 class, the Masters 231. So one person gets the privilege, or otherwise, depending on how you look at it, of going by himself. Chris with a good lockout on the axle.
30 seconds left.
Solid lockout on the log.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
We are all good.
I will have Terry over in lane 1, Dave Smith in lane 2.
We're moving on to our next two competitors. We've got Jerome Howes and Jerry, 580 zone. On your right side of your screen here, in your Masters 231. On your left side, you're going to see David Smith. Both athletes hit a 515 deadlift in the max deadlift event. Jerry opened heavier, so he's going to be tied for second place in this class.
All right, athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Let's see what our guys got in the tank. Both starting with the log. Pretty easy clean for both guys, it looks like. Jerry pressed it out like nothing. Light work. David's got it to the rack position. It just looks like finishing it is just a little bit off. David's going to call it. So let's see what Jerry can do on the right side with the axle here. He's got it up to the belt position on top of the abs there. I think Jerry's going to call it too. Like I said, there's a lot of ways to approach this event. With the axle, you'll see some people try and get it straight to the chest from the floor. Some people are going to get it.
Dan Morris over here, and Andrew Block over here. And then we will have the weight change.
Some people are going to try to get it to the belt position. Most of our guys wearing heavy leather belts to support the core and brace against as they're competing here.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
We've got Dan and Andrew making up your first and second position in the Masters 231 class. Both starting with the axle. Both making pretty quick work of the axle. Moving on to the log here. Not wasting any time. We got it clean and immediately into a press on the right side of your screen. And on the left, you'll see a little bit of a jerk employed. I promise I'm not calling him names. It's just he's jumping and splitting his feet out a little bit in the press. You will see some guys choose different press styles based on the event that they're doing. Some people are able to jerk push jerk or a split jerk with an axle because of the nature of the equipment, but not so much on a log, just because of the neutral grip, because of how far it comes out from your chest. And that's going to do it for our Masters Men middleweight class, the 231s. We see you, Julia. We are getting ready for our novice men's super heavyweight competitors. For that class, we're going to have 220 pounds loaded on the log, 228 pounds loaded on the axle.
Are you doing good?
5 competitors, so one person's going to go by themselves again. This is the last class. The last class that we're going to be performing head-to-head like this. After this class, we're going to open up a third lane. We're going to cut to that dual view that we had previously. Makes it a little more challenging to call, but we'll try to get as much as we can. I believe first we're going to see Devin Zinzer.
Our last 2 flights, and then we start our open net. So we have 5 classes remaining at the decaf. We will go to 3 net, okay? So give us a second, we'll get all the weights right. All the open men lightweight will go at the same time, 3 lanes. Then 200, 231, 265, super heavyweight, okay guys? Thank you.
Got Devin Zinzer. He's going to be your first competitor out. Devin in the novice men's super heavyweight class here.
So we have Devin over here, and we have Jim over here.
Got Devin on the left side of your screen, and we've got Jim Griffith competing on the right side.
All right, here we go. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Both athletes opting for the axle first, both to the belt, the chest, the press. Solid work out of the gate. Both moving to the log, pretty much in sync or up to the chest. Good reps for both men. You'll see the log got a little off the pads. That's going to be on the athlete to reset because he didn't lower them down. Starting to see a little bit of a split jerk happening on the right side of your screen here. Log is up. Pretty tight race. We see both athletes on the axle. Looks like we got about the same amount of reps for both competitors. It looks on the right side. Had time to maybe start the log. Another rep. Maybe just wasn't in the tank today.
Judges ready, go!
All right, we've got George and Charlie for the novice men's super heavyweight. Good press from both athletes. We've got Charlie and George both with 675-pound successful deadlifts. Tied for first coming into this. So you see some questions just anticipating on why some athletes are having their implements reset by the staff and some have to do it themselves. The clarification was made, if they throw the implement or don't lower it, they have to fix it themselves. He was just given a warning, he has to follow it down to the ground.
15 seconds!
If you don't follow it down and it falls off the pads, it's on the athlete to fix the implement.
10 seconds!
If he falls and it rolls out, that's where you get a little bit of leeway and you get a reset. So you see here, he has to roll it back into position, get it back into the clean. He's getting a little too excited, is he? Nope. So what you'll see is a no rep given on the right side. I'll explain it in a second here. So on the right side, what you'll have just seen is the log came to rest on the athlete's head. That is, first and foremost, not a great idea just for health reasons, but second, that gives you a no rep. That's going to wrap our novice men's super heavyweight. Just as an update, you'll see Adam Haynes on the scorecard. I believe Adam has opted out of the remainder of the competition, or at least this event, as he was not taking any attempts. So we finished our novice men's super heavyweight. We are officially expanding to 3 lanes. All 3 lanes are going to be the same weight. We're going head to head to head now. Starting with, I believe, your open men's lightweight competitors. So all these men's weighed in 175 pounds or below. And unless we've got any last minute scoring changes, we should see Justin Height, Alexander Moy, and then Mackenzie Boyer coming up.
We have 7 open men lightweights while Justin goes first down here in lane 1. And then it'll be Alexander, Mackenzie, Matthew, then Anthony.
Dante just adjusting the angles here for you guys.
I'll announce it again too.
We got 7 competitors in this class in 3 lanes, so that means the first athlete, Justin, is going to go solo. Some people like it, some people hate it. So let's see how Justin performs. You'll see on the left box of your screen, on the right side implements. He's starting on the axle here. Just a little heavy on the axle. So with the open men's lightweight, the 175 pounders, the log's 200 pounds, the axle is 208 pounds.
15 seconds.
Moving on the log to try and get the press out, just not
10 seconds.
Not enough in the tank to get it off the chest, it looks like. Successful clean up to the chest, just not enough. These are heavy weights.
That's the best we're going to be able to get. Just because they're straight on.
All right. We are in our open men's lightweight 175 class. Athletes ready. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go.
All right. If you heard in the background, we are working through the rest of our open men's 175-pound division. Successful logs coming out of all 3 lanes. We've got Alexander Moy, Mackenzie Boyer, and Matthew Dell. working through their implements right now. Got a successful axle on the left side of your screen.
30 seconds remaining. Remember, all of our openings in the room are running for a bid to Arnold World Championship in Columbus, Ohio, March. Winner of each class. 20 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. 5.
Seen some great fight out of these athletes. We'll try to call them out as we can recognize them and see them. We've got 3 lanes going at the same time. And coming up next to round out the rest of our 175ers are Anthony Eckerson, Matt Papenchek, and then Harold Carter are all coming up to the proverbial plate, we'll say.
All right. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Harold, Matt, and Anthony getting after it right now. All 3 of these competitors make the current podium if the standings stopped right now. All pulling over 600 pounds on their deadlift in the previous event. Just cruising through the overhead on the right side. Making light work. Just had a viper press come out of the middle athlete. Talk about that in a moment. Able to squeak out one more rep. Fantastic. What a great run all across the board. Saw a great example there. The athlete on your far right, able to get the implement to the rack before time was out. Took a second, took a couple breaths, braced themselves, pushed it for a successful extra rep on that event. And that's going to wrap it for the open men's lightweight. We're going to readjust the weights for your open men's middleweight class, our 200-pound competitors. We'll talk about that Viper press a little bit. So you'll see some athletes, not very often, but you'll see some athletes able to clean the log specifically from the ground into the lap, and then from the lap in one motion, throw their hips through and bring the log from the lap straight to overhead. So they're not pushing it, they're not pressing it really off of their chest or the rack position. One motion, they're taking it from the lap to overhead. If you can do it, if you can manage that weight, very quick way to get some reps, very quick way to get some points. You'll see some competitors talk about kind of a sequential order of pressing in a medley if you're able to. The Viper press obviously being the quickest way to do it, if you can do it. Then a strict press takes just a little bit longer than that. Push press takes just a little bit longer than that. We're talking fractions of seconds, but they all add up. And then if you're split jerk or push jerking it, takes just a little extra time to recover from that split position.
So we are getting ready. Bars are loaded. We are starting our 200 men. So we will have Gordon be starting us off in lane 1. After that, it'll be Dominic lane 1, Dale lane 2, Luke lane 3. After that, John, Paul, Christopher Van der Hoven, Dylan, Christopher Northern, Lewis, and then to finish us out, Reardon, Eddie, Jason. I will say those again. But right now it's just Gordon. Athletes
We got our first open men's
Come on, you gotta follow through.
middleweight.
Come on, let's get behind Gordon. You got this, Gordon, let's go.
Gordon is going by himself. Middle position on your screen there. He's going for the axle. You see he's dipping to get a little bit of power out of the quads, but just not enough to pop it off of the rack there. And Gordon's going to call it.
We've got Dominic Smelly in lane 1. We've got Dale Hawthorne in lane 2. And we've got Luke Gutwald in lane 3.
All right, your next three 200-pound competitors. We've got Dom Sorelli, we've got Dale Hawthorne, and we've got Luke Gutwald.
All right.
Try to call him out as we can. I believe on the right side of your screen, we've got Luke. Dale's going to be in the middle. Far right, we might not have anybody running. He might be opting out of this one. Good looking reps out of Dale so far. Luke getting it to the belt, up to the rack position. Bracing himself for the press, and just not enough. And there he goes. Nice fight out of the right side of your screen there for the axle. Dale with another successful rep on the log on the left side of your screen there.
This is the worst job in the world. The higher drop on top of the
Just not quite locked out on the right side of the screen there.
We're going to bring out our next round of guys. We got John, Paul, and Christopher Vanderhoeven.
I definitely get it on names. I'm mad about that. We'll figure it out.
Next three athletes coming up are John Caraway, Paul Flores, and then Chris Vanderhoeven.
Go, John.
These three make up your 7th, 8th, and 9th positions so far in the competition, all with 500-plus pound deadlifts.
All right. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Let's see what we can get out of these gentlemen here. Pretty successful cleans and presses from all three so far. Very smooth start. Far left side of your screen making quick work out of these presses. Middle's right on his heels.
30 seconds remaining.
You might see some folks on the log. I've had people ask me before. They're going to snap their spine. They're bending too far backwards.
Go, John.
Not the case. What you're going to see in those athletes that are leaning back like that, it's called thoracic extension. These athletes can finish out their reps. Great work. Far right's taking a couple minutes and pushes through to get the rep. Fantastic.
All right, our last fight of net 200. We've got Brandon in lane 1. We've got Eddie in lane 2.
Coming up next in your 200 men's middleweight, got Dylan Small, Christopher Northern, and Luis Guevara.
All right, athletes ready, judges ready, go!
All with 600 or near deadlifts, making your fourth and sixth positions. Two athletes in fourth tied on their deadlifts. Opened at the same weights. These athletes also making quick work. We'll go back to the Viper Press for a second. So when you're extended back like that, when your spine is bent backwards, it's your thoracic spine. That's the musculature of your spine supporting that backwards bend still. So it's not something you should just do immediately, but you can work up to being pretty strong. The muscles in your back are made to support your spine being in flexion like that. So if you have the mobility, if you have the musculature to support it, having that thoracic extension is going to help a lot in your pressing. Got our athlete on the far right there. Started his clean before time was out, so he's got all the time he needs to finish this press. Oh, and he's going to make good use of it too. Now we're moving on to our last play. We've got Brandon McNamara, Eddie Germain, and Jason Titobaum.
Now we should have Brandon, Eddie, and Jason.
Your current top three men middleweight 200 competitors. All three with respectable deadlifts, but got to give it up for Jason Titobaum. 705-pound deadlift as a 200-pound human
Athletes ready.
at the time of weigh-in. Let's see everybody adjust their wrist straps, give the thumbs up. Let's see what we got. These are your top men's 200-pound competitors. Zooming through, you see Jason employ that Viper Press that we talked about, where he just shoots his hip through it and get it straight overhead, if possible. Gets it to the rack. Testing it out.
We've got 40 seconds remaining.
All athletes making quick work of these implements. Nobody's stumbling for too long here. Jason on the right side of your screen just squeaked out his last rep, making full use of that extra time. We're going to get reset for our open men's middleweight, our 231-pound men. Got a heck of a crowd in that class as well. We are adjusting the weights for the 231-pound men to a 250-pound log and a 248-pound axle. So we are getting pretty heavy here.
Shake it off. Get the ball up.
We're going to start to get to the point in this competition with these classes coming up. They are extremely capable of doing this weight and quickly. So it might not necessarily come down to who's the best presser straight out. It's going to come down to who's making the best transitions between their implements, who is laying their implement down the cleanest so they don't have to chase it, and who's able to cycle through those positions on both of these implements as efficiently as possible. Who's got the endurance to keep muscling it through each sequence of the axle clean? Who's got the endurance to not have to sit in the lap for the log for too long? While we're resetting, thanks again for joining us. This is Battle at the Bridge 3, coming out of 580 Barbell in Monaco, Pennsylvania. Your Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corporation. What is that, you ask? Northeast Regionals, it's just an Arnold qualifier. Just a way for these athletes to get on one of the biggest stages in weight class strongman. The Arnold Amateur, of course, happens in Columbus, Ohio.
We are ready for our 231 men. So
one of the most difficult competitions for weight class strongman. One of the heaviest, one of the most prestigious. Fair to say that is a target destination for most of these athletes. Even outside of first place for these open classes, there are still nationals bids. So depending on how many competitors make up your class, first through third, and potentially fourth and fifth, is going to make you eligible for Strongman Corporation Nationals, which happens in September, I believe late September in South Carolina. Now typically you have to, I believe, podium or some percent of the top Strongman Corp Nationals gets invites to the Arnold. But you get a chance to skip that just by winning this competition. We got our 231 competitors out on the ground. I think we've just got 2 based on how many we've got. I think we've got Anthony and we've got Joshua leading off our 231-pound men. Anthony with quick work on the axle on the left side. And a successful log on the left as well. So Anthony's through 2 reps. We see Josh making his way. A great clean. You want to talk about technique. It also helps that he's right in front of me here in the commentator's booth. Anthony picks the log up, gets it to his lap, rolls it up his chest, rows it into him, and gets it to that rack position. Takes a little bit of a dip and generates some power from the legs. He's going to give it one more shot here. Shake his arms out a little bit. As long as he gets it up. He has all the time he needs to finish this unless he drops it. So Anthony on the left side of your screen, if he can get it up to that rack. And it falls behind him. Looks like he's okay. Just not quite enough power stability to get it completely locked out over him. Attempt. Moving on to our next 3, we've got Evan Graham, we've got Adam Jordan, and we've got Joel Cohen.
Evan Graham! Does anyone know Evan Graham? Oh, wow.
Evan Graham is not reporting up to the competition, folks, so we're going to go with Adam and Joel. Adam's on the left side of your screen here. You've got Joel on the right. Adam with a good clean to the chest. Joel with his first successful press. He's going to dip. He's going to lock it out. There we go. One good rep for Adam. Joel's got that log to his chest. A bit of a dip. If he can stabilize it, it's a good rep. Looks like he's moving on. Adam's got the log to his chest, that rack position. If he can get enough dip out of the quads to press it out. Looks like he just needs a breath there. Joel resetting his log, going for another rep on the right side. Solid clean up to the rack position for Joel. A little bit of a dip. Looks like just a misgroove. It's a little heavy and pulling him forward on that. Adam's got it to the rack position. If he can brace it and get it up, he's got the time. He presses it up. Can he lock it out? No, he's got the down command. Fantastic.
All right, we've got John C in lane 1, John B in lane 2, and Sean Mulligan in lane 3.
Next couple competitors we've got for you in the men's middleweight 231 class. We've got John C., John B., Sean M., Sean Mulliken. Dante behind me is telling me that Sean's shooting for 17 reps.
All right.
So don't blink, you'll miss the first 10 in hyperspeed.
All right, athletes ready.
All right, let's see what we can get out of the Johns and Sean. Sean making quick work of the wall on the right side of your screen, I believe. Moving to the axle.
All the way up.
Successful log on the left and the center. Just not enough on the far left. I don't know if Sean's pacing for 17, but he is making quick work out of this. Sean's got a very efficient clean and uses that momentum to go straight into the press, so he's going to be good for a lot of reps here. You'll see how he gets into the rack, pretty much immediately goes for a dip in the legs and then presses it out. Not a whole lot faster than that you can go.
We got Sean Redmond and Alcon in 3. 10 seconds.
See if we can get a little out here in the middle.
5, 4.
Calling it on that one. Sean's got it up for another press. And he's good.
All right, bringing out my next heat. I've got Jordan in lane 1.
Not sure if it was 17, but boy, that was a lot of reps. Moving on to our next three, we've got our tied for third, our fifth, and our sixth place competitors, Jordan, Tim, and Damian, coming up next.
All right, athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Let's see the guys here. Looks like Tim right in front of me having a belt malfunction rather. Opting to take it to the chest. In the clean position. Getting some good reps on the side. Now this is going to be, we're getting to the top of the class here. So we're going to see how these heavy deadlifts have affected these athletes. Tim opting to switch to the log. Try and get a couple presses out on it. It looks like he's trying to power clean it to the chest, and it's just not getting enough height to get to that comfortable rack position. So he's got it to the belt. He's got to put those hips through just a little bit more. The thing that we're going to see is these athletes finish up. Something you'll see in a lot of strongman competitions are grip shirts, and these are shirts with rubber or some kind of material to get just a little bit more traction on the shirts. With the shows up here at 580, you can hear it on the podcast, you can hear Josh talk about it, but we want to make this as accessible to every athlete as possible. So if you don't have the means to buy the right equipment or the perfect shirt, we don't want that to count against you. So every athlete's in their competition shirt. Everybody's got the same amount of traction. If you prepare with a grip shirt,
athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
It's a little bit different on game day. So we've got our top three men's middleweight, our 231 competitors, Rick Tyler and John Kramer. All of these athletes taken first through third so far with a 665 plus pound down. And now's where we're going to see how much energy that deadlift has. All athletes making pretty clean work of all of these implements so far. Tyler moving on the log. You can see in the far left side of your screen here. Solid rep. See what's left in the tank for these guys. and a solid press. After the time stop.
We're going to have a quick break, so reset for our 265. We've got 2 plates.
That's going to do it for your open men's middleweights, our 231 athletes. Great showing from those guys. We'll get the scores updated between events, and we'll report on current position standings as we get it. But for now, our fantastic volunteers are switching to the next class up. Our next weight jump is going to be for the open men's heavyweights, the 265-pound heavyweight athletes. And these athletes are moving up to a 270-pound log and a 268-pound axle. No big deal. Just their body weight. Just throwing their body weight up for reps. Got 5 athletes in the 265 class. So we're probably going to have a flight of 2 and then 3. Last 2 classes to come here. We've got the men's heavyweight 265-pound class.
Okay, so for my 265,
and then we're up to the super heavies.
I'm going to have 2 flights. Flight 1, I'm going to have David, Rube in lane 1, and David in lane 2. Then my last flight, Justin in lane 1, Matt in lane 2, and Tyler McFarland in lane 1 and lane 3. David down here, Damon here.
We're going to start with our first 2 competitors in the 265 class, David and then Damon.
Judges ready. Go!
Let's see what the 265ers can bring to the table here on the press. A good rep on the log on the left side of your screen. It's starting with the axle on the far right. Getting a good rep there. Axle's up to the belt, axle's up to the chest on the left side.
40 seconds remaining.
And a good press on the axle. Let's see the log on our right competitor. Not happening out of the rep on the log on your right side.
20 seconds.
There's a big step up in weight. Pretty good cleans from both guys, getting it up. It's not the finishing power to get it overhead. Just not quite enough. Got about halfway up. It's not enough to lock it in. Rounding out the 265s, we've got Justin Reynolds. We've got Matt Gary and then Ty McFarland. Ty McFarland, your current leader in this division, with a 765-pound deadlift.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Let's see how that translates to a press. Pretty great cleans for all 3 athletes. Axle is almost up and good on the right side. Log on your far left. Nothing doing in the middle. Great pop of the axe on the far left. Gets it to his rack pretty clean. A little bit of a press up. Perfect. You can see the log being a pretty sticky point for some competitors. Getting it past that extension, off the chest. This is where that extension of the spine can really help you turn it into a bit of an incline bench press. Get your pecs involved just a little bit more. See some strong finishes from these guys. Let's get a release. Not happening at all. So our 2 athletes have time. If you're just joining us, time can run out as long as the implement's off the ground. They can attempt to finish it. Not this time. Moving on to the final class for the overhead medley. We've got our open men's super heavyweights. The open men's super heavyweights class is going to press a 300-pound log and a 298-pound axle press. This is another absolutely stacked division. We've got some former OSG competitors. We've got several nationals returning competitors, all trying to get their ticket for the next Arnold Amateur, trying to sneak into nationals in a couple months here. Some extremely heavy deadlifts coming out of this class, with 4 athletes pulling 845 pounds. 845 pounds. Time for our last flights for this overhead medley. Our first 2 competitors, we're going to have Michael Auden and then Sam Kamini. They'll be the only 2 flights, the only 1 flight rather, having 2 athletes going at a time. Every other flight will have 3 athletes at once.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Let's see how our first super heavies deal with the axle medley. Into the log.
Big ball. Yes! 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 Come on!
Got a good rack position on the right, but it's not quite enough to finish at the press. It's just not there.
These guys are pressing 300-pound loads. Open their head. Their rest. We got 30 seconds of this. Come on, Sam. Let's go, Sam. Punch it. Keep working.
This is a lot of weight, folks. Closing in on 300 pounds. 300 pounds on an axle.
Come on, Sam.
To get it from the ground to overhead, a 300-pound deadlift is not shabby. Try and take that bar, throw it over your head. Stable.
In lane 2, we have Josh. In lane 3, we have Tyler.
Just a little heavy for these guys. We've got the next 3 athletes coming up are Craig, Josh, and then Tyler. Craig Pfister, Josh Schneider, Tyler Kaczarski.
Josh and Craig switch.
We're moving.
We'll have Josh and Craig switch.
We have an athlete shifting. So Craig is on the taller side, and these aren't the tallest ceilings. So pressing overhead inside for Craig logistically can complicate some of the action here. So we moved him down a spot.
Craig Pfister is 7 feet tall. He
Craig on the far left side of your screen, Tyler Kucharski on the far right. And then in the middle, we've got Josh Schneider. All in the ballpark of 700-pound deadlifts. Tyler, the heaviest of them, with 745. So let's see how this translates to overhead pressing strength. Taking a second to make sure all of the implements are correctly positioned. Once again, shouting out our volunteers for doing a fantastic job, making sure the athletes are given the exact same experience.
All right. Just making sure we have this perfect for our athletes. Athletes ready.
All right.
Judges ready. Go!
Let's see what we got. Tyler making quick work of the log clean and pressed overhead for a good rep. Oh my goodness. All right, Josh threw his first rep. Craig's got it to the rack position. Just not quite enough to get it overhead. Tyler's through his second rep already. He is moving onto the log for number 3. I think it's fair to say Tyler wants a little bit of redemption from the deadlift.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Got to get that axle up over the knees, over the waist, at least to the belt position. You can reposition those hands. Pop up to the rack position. You see that thoracic extension on the right side there. He's flexible and mobile enough to have stability through that lean back. And the press is pretty easy work after that for him. Gotta work a little bit. Logs not happening. Fantastic work from our open super heavyweight men. Moving on to Warren McDonald, Bryce Young, and then Terrence Gilbert coming out. These gentlemen make up the 7th through 9th position in the current standings. Sure to be shaken up after this event. Terrence and Bryce, casual 805-pound deadlift. No big deal. Warren hot on their heels with a 765. So they get the grouping for this heat.
In lane 1, Bryce in lane 2, Terrence in lane 3.
So we'll make quick mention of it. After each event, the competitors are reordered based on their total points. The more points you have, the lower on the list you will go. The further out from first you will start. You're very incentivized to hit.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Hit as good as a number you can on every event because it affects your positioning for the next event. As we talked about a little bit earlier, you want to be one of the last folks to go because you'll get to watch the other competitors and see what they're hitting. You don't want to do more work than you have to. Oh, we're getting some loud noises from these logs falling. A couple successful preps so far.
30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds.
See a little bit of hesitation at the rack position for some of these athletes. It's a heavy weight. 300 pounds is no joke.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
So you'll see some competitors, if you didn't hear it at the top, if you start the lift, if you get the implement off of the floor as time runs out, as long as you don't touch it back on the floor, you can finish that lift. You can attempt to drive that all the way up. So So you'll see some athletes kind of just by muscle memory. When they hear time, they're going to drop the implement. But some athletes will take every advantage that they can. If they have it up after time is called, they can finish it out. If they think it's going to net them another point, they should go for it. Got our next fight here. We've got Corey Thomason and Tyler Thompson and Josh Gregory. Oh my goodness. Athlete on the far left making quick work of all these implements. Almost vipering the log. 300 pounds. Double overhand cleaning the axle. If you're not familiar with the axle bar is a very thick bar. So most athletes that you'll see, depending on their hand size, their grip, they're going to take a mixed grip. They'll have one hand overhand, and the other hand is going to go opposite that, so they can clean it up to their chest. All of our athletes had a couple extra seconds. Let's see if they can finish it. All right.
We have our last flight. Our press coming out now.
This will go to you.
In lane 1, Kyle Ruiz, Joseph Zura in lane 2, and Barbell Regionals in lane 3.
All right. The last 3 open men's super heavyweight competitors. We've got Kyle Ruiz. We've got Joseph Basiura. Attempt to pronounce it as best I can. And then we've got Tyler Gustafson. Tyler currently in first place in the men's super heavyweight with an 845-pound deadlift. Now, 4 other competitors pulled 845 pounds, but Tyler started with the highest attempt. So in the event of a tie in the deadlift, the tie is going to go to who starts with the heaviest weight. So Tyler has the first position right now. Aiming to hold on to it with this performance here. You'll see him on the far right side here. These are your best 3 deadlifters. Tyler trying to viper, almost gets it straight up. Just can't seem to lock out that final little bit of the press there. He's going to have to reset it. Successful axle on the left side of the screen. Just almost squeaking out log press in the middle there. Tyler moving on to the axle. Quick work up to the clean. Axle, easy money for Tyler. Taking a bit of a tumble. That's a lot of strain to put blood pressure, not to mention oxygen. The 2 of our athletes have the implement up after the time has ended, so they get all the time they need to finish this. Got Tyler with what looks like a good rep. All right. Fantastic. All right, that's going to do it for the rest of our log and axle medley. What a bunch of phenomenal performances out of our pressers here. We're going to see some scoreboard shakeup. So check your Iron Podium website. Go to ironpodium.com and search for Battle at the Bridge 3. That's going to be your scorecard for the day. It's going to be updated as soon as our score runners can get them input into the system. That'll be your most current viewing of where people are standing. What's going to happen after this event, kind of like I alluded to, all of the classes are going to get reordered. So based on the cumulative points after this event, everything's going to get mixed up. Whoever has the most points after these 2 events goes back to the bottom of the order, which means they go last in the next event. Next event being our sandbag to shoulder ladder. You've probably seen in frame for a couple of these events. We've got just a long line of these beautiful red Cerberus sandbags in front of everybody here. We've got one line, and all of the competitors are going to do a 5-bag sandbag medley. So they're going to start with the lightest weight in their class, go up to the 5th bag. If they can get it from the ground to their shoulder, and they still have time left, they're going to do it again. They're going to get that 5th bag to their shoulder for as many reps as they can, still in that time limit. So right now, all of our volunteers are resetting the logs, resetting the axles, getting them cleared out of the way. We're going to have the sandbag to shoulder coming up in just a moment. After the sandbag to shoulder event, we are going to split the competition a little bit because we're going outside. We have a max sandbag toss, which is going to be back in the parking lot behind us here. So to make best use of this space, half of the competition is going to split. Half of the competitors are going to be doing a max sandbag toss, which is going to be over an 11-foot height for the women's and a 15-foot height for the men. And then half of the competitors are going to be doing a yoke and frame carry medley. So they're going to pick up a yoke, they're going to walk it all the way down or try to run with it, run back down to the frame, pick the frame up, run that back down. Fastest time wins. Then we'll switch. The competitors who just did the yoke and the frame will go to the sandbag toss, vice versa. And what we're going to do with the camera situation when we get to the sandbag toss, we'll get there in a while after the sandbag to shoulder ladder. We're going to have some eyes on the sky. We're going to go mobile a little bit. We're going to have a camera person outside covering the sandbag toss. We're going to have it split screen with the yoke and the frame. So coverage is going to look, there's going to be a lot going on. We'll put it that way. I want to shout out not only athletes, but the volunteers that are making this happen today one more time. Can't thank them enough. Putting in their entire Saturday in most cases, some of their Friday in a lot of cases, getting it set back up. This is an active gym. So after this event, they have to set it back up. All the equipment goes back in place. I believe they'll be open for business tomorrow, just as normal. So that takes an army of people to make happen. I have an absolutely fantastic crew here for the 580 Barbell Gym, friends of the gym. We're almost already reset for the sandbag, so we'll take probably a quick break. We'll go to a break here. We'll run some reels. I'm going to get another Uncrustable, not a sponsor, in me. And then we'll be back with a sandbag to shoulder. We'll see you soon. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back to Battle at the Bridge 3, your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regionals competition. We are 2 events in. We are starting our 3rd event here in Monaco, Pennsylvania at 580 Barbell. Our 3rd event, the Sandbag to Shoulder Ladder. So you're going to see in a couple minutes, we're going to change camera frames here. We've got a line, an orderly row of beautiful red Cerberus sandbags that are all set up sequentially. We're going to take a look at the athletes here. You can see a bunch of dung beetles, basically. All of these guys just getting their warm-ups in, getting their sandbag rolled around, trying to find the best positions to start pulling. Doing the last couple warm-ups, we're going to clear the floor. This is event 3, Sandbag to Shoulder Ladder. So we're going to get a couple more warm-ups in. We're going to get our volunteers to reset the bags. In this event, the athletes are going to shoulder 5 sandbags. Sounds pretty simple. Take the sandbag from the floor, put it on your shoulder. It is not so simple in execution. These sandbags are anywhere from, let's see, I think the first class starts about 100 pounds, and they'll have to go from a 100-pound sandbag to about a 175-pound sandbag to finish the ladder. And then the heaviest class, your open men's super heavyweights, are going to start at a 250-pound sandbag and move up to 325-pound sandbag. Not only is a 325-pound sandbag hard enough to shoulder by itself, but to do it at the end of a 5 sandbag medley. We're not pulling any punches for regionals. We're making sure the best athletes, the most well-rounded, are going to go on to, for our open classes, the Arnold Amateur Competition in Columbus, Ohio, I believe end of February, early March of next year. A lot of people see that as one of the top spots to end up for a competitor in the weight class divisions, so any non-super heavyweight. Still incredibly difficult and still incredibly rare to get an athlete to go to the Arnold at a super heavyweight clip. But for our weight class athletes, it's one of the top spots that they want to end up. So all of our open divisions are going to get an Arnold bid. First place, each division is going to get an invite to compete next year at the Arnold Amateur. And then first through third in all open classes are going to get an invite to Nationals, Strongman Corp Nationals, which is in South Carolina in September of this year. So we got a couple months away from that, but that's the next step up. We've got our regional competition today. Nationals would be effectively the next step. And then your podium plus a couple athletes in every Nationals class at the end of that gets to your Arnold competition end of February, early March. So the journey starts here for a lot of these athletes. You can skip the line, skip Nationals, go straight to the Arnold with a win here, which is what a lot of athletes are coming. I believe we're almost at 20 states, 20 of the states represented here, coming from all over to try and get a shot at the Arnold. Nationals will require a good placing at Nationals to get that Arnold invite, but we're fighting for a top spot here and get straight to it. That gets you a pretty good advantage because you get a lot longer to focus just on the Arnold events and prep just for that instead of trying to place at Nationals. A lot of excited athletes, a lot of athletes on edge. A lot of smiles on their faces though. This is one of the best places to compete. The crew at 580 Barbell does a phenomenal job hosting these competitions. We've got 100 athletes almost on the dot competing today. Every single one of these athletes is going to have the exact same experience. They are treated like royalty here. Josh Hendrickson and the crew at 580 Barbell just puts on a phenomenal show that's very athletes first. Josh, the owner of 580 Barbell, PA State Chair for Strongman Corporation. Always athletes first. More importantly, too, Josh is a competitor himself. Josh is a competitor himself, so he knows what makes a good experience. He knows what goes into making an athlete feel like they're part of something special that's going on, and they absolutely are. So getting the bag set up, we're going to have 2 divisions go at once. You'll see 2 rows of bags, and they'll be kind of in alternating order on the view here on your screen. We've got a 1 camera set up, so it'll be a little bit easier to track all these athletes. It's going to be a quicker event to run through. There's not a whole lot of reset time. There's not a whole lot of weight changes. You're going to see here 2 lanes. On lane 1, which is going to be on the left side of your screen, just to give it announced at the top here. Lane 1 is going to be your novice women's middleweight and heavyweights, your open women's 140 and 160 class, your masters women heavyweights, your open women 180 class, your open women heavyweights, novice men lightweight and middleweight, Masters middleweight 200s, and then your Masters middleweight 231s. Again, all of those competitors are going to be in the first lane on your left side of your screen there. On the right side of your screen, that's where the heavier bags are going to be set up. We're going to start with the novice men's super heavyweight, Masters super heavyweights, and then all of the men's open classes. So your 175, your 200, your 231, your 265, and then your super heavyweight. We'll announce there's a little more to as we go through, so if you didn't catch it up at the top, we'll make that clear once more. The finishing touches on getting everything set up. If you're just joining us, we are back for Event 3 at Battle at the Bridge 3, your Northeast Regional Strongman competition. Getting ready to kick off the Sandbag to shoulder ladder. Just to go through the rules of this event real quick, athletes are going to start behind a line. You'll see them on the floor though. There's red tape if you can make it out on the camera. They're going to start behind that line with 5 sandbags lined up in front of them. They're going to hear a whistle or a start beep from a horn. Once that goes off, each athlete is going to have 60 seconds to start at the lightest bag and work their way down to the heaviest bag. So they have to take each bag from the ground and get it up to their shoulder in whatever means they have necessary. Stabilize it, lock it out, get a down call from the judge. Then they move on to the next one. If they get to the 5th bag, they get it to the shoulder and there's still time left on the clock, they can go for multiple attempts. So we're not doing split times, we're doing numbers of bags. And then if you finish all 5 bags, it goes down to reps. So as many reps as you can get on that last bag only is going to determine a lot of the tiebreakers here.
Yeah, we're good.
You see on the left side your novice women's middleweight. That's where you're going to start. On the right side of your screen, you're going to see the novice men's super heavyweight. So we're getting everybody reordered here. I'll do some shout outs on the scoreboard as we can. But on the left side of your screen, we're going to start novice women's middleweight, the 180 class, Melanie Petrucci. On the right side of your screen, we've got novice men's super heavyweight. Adam Haynes is going to be on the right side of your screen. So you're going to see each athlete take a couple different, we'll talk about it through the event, take a couple different strategies of getting it from the ground, usually to the lap, and then rolled up to the shoulder. What we're going to look for here is command at the top. So they got to get it up to their shoulder, not their chest, not like the upper pec, their side delt. Got to get it up to the shoulder, under control, locked out and stabilized. And then the judge, as we just saw there, is going to give them a down command after it's stable. They'll move on to the next one. So Melanie getting through a couple bags on the left side here. Adam working on what looks like his 5th bag. Just not going to happen. These bags get heavy quick. For your novice men's super heavyweight, who are going to stay for a second. The first bag is 150 pounds, and it climbs all the way up to a 250-pound sandbag.
We will have Marissa. In lane 2, we will have Devin. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
On the left side of your screen, we've got Marissa Malk starting for our novice women's heavyweight. On the right side, we've got Devin Zinzer, the novice men's super heavyweight. Both athletes making pretty quick work of the second bag here. Let's see if that pace can stay up. Looks like we're good for the 3rd bag for Mr. Zinzer.
40 seconds left.
Just need to pop it up a little more. Perfect. Got Marissa with a good rep on the left on that 3rd bag.
30 seconds.
Moving on to the last one for Devin. Now Devin, if he can shoulder this bag,
20 seconds left.
and there's still time left, which it looks like there might be. Now he's going for reps. So it's not just to finish all 5. If you get all 5,
10 seconds left.
do it again.
5. Remember, it's all this round is good. 5.
Now similar, if you've been tuning in most of the day, similar to the previous event, if the implement is off the floor when the time stops, the athlete is going to have a chance to continue to attempt to finish the lift. Our novice women's heavyweight, we're moving on to Shay Stang.
3 more in this class.
Novice men's super heavyweight, we've got Jim Griffith.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Jim making quick work of those first 3 bags. All right, Shay getting it up to her shoulder. Let's see if she can lock it, get the down command, get it a little bit on her shoulder. There we go.
30 seconds remain.
Shay moving on to the 4th. Awesome clip. Jim working it up to his lap. Ooh. Has to make a couple hops to get it up. Ooh, and just too much power. Over the shoulder, does not count as a lap.
19 years old.
Awesome finish for both athletes. So you might have heard in the background, Jim Griffith was signed up for the team division. Was going to be the only person signed up in that division, so said, let's join the other big boys. So he's in the novice men's super heavyweight now. He's pulling his weight. He's got 3rd place right now.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Left side of your screen, we've got Morgan Rogers in the novice women's heavyweight, and then Charlie Wapham in the right side. Again, making quick work of those first couple bags. Now, Charlie's all the way through these 5 bags in the first half of the event. So now he's got time just to rep them out, as many as he can get. Morgan trying to get that 4th bag up. It's a bit too heavy. Charlie's got time. Nice work. Moving on to our last competitors in each of these divisions. The current leaders in both divisions. Left side of your screen, we've got Sarah Takix.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Right side, we've got George Pisano. Both leading their respective divisions right now. Sarah with a commanding lead, 7 points. Over second place, 5 points. George in a similar boat, he's got 9.5 points for first place. 2 points ahead of the next closest person. Fourth bag, just not coming up off the floor. See if George can get another rep here on the right side. He's got it up to the chest. He can make a couple hops and get it over his shoulder. Got to finish it up. Put that hand out, lock it. That's a good rep. Some excited athletes. That does it for our novice women's heavyweight and our novice men's super heavyweight. Getting some bags reordered here. Left side of your screen, we're going to have the open women's lightweight 140 class, starting with Jordan Rodriguez. Then we're going to start with our open men's 175 class, the lightweights, with Justin Height. We're switching out the bags for the lightweight women. So Jordan's going to start with her lightest bag being 100 pounds, finishing at 175 pounds. So 30 pounds over her body weight. She's got to get to her shoulder from the ground. Justin's job is not much easier. He starts at 150 pounds and finishes at 250. Well above his body weight. Already to the fifth bag, we've got Jordan. She's got it lapped. See if she can jump it a little bit, throw those hips through and get it up to the chest. Couple more hops to get it to the shoulder. Maybe one more. Pushes it over. Locks it out, gets it down to me. And she's done. Fantastic. Great effort from Jordan and Justin there. Got Sam Goodnow coming up on the left side of your screen, and then Alex Moy on the right, representing your women's lightweight 140 class on your left, and then men's 175, respectively.
Lane 1, I have Sam. Lane 2, I have Alex. Athletes ready. Behind the line. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Quick workout of the first bags. Sam coming into this event in 3rd place, only behind by half a point. So let's see if she can make up some ground. Through the 3rd bag. It's the 4th to the lap. Gets it up to the chest and the shoulder. Pretty easy. Seen it slow down a little bit, but it looks like we might be able to see a finished final bag. She's taking a breath.
20 seconds remaining.
You got Alex on the right side starting his 5th bag as well. Sam's going to call it. Alex has it up into the lap. He's got some work to do to get it up there. He can jump it and bounce it up a little bit. Work it up the chest. Just be patient with it. And it's good. Be patient with it as much as you can with 250 pounds bearing down on just your shoulder. Great run from Alex. Lane 1, we're going to move on to Amber Klein on your left side here, and then Matthew Dell on your right.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
This is another event that's going to test your overall work capacity. So we've had the athletes already go through a max deadlift, which starting off, that'll wake up your CNS, your central nervous system.
20 seconds.
Amber making quick work of those first 3 bags. Then you had that axle and log medley. Not too
30
dissimilar
seconds remaining.
a movement, getting something from the ground to overhead or to your shoulder. Really testing to see how much hip strength and quad strength you're able to retain through these events. Amber's just not close enough to the shoulder. Got a good rep for Matt on the right. Matt, pardon me. Amber needs to pop it up to her shoulder, past her chest. Not happening. So you're going to see some of these judges not give the competitors the reps until it's firmly on the shoulder of the athlete. You'll see some athletes get it to their chest, get it high up on their chest, try to lean back to get it stable and get the judge to give them a down call. It's got to be on top of the shoulder. You've got to show command. You've got to bring your feet back together. Then and only then are you going to get the rep.
Judges ready. Go!
Your last lightweight woman, Andrea Ander, coming up on your left side, and then Mackenzie Boyer representing the 175s on the right. Oh, we've got some names. Oh, we're trying out some names. Andrea making quick work of these sandbags. Mackenzie's through the first 4, working on 5. Andrea hops up with a jump, gets through the 4th. She needs 1 rep on this to tie for the event win. She's got time to do more. There's a big old head in the way. But let's see what Andrea can do. From the lap, she needs to jump it just a little bit higher. Yep, just inch it up. Not happening for Andrea. A good fight. Let's see if Mackenzie can chase this all the way up the shoulder. Remember, you've got all the time you need if you get it off the floor when time goes off. So he can sit, adjust, take some breathers, figure out the best way to get this, like I said, 250-pound, no, not happening, 250-pound sandbag. It's a lot of weight, and they've already done a lot of work. Going to keep the 175ers rolling on the right side. We'll adjust the weights for the left. Let's talk about this a little bit while they're resetting. A sandbag pick. Some people say, oh, it's just a deadlift.
In lane 1, and Anthony in lane 2.
I'd say very low deadlift, your hands are basically starting on the floor. So your hamstrings extremely taxed. We're starting with Lucy Newman on the left side here of your 160 middleweight women. Anthony Eckerson on the right. Both getting through those first sandbags pretty easily. It's not like a deadlift where your arms are straight either. You almost have to grip and hug the bag a little bit so you get some grip on it and traction to pull it up into your lap. So it's a weird, neutral, super deficit deadlift or a Romanian deadlift up into the lap. And that's only half of it. So we'll watch Anthony gets it to the lap. He's kind of bear hugging it. He's jumping with it to get the weight to move up his chest. You'll see the judge there just gave him the signal to keep going. Now Lucy's got it almost centered on her shoulder. She needs to stabilize that. Look at the judge, fantastic. Lucy just runs through all the bags. Let's see Anthony try to finish this. Oh, great work. Yeah. Fantastic work. Both athletes making it all the way through those bags. On the left side of your screen, we're going to see Darcy Ball for the 160 middleweight women. And then Matt Papenchak on the right side, still going through the 175ers. Matt's currently in second place in the lightweight division, only a point behind first place. So with a good run here, he could make his way just a little bit further up that list. And a reminder to check out ironpodium.com and search for Battle at the Bridge 3. It might be on the front page. It's one of the first things that you'll see on the page. That's where you're going to see the live scoring for this. So as soon as each event is done, our great volunteers are running the scores to the input station, getting those scores updated live for you so you can follow along for your friends or family, co-workers, pen pals. Good Lord, Darcy Ball. Matt keeping the same pace too. Darcy with an easy run straight through these sandbags, working on multiple reps. Gotta hop it up. Oh no! Just hopped it a little bit too far and it fell back behind her. Matt trying to roll it back. Now Darcy's got a minute. She's got time. Oh. She had time to try to finish it, but like I said in the last event, muscle memory for some of these athletes will take over. You'll hear time and you'll think done, but not the case today. But also it's a really freaking heavy sandbag. So I wouldn't want to be holding on to it longer than I had to either. Moving on up to our second place, actually tied for first, Tied for first in the women's middleweight 160 class, Melanie Taylor coming up. And your first place, your current leader for the lightweight men 175 division, Harold Carter. Harold with a fantastic showing so far, getting almost maximum points for every event. Now let's see if they extend their lead.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Or if they gas themselves a bit. Oh, by the way that looked for both athletes, I think we know the answer to that question. Harold making quick work. Melanie right behind him. Harold just storming through these bags. Proving to the rest of this gym, you're not going to catch me. Melanie with a successful fourth bag, moving on to her fifth. Harold, here we go. How many reps does he got? Melanie to the lap. She's got it halfway worked up. If she can jump it a couple more times, maybe one more jump, get it shouldered and stable. Great. Harold's just walking away from us. He's running.
Thank you, Dave.
Harold and I almost became very good friends. He's right next to the commenter booth.
Try to walk it backwards if you can. You can't touch anything.
Harold right next to us. He's out of frame, but he's about to shoulder.
Down.
Wow. That's not going to show up on camera. But what we just witnessed from Harold Carter, he shouldered the bag, and it ran away from him a little bit. Probably a good 10 feet away from the aisle here. Almost collided with the racks beside me, almost collided with the commentator desk. Able to control it back to the ground, and then finish the rep. I had a great view for it here. A little scared for my life after that one, but we're good. What was most impressive about that sandbag to shoulder from Harold? So it did walk a little bit, but it was still on the floor, and it didn't make any contact with any other implements. So the judge followed him over to this plane over here. I'm gesturing with my hand, it doesn't really help. The judge followed him over near the commentator booth over here, and as long as it didn't make contact with the rack or the table over here, he got it back up to the lap, he got it to the shoulder, he finished the rep for dominating performance in this class. I think it's fair to say he's going to stay on top of the leaderboard after that. Hopefully somebody's got that on video. After that excitement, we're moving to Savannah Shep in the 160s. Rounding out the 160s, is she's also tied with Melanie for first place right now. And then in the open men's middleweight 200 class, we're starting off with Gordon Jaquith. Easy for me to say. Savannah just cruising through all these bags, showing why she deserves to be in first place. Let's see if she can keep a hold of that first place position. She's down through one rep already. Getting a really nice high pick. Doing just what she needed to do. Jordan's last bag was 175 pounds. Now Gordon's last bag, we see him trying to finish on the right side here, 260-pound sandbag. Now he's got it up, time is out, but he's got the implement up off the ground, so he's got some time to fight with it, to jump it up, just out of gas. If you've never held 260 pounds of sand on your chest and just try to stand there, not an easy time. So to try to also hop that up to your shoulder, these are some impressive performances. Left side of your screen, we have moved on to the Masters Women Heavyweights. I think Wendy is the sole competitor in this class. So she's just testing herself, see what she's got. Dom Sorelli on the right for your open men 200. Wendy making her way to the fourth bag. Dom working his way up the third. He's got nice long arms on Dom, so he's able to wrap around a little bit and use those to guide the bag up his shoulder, up his body. Now he's got to get it all the way on his shoulder, so he's got another jump. And he locks it out. Great work. Dom's going to call it. That was enough of a fight for one day. Wendy with a successful fourth sandbag. Fantastic. Get a nice view of our volunteers here. Resetting the sandbags is not an easy job. So they're getting their money's worth. They're getting their workout as well. Just sitting on back upright. All of these bags have to start facing the same direction, so upwards in this case. Athletes can do whatever they want when it's their time, but everything starts standing up. Left side of your screen, we've got the women's middleweights, the 180 class coming up. Pretty competitive class so far. Had some jockeying for first place. It's a back and forth battle so far between Katie and Al. But Jessica and Tiffany not far behind them points wise. So Tiffany's going to kick us off for the 180s, the middleweights. And then we're moving up to Luke Gutwell on the right here, your open men's 200 class. Tiffany opting to push the bags over before she gets the one. Looks like Luke's doing the same. Push it over. Get your hands wrapped around it. Tiffany getting that bag to the lap. Basically a front squat, a heavy, awkward front squat to get it out of the lap. A little bit more power, and she is locked out for her fourth bag. Both athletes have started their fifth bag. Time is out. As long as it doesn't touch the floor, they can continue their attempt. So both athletes taking their time, getting some breaths. Not happening for Luke, not happening for Tiffany. Those are heavy bags, folks. For our 180 women, we've moved up to start at 132 pounds, sequentially jumping up until the last bag is 200 pounds. 200 pounds for our middleweight women. See Jessica and then Dale. Quick workout of the first bag. Quick workout of the second. The name of the game is going to be efficiency in these first couple bags. How cleanly can you get them to the shoulder without expending as much energy? Jessica through 4, making nice progress here. Let's see what the reps she can start to get. She's going to take a breather. She just needs one bag to take the event lead so far. Dale's going to take a breather as well. Let's see some of these fifth bags move. Dale's got it. Oh, nope. Broke it off the ground. It's a little bit too heavy. Jessica's got it bear hugged to the chest, and she's going to jump it a couple. Eloquently put. Jessica with a little bit of a fight there at the end. Recovered and made it work. And that's going to be the big difference in some of these events here, especially for strongman. You're strong enough. Do you have the fight to finish these? Getting Ami on the left side here. Your current second place competitor in the 180. Quick work of the first bag. Chris Vanderhoven on the right side. Ami just cruising through these first couple bags. Let's see if she can pace herself to get a couple reps on the last one, because she's got to beat 5 bags now in this class. little slower on the fourth, but it's still going up. Maybe another jump to get to the top here. Chris right behind her. Ami's got 30 seconds to get as many reps as she can on the fifth bag here. Chris right behind her. Ami to the lap. Ami up on the chest. Now what she's got to do is be patient with it, lean back, hop it up as much as she can, and work it up her chest. Your breathing's going to be compromised. Your diaphragm is under extreme pressure. Your legs are toasted, and she's got it to the shoulder. Great performance by both athletes. Ami gets 5 reps, which ties for the event lead. So now it's going to be on Katie Gutwald coming up on the left side. If she can get all 5 implements and another rep, she's going to take the event. If she can only get to the 5, she'll split points 3 ways. On the right side, we're moving to John Caraway, representing your 200-pound men. Doing a little bit of reset, a little bit of cleanup. Get right back to it. We're back underway. We've got Katie Gutwald on your left. You've got John Caraway on your right. Katie's got to beat 5 reps if she wants to take this event. She's got to tie it to hold on to first place. Making quick work through 4. Almost gets it straight to the shoulder on that fourth bag. John getting the okay on the fourth bag as well. Katie's got 30 seconds. All she needs is really 2 reps on the sandbag and she'll be done. She's got to jump it one more time perhaps. Fantastic. So as long as Katie gets it off the floor, like we've been saying, she can finish the attempt. So Katie is currently tied for the event lead. If she can get this last rep, she'll take sole possession of first place for the event. Secure a bigger gap in her class. Katie's got one more hop, maybe one more hop to get it. She's got it. What a fight. My goodness. That was big for Katie. And I'll explain why. So since she didn't split points with the rest of the girls in her class, the spread of her lead Before this event, she was 2 points ahead of second place. Jessica and Ami in that class will split points for second place. So Katie wins kind of twice. She gets a little bit more separation because she got that 6 rep and didn't tie for points. So instead of staying at the same amount of lead, she gets a little spacing there, which is huge, especially with 4 people in her class. But back to these competitors, we've got Crystal Wooden on the left in your open women's heavyweight, opening that class up. And then Dylan Small on your right. Dylan almost gets it straight to the shoulder with that big explosive pop off the floor. He's got to maybe track it one more time, one more hop. One more hop to get it up to the shoulder. Stabilize it, and we're good. He's got time for more if he wants it. If he gets it off the floor, all right. Oh, great work. On your left, we're going to start with Peyton Meter. On your right, we're going to start with Eddie Germain. Peyton representing the open women's heavyweight class. Some quick work on the first bag by both competitors. Eddie just making his way, just cruising through. Great pickup to the shoulder for his third bag. Peyton just finishes her second. Both athletes to the chest. Peyton's got it up to the shoulder. Good rep. Fantastic. Eddie threw his fourth bag. Eddie making his way up the chest. Couple more pops to the shoulder. He's got a good rep. Let's see if he keeps going. Peyton's got it pulled up to the chest. If she can take a couple pops and get it up on her shoulder a little bit higher, she's got time now. Just needs to breathe and fight it. Just not there. Oh, man. So close. Moving on to our current third place open women's heavyweight. Megan Dealey. On the right side of your screen, we've got Christopher Northern. Shared fourth place at the moment. So both of these athletes trying to make a little bit more ground up, trying to get on the podium, or further up the podium in Megan's case. Chris making methodical work through these sandbags. Megan making the third one look easy. A lot of the question for this is going to be pacing. If you come out too fast, burn out all your energy on the lighter bags. You may get far, but it's not split times. We're not going for speed here. As Megan finishes her fourth bag. And Chris starts on his fifth. Chris is going to call it. Megan's going to see if she can get that up. 200 pounds of sand just resting on Megan's chest. Not happening today. She got it up to the chest, which is crazy by itself. Now we've got some interesting movement in the women's heavyweight class with McKenna Neeb second place currently. Only a point behind the current leader, Allie Adams. And Luis Guevara, also tied for fourth, trying to sneak a little bit further up the chain here. Luis making quick work out of these bags, making violent work out of these bags, looking great doing it. McKenna also cruising through.
40 seconds remaining.
McKenna smooth through 4.
30 seconds.
Gonna take a bit of a breather. Gonna recompose herself. Let's see this bag. Luis jumping it up. Fantastic rep. McKenna working it up. Oh, not enough. She's got to get it all the way under her shoulder. There we go. She's got time. Off the ground. What a finish by Luis. McKenna just not happening for a second one. So your current leader in the open women's heavyweight, Allison Adams, with currently a 1-point hold on first place. Allie's got to get 5 bags to tie. Got to get a 6th rep to get some separation here on the scoreboard. Allie making easy work of these sandbags. Paul cruising ahead all the way to the 4th bag already. Paul Flores currently in 3rd place, trying to make his way up the ladder. Allie through 3.
30 seconds.
Now all Allie has to do here to keep the separation is just tie. If she gets 5 bags, she's still got a point lead. With that bag failing, though, falling over her shoulder before she could get the down command, she's got to speed up to get the 5th bag.
8 seconds.
She got the down command for that 4th bag, so Allie's got to try and get that off the ground. And it's not going to happen. Paul's got it up, though. He's got it in the lap. Great ankle mobility from Paul. Hiking it up the chest. Just not happening today. So that's a bit of a shakeup in the heavyweight class. With McKenna getting 5 reps and Allie getting 4. That may result in a split first position after this event for the open women's heavyweights. So we'll see how that shakes out after the scores get updated. We're going to keep working our way up the men's middleweight 200 class with Jason Titelbaum. Jason, if you'll remember from the first event, pulled a 700-pound deadlift at a 200-pound body weight. You got to think that some of that posterior chain strength is going to come into play here. So based on his endurance, let's see if he can make some ground up on, not even make some ground up, take some ground away from Brandon McNamara. Jason currently tied for first. Both split at 23.5 points. So good showing here could give him some separation as well. On our left lane, we are done with the women's division. We're going to set up for the novice men's middleweight. Starting with Andrew Riggs. And we'll get Jason going in just a second. Checking on the YouTube chat, Sarah Bible, cheering my husband B-Mac on while working in Morocco. Fantastic.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Thanks for tuning in with us. We've got Jason. We're going to run him by himself while we get everything set up here. Open men's 200, currently tied for first. Making easy work out of the first 2 bags. Nice methodical approach, getting it to the lap, hopping it up, looking strong through 3. Just great technique. Great technique through 4. It's like he's done this before or something. Jason has his first rep on the 265-pound sandbag. Now he's shaking it out a bit to get the sand to settle the way that he wants it. And he'll lean it forward just a little bit. Now this is a veteran move here, so he's shifting the sand to the way that's best suited for him. You'll see some athletes just kind of grip and rip it, but he knows where his leverages are best suited to get this bag up his chest. So as long as he doesn't let go, he can keep working it up his body. He's got to get a couple more explosive pops. He doesn't want to grip it too hard with that left arm. There's not enough left in the tank to finish that rep out. But that's 5 reps. I think we're working on getting our last bag set up for the left lane here. We've got one more competitor, Brandon McNamara, currently tied with Jason, who just went in your men's middleweight 200-pound division. Getting all the bags settled to his liking. It's another veteran move right here. If you're a strong man, take a second to look at the field. Take a second to look at the implements before you go. Any organizers worth their salt are going to let you adjust within reason. And let's see Brandon McNamara take on this last event here. Oh my goodness, that last sandbag just levitated up to his shoulder. He's got to be careful to wait for the down command, but quickly through 2 reps. Just making baby weight out of those first 3 sandbags. 4th one slows down just a little bit, but we're on to our 5th bag. If you're going to get 2 reps here, he's going to create some separation. Hops it up to the first. It doesn't look like that's going to be a problem, folks. If he gets 2 reps here, that's created the separation that he needs. So Brandon has secured sole first place. Now for some more points. Just a great pick, a great clean. Oh, we got the horns up for the 3rd round. Fantastic. That's going to create a little bit of space up at the top of the leaderboard for the open men's middleweight 200 class. We'll get your scores updated as they come. Picture's starting to clear up a little bit. We're starting to see some separation at the top with all of these classes. Most cases, we're going to see the top 3, 4, 5 competitors in some cases really take top points. Then there's going to be a bit of a points drop-off, and then you'll see the rest of the field. The left side lane now, we're getting the novice men middleweight started. Going to have Andrew Riggs starting on your left side here. Pardon me, Michael Kratinsky is going to start on the left. Then on your right side, we've got the open men's middleweight, starting with Evan Graham.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
Joshua Oakes. My apologies, folks. Josh Oakes on the right side. Both athletes progressing through the sandbags here. Now we've moved up in weight. So on the left side of your screen, we've got the novice men's middleweight.
30 seconds.
Their first bag is 132 pounds, and they finish at 220. 220-pound sandbag. Our men, our 231-pound men, the open division, which Josh is working his way through the fourth bag here, they start at 200-pound sandbag. And they finish at 287 pounds. So Josh is on the fourth bag now. That bag is 265 pounds. So you'll see there's no one right way to tackle these sandbags. But the crafty veterans, they're paying attention to how the sand is oriented, where the bulk of it's falling, how it feels in the hands, how to work and influence it up the body. Raw strength is great, but technique comes into play here. Both athletes on their third bag here.
40 seconds. 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
Getting through that fourth bag on the left, working on the fifth, about to start here. John on your right side, working through that fourth bag. This is extremely heavy, folks. On the right side, they're doing more. They're 30 pounds over their body weight on the bag that John is on right now. Not to mention the last bag, which is 56 pounds heavier than he is. Let's see if we can get it finished on the left side here.
Starting to get tired now. Tomorrow I'm just going to rest.
I'll have Will in lane 1, and I'll have Anthony in lane 2.
Lane 1, our novice men's middleweight, going to be Will Trott. Right side of your screen, we've got open men's 231, Anthony Cesaro. Quick work for Will, quick work for Anthony. Anthony moving these bags real well. He's got to be careful he doesn't flip it too high over his shoulder. Steadying enough to get that down command. Anthony's got to pop it up a little bit. Both athletes through the third bag here. Taking a breather. Let's start the fourth one. Now this bag for Anthony is 30 pounds heavier than he is. It's a little floppy. He's got a good bear hug of it. He's got it up to the lap. And let's see if he can pop it up to the chest. If he can work it up a little bit more. Oh, look at that. Anthony's onto the fifth bag.
7 seconds.
Will working on the fourth bag. If Anthony can get it up off the ground. There it is. He's got time. He's got time to take a breather. He's just got to work it up. If he takes some breath. Oh, it's just not there. Just not there. There's a 287-pound sandbag. At time of weigh-in, Anthony weighed 50 pounds less than that sandbag, and a little bit more. It's a great showing from our athletes here.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
All right, Adrian on your left side now. We've got Adam Jordan on your right. Adrian making quick work at the first bag. Adam popping it up to the shoulder. Adrian popping the second bag up, or the fourth bag, excuse me. Adam working on the second here. Adam's got it to the chest. He's got to get one of those arms over so he doesn't strain the biceps too much, but he's got it up to the shoulder. He's locked out. Yes. Adrian onto the fifth bag. If he can get that locked out, it looking pretty good. Adam's working on the third bag. Now this third bag is 250 pounds. So another bag that's heavier than the athlete themselves. This is proving a little too heavy. Great work from both men here.
Justin in lane 1 and John C in lane 2.
Justin pulling up on the left. We've got John C on the right.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Both athletes quickly through the first bag. Second one's good for Justin. John's got the lockout of number 2. John making a great one-ish motion of that third bag. It looked cleaner than the second. He's picking up some steam here. Both men onto the fourth bag. John's taking it long ways. You'll see he's got arms on the opposite side of the bag to usher it up the shoulder. He's through 4. John working on the fifth bag, the fifth and final bag here. Let's see him get some reps. He's got 20 seconds. Justin's got it to the lap on the left side. He's working it on the chest. Let's see some movement on the right. Justin good for his fourth. If John can get it up, there we go. So time is up, but he's got time. If he can get it stable and under him, he can take some breaths, jump it up, couple hops up, get a couple deep breaths in there. He's got it. Oh! And he's through. What a fight. We're going to see some movement. We've got Jeff on your left, got Joel on your right. Jeff's currently sitting in second place for your novice men's middleweight, your 231 class, by half a point. So good performance here. As it's looking like it might be already. Gonna do him some favors on the scoreboard. Jeff making quick work onto the fifth bag already. Let's see if he can get some reps here.
30 seconds.
Joel's got that fourth bag up to his lap. He's got to jump it up, really work it. Oh! Great pull to the lap to the shoulder. Jeff working his way up the body. Joel to the lap. He's got his knees together to create a little bit of a platform so he can rest a bit, get repositioned, work his way up. Oh! Joel just needs to lock it out. He needs it a little bit further on his shoulder, and he gets it down command. Fantastic.
Austin Taylor, lane 1.
Great work. Great work from both men here. Got Austin Taylor, your current leader for the novice men's middleweight, or 231 class. And then in our open 231 class, we've got Tim Daniels starting. Tim's he's gonna want to make up some points from the overhead, so look for him to be aggressive here. Make it easy work out of those first 2 bags. Austin already to his 4th. Austin through 4, Showing everybody why he is currently leading this division. Tim about to start his fourth bag.
30 seconds.
Tim's fourth bag is 265 pounds. Making great work up to the shoulder, needs a little bit more. Get stable under it, and he's got it for a rep. Austin's flying out of frame here.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll keep an eye on his judge for the down commands and the reps here. Tim's got some time to work on this fifth bag.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Tim not able to break it off for enough time to get that fifth bag. Austin finishes the rep. What a performance. Great work from all competitors so far here. Folks, this is a long day for our athletes.
Stop roughage. Lane 1. Stop roughage. Lane 1. Lane 2. Jordan.
We're on event 3. Our athletes started their first event around 10 o'clock this morning, so about 5 hours.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Working our way through 100 athletes here at Battle at the Bridge 3. Scott Rutledge on your left, our Masters 200 class. Jordan Wycullis on your right for the Open Men's 231, just screaming through the first 4 bags here. Quick work of those. I believe...
30 seconds.
Wow. Jordan's through all the bags. I think he's the first one to get some attempts on another rep here. Let's see if he can get a little bit of separation between those under him.
15 seconds.
It's good for a second bag. Great work.
10 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1.
He's got it up. Jordan's got it in his lap. So he's got time now. Doesn't have to fight the clock as much. Great. Oh, great hip hinge off the ground. Little bit of a fight. He's got that thoracic extension. He's got that mobility. And that's good for another rep for Jordan. Great work. I believe we're about to see Chris Witzel on the left-hand side of your screen, your Masters 200 competitors. And then working our way up to Damian Hollis in our 231 class.
All right, Christopher Witzel. And Damian Hollis. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Chris and Damian. Chris making quick work of the first bag. Damian right behind him. Moving right along. Chris working his way through the fourth bag here, popping it up. Really using some of those biceps to get it up there. Great work on the fourth bag. Damian working on his fourth as well. He's good for a rep.
7 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
Gonna call it on the fifth one. Chris still has irons on that last bag. If he can work it up. Oh, not enough in the tank. Fantastic showing by Chris so far.
Chris Wood in lane 1. Sean Harkin in lane 2. Athletes ready.
We're bringing our Masters 231s in on the left side, Chris Wooden.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
And
Sean Mulliken, who we saw just annihilate the overhead press with 8 reps total. Let's see if he brings some of that momentum into the sandbag medley here. Pretty quickly through the first 2. Called out the first 3 for both athletes. Smooth and steady for Sean here. Chris hopping it up to the shoulder. It's a little bit more work to get. The judge trying to stay in the frame there. Sean working on the final bag. We're going to play the how many reps does Sean get game. That's 2. Sean's currently tied for 4th place in the class right now. So making some ground up on this, which he seems to be doing just fine. 3 reps on that last bag.
Jerry in lane 1. Jonathan in lane 2.
Fantastic showing from Sean there. Jerry pulling up in the left lane. John Kramer pulling up in the right. John's currently sitting in 3rd in the men's middleweight open division, 231 class. John is a point ahead of 4th and 1 point behind 1st. The top of the middleweight class is real tight, really tightly grouped right now. So any kind of separation they can get is going to do a lot of good. John threw the first 4 pretty quick. Taking a deep breath. It looks like he's got some energy in him. Let's see him get a couple reps here. Jerry making quick work of the first 4 bags as well. John with his first rep. Jerome. Oh, Jerry. He's good. He's good at 5. Nice work. Now John's got to hit 3 to match Sean and stay in that deadlock. It looks like he's starting to give a little bit. If he can at least keep that 2nd rep, he's going to call it. That's going to have some implications for the 231 class. With John getting 1 rep, Sean getting 3, Sean starts to create some separation here. Now we've got Dan Morris on the left-hand side of your screen and Tyler Keating on the right. Tyler attacking these sandbags. Dan threw 3. Dan's whipping through these. Dan currently in 2nd place in the men's Masters 231. Tyler working on that 4th bag. Tyler's got that 4th bag down. Dan and Tyler both working on the 5th bags here. Tyler's to the left. Oh, and he takes a bit of a tumble there. Looks like he suplexed the bag. He'll be able to recover. Let's see him get a couple reps here.
10 seconds remain.
He's got his arms locked in a bear hug around that bag. He's going to hop it. Ooh.
3, 2.
And just not enough energy to keep it stable. We've got folks checking on Tyler. It looks like he hyped up and just threw it a little bit of his shoulder. Great run by both men there. And we're working on the very last athlete in both of these weight class here. So Masters, men's middleweight, our 231 Masters. Andrew Brock is going to finish her off here. Right side, we got Rick Carroll.
All right, athletes ready. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Andrew and Rick, your current leads in each class. So Rick's chasing down Sean Mulliken with his 3 reps on the last bag. Rick's making work of these bags so far. Looks doable based on the pacing. Andrew's working on his fourth bag. Rick's just threw his fourth. 40 seconds, and Rick's onto his last bag. I think he's going to make up some ground here. Andrew finishes. Andrew, I believe, needs 2 reps to take first in this event. So Rick's going to hit his second bag. Rick's got 3 bags to tie for first and keep his separation. He's got a 2-point lead on Sean Mullican. If he gets this bag, he keeps his lead. If he can get it up, he's going to go for it. So he's got time now. He can take a second, readjust, catch his breath. And to hike it up, if he can lock it. Rick with 4 reps on that last bag. Whew. Folks, I'm sitting down. I've been sitting the whole day. I'm tired. These guys are putting in work. Got our wonderful volunteers. We'll shout them out once more. They've got their hand trucks. They've got their dollies. They're moving these sandbags around all day. We are pulling up the big boys. We've got our 265 class. We've got our open men's super heavyweight class. And we're going to see who's got the endurance, who's got the work capacity to keep working through these sandbags. So we'll start with the 265ers. We've got that lane clear and ready for you. 265, we've got Justin Reynolds. The 265 men's heavyweights start with a 220-pound bag. And then it goes 250, 265, 287, 300 pounds. So with their third bag, what Justin's on right now, that's his body weight. That's a body weight of sandbag. Hopping it up, trying to get it above the chest to the shoulder, locked out. Onto the fourth bag, 287. Just fighting for it. A couple more pops will get that up to his shoulder. He needs to lean back. There we go. And Justin's going to call it at that. Great work. Moving on to David.
I wish there's some circulation back here. Got a hot computer, got all this equipment. Yeah. At least I'll have it.
We got David Rube.
I like that 230.
We're just down to one lane for the rest of it. Only have that many sandbags. Yeah. David passed the second bag here. Working on the third.
30 seconds.
This third bag is David's body weight at the time of weigh-in. He just hoisted it over his shoulder. Working on the fourth one. 287 pounds of loose sand.
15 seconds.
David composing himself. pushing it forward a little bit. We saw a similar technique with Jason Titelbaum, where he just pushes it forward a little bit. So he's not yanking all of the weight spread across the entire bag. He's got it leaning, so he's only picking a more centered weight. So Justin, now David, for the 265ers, both getting through 4 sandbags. Got Damon. Currently in 3rd place. Damon's going to make pretty quick work of that first bag. Pretty quick work of the second bag. We'll call this one the body weight bag. Let's see if he can get this one pretty cleanly. Working it up to the lap. Now you'll see in that position where the bag's kind of folding over frontwards, the sand's falling away from you. So you see some of these competitors take different strategies with the packing of the bag. What just happened there, if the bags are not full completely and stiff, that top sand is going to flop forward a little bit, which changes the leverage of the pick. It's subtle, but in some cases where fractions of a second matter, that extra little fluff just hanging forward could be the difference in a successful shoulder or not. So David's going to take a couple hops, jump it up his body. Looks like it's going to settle. It just needs to get a little bit further forward. It's on his chest. He needs to get it on his shoulder. He needs to lock it out, and a good wrap. David with the first to clear the 287 bag. Or Damon, rather. Matt Gary, your next competitor in the 265. Matt's currently in 2nd place. He's got 2 points over Damon, over 3rd place, and he's a point behind 1st. Every point matters. It could be the difference between an Arnold invite and a Nationals invite. Or no invite. So mistakes are costly.
35 seconds left.
Matt threw the first 3 bags pretty quickly here. He's got about half the time left. Got a good pick to the chest. If he can jump it up a couple times and at least match that 4th bag, he'll probably be in good spots. Matt's got that last bag. Let's see what's left in the tank for Matt. Looks a little gas, but let's see if he can get it off the floor. He's got it. So see Matt.
4, 3.
So Matt's got it off the ground. He's got it up on the chest. If Matt can be patient with it, just work it up his body, breathe, it's just not there. It's a lot of weight. That last bag is 300 pounds of sand. So these athletes have already gone through a max deadlift. They've gone through a clean and press medley, which is not too dissimilar from the mechanisms used in a sandbag to shoulder. So their central nervous system, their spinal system, that musculature in their back, their hamstrings, they're starting to feel it right about now. Our final athlete, Ty McFarland, men's 265, current leader. He's got a point over Matt, making his way through the bags. 4th bag is up. 4th bag is locked. Ty, at the very least, maintains his lead with that 4th bag. Now Ty opting to go long ways for the sandbag, the larger one. Now he'll flip it directionally. It goes a little bit catty corner on the way up, which helps you get at least a little bit of that sand over your shoulder. And Ty's got it. That's all he needs. He makes it through the rest of the medley. And Ty's going to get a little bit more point separation in that 265 class. We're on to our men's super heavyweight class. Final class running through this event here. Michael Otten made his way through the first bag. Let's get that second one up to the shoulder, pop it up. Good to go for the second rep. Michael working that third bag up to his body. Fantastic. So the super heavyweights, we have made another jump in the bag weights. The super heavyweights first bag is 250 pounds. It goes up to 265, 287, 300, and then their final bag is 325 pounds. Now in this division, that might not be body weight for some of these athletes. But 325 pounds is no joke. Sam Kamini is going to be our next athlete.
Judges ready, go!
Sam Kamini. First bag is good. Second bag to the lap, second bag to the chest. Little bit further needed, as judges saying, and now he's good.
30 seconds.
If you're wondering why that's not a rep just yet, as we said at the top, the sandbag has to be on the shoulder, not touching the shoulder, not approaching the shoulder. It's got to be on top of it. And as this is a regional level competition, a qualifier for nationals, a qualifier for the Arnold Amateur, we hold these athletes to a pretty high standard. So Sam's got it up to the lap. He's got time to work it out. Now, time's out, but he's got time to work it up. We want to hold these athletes to the standard that they're going to be held to at the national level and at the Arnold level. And they're going to give you the rep when you have fully earned it. So Sam making it a bit further than halfway through this course. We'll see what Craig Pfister has for us. If you're just joining us, we are just about through the third event here, the sandbag to shoulder ladder. Here at Battle at the Bridge 3, Northeast Regionals for Strongman Corporation. 100 athletes.
Athlete ready, judges ready, go!
Let's see Craig's bag run here. First bag's up pretty clean. He's got it locked out. He's got it stable. On to the next. Got that second bag up. Looking pretty routine so far for Craig. So let's see the jump up to 287. Not slowing him down. Craig's 3 bags through. His next bag is 300 pounds, however. I don't think anybody's picked that just yet. Craig composing himself. Craig's got it to the lap. Just a lot of energy to get that up into position. Fantastic work by Craig. Craig is done. Great fourth rep by Craig. Great showing from all of our athletes so far here. Warren McDonald is your next competitor coming up.
Athlete ready, judges ready, go!
Warren starting work on the second bag here. Making his way to the third, this bag, 287 pounds. Warren's got it up. If he can get it stable, lock it out with the judge, fantastic. Jason Frawley judging this event. Fantastic super heavyweight competitor in his own right. Wants to make sure all these athletes are fairly judged, sure, but if you're an athlete, you want to earn every rep that you get. You don't want there to be any question after the event. You don't want to be accused of not finishing it. You want it to be absolutely certain that you did what you needed. Moving to Josh Schneider here for our men's super heavyweight class. Josh locks out his first bag. Second bag is up for Josh. Locks it out. Josh needs to be careful just to be a little bit steadier at the top so he can get that quick down command from his judge. As soon as he's stable and locked out, not moving, he's going to get to move on to the next bag. So we're on bag number 3. This is the 287-pound bag. He's got it up to the chest. Great position to be able to clean it to off that first pop. So if he can pop it a little bit more, get it more on the shoulder, great job. Josh is going to call it there. You don't understand unless you've tried to pick one of these sandbags up just how taxing it is on your body. It's not a solid or a fixed implement. It'll move around on you. It slides around your body on the way up. And there are no grip shirts in this event. So you're working against the sandbag. You're working against potentially a slick surface. Woo! Tyler Kucharski just tossing it up there. Tyler's looking to make up some ground. He's currently sitting in 9th in the open men's super heavyweight class. Starting on his third bag, no problem. He had to get it off his shoulder to move to the next one. Tyler Kucharski threw 4 bags. He's tired, but he's not allowed to stop. There's a 320 bag. Let's see if he can be the first one to finish it. 320 is up to the lap. Come on. Finish it up. He's got to stabilize it, get it over his shoulder. Oh, and he's got a rep. Does he have more? Nah. Not enough time. Great work. It's got to feel good for Tyler. He made up a lot of points in the log and the axle press. I bet you he's making up more on that one, too. Bryce Young, our next competitor. Currently tied for 7th with 14.5 points. Bryce had an 805-pound deadlift, 3 reps on the press medley. Let's see if Bryce can make some headway. There are 15 athletes in the super heavyweight men's open class. So that means that there are 5 nationals bids up for grabs here. Bryce currently sitting tied for 7th, so if he makes up some ground, he's going to put himself in shooting distance of that 5th place. Through 3 bags pretty easy. Bryce employing that 1 over 1 under technique for the sandbag. A lot of success for a lot of people. If you got strong lats, you can kind of rip that up your body pretty easily. Bryce moving on to the 5th bag.
20 seconds.
Needs a bag to tie Tyler. Needs 2 to take the lead. If he can stable it, oh, fantastic.
10 seconds. 4.
Bryce will take the event lead. If he can finish this bag, he's got some time to compose himself. Let's see what's left in the tank. If he doesn't give up on it, keep hopping it up to the shoulder. Oh! Heartbreaker as it just kind of scoots off the side of his shoulder there. What a fight. Great showing from Bryce. We're going to move to Terrence Gilbert, who Bryce is tied with currently in 7th position. Let's see what Terrence has got for us. Kyle. Apologies, we got Kyle Ruiz up. I believe Terrence has either bowed out of this event or the competition. We'll get some clarification. Kyle hikes the 3rd bag up.
20 seconds in.
Looking pretty easy. Only took him 20 seconds to get to the 4th bag. So let's see him hop this 4th one up.
30 seconds.
Easy work through the first 4 bags. As a reminder, this last bag is 320 pounds. 320 pounds of floppy sand. Does not want to be lifted. Kyle just imposing his will otherwise, though. He's got it locked out for a rep. And that'll be good enough for Kyle. So we got to break that barrier at 5 bags. Currently sitting 3, I believe 3 athletes have hit that mark so far. So we're going to be splitting some points if we don't get some separation here. Corey Thomason, our next competitor, currently sitting in 5th place with 21 points. Only 3.5 points out of 1st. Corey, quick work through the 1st. Woo, just flying up for the 2nd. 3rd bag is good. This is routine for Corey. Fantastic clean up to the shoulder. Just a little bit of a wobble there, but he got it. We got time to work on this 5th bag for a while. 30 seconds we just heard. Corey's got at least a rep. Fantastic. So Corey joins the club with 5.
20 seconds.
At least 5. Great pop of the hips. Got the bag to the shoulder. That's 2 at that last bag, making 6 reps total. So he's got the event lead right now. Sole possession of the event lead, Corey does. Let's see if he can make his score a little bit harder to beat. Nah, just not happening. But he does what he needed to do. Corey Thomason with 6 reps, taking the event lead so far. But we've got some scary competitors coming up and might have something to say about that. Josh Gregory, going to be your next Open Men's Super Heavyweight competitor up. Josh is currently sitting in 4th place, but only a 1.5 points behind the leader. Very tightly contested race in the top 5 positions so far for the super heavyweights. So Josh is mashing his way through these first couple bags, not even stopping at the lap through 4.
20 seconds in.
Oh, Josh making the last bag look easy. Got at least 5 from Josh. Let's see if he can tie for the event lead. Needs to hop it up and get that shoulder. At least tied. Josh and Corey with 6 reps. If Josh can get another one, he'll take sole possession of the event lead. Josh with a powerful, and he locks it out. Fantastic. Just to put it in context, every bag weighs above 250. The last 2 weigh above 300. Josh just did 7 total reps. It's closing in on a ton, a literal ton of pounds moved in one event. Just hoisting it over his shoulder. So Josh is currently in the lead for this event. We've got Tyler Gustafson. No slouch on the sandbag. Quickly to the shoulder. Through one. Quick work of the second bag. Super clean technique, just ripping it off the floor. Not hanging out too long in the lap. Rolling it straight up past the head onto the shoulder. It's a great technique if you've got the strength to shove it up there. Then you just flip it over your head. Makes it very easy for the judge to give you that down command. So Tyler's on the already to the 5th bag. 320 pounds. Let's go, Tyler. He's good for 5. Now it starts. Tyler with 5, at least tied for 3rd. Sharing points with Tyler, Bryce, Kyle. I think Tyler's going to call it at 5. Fantastic showing from Tyler. But what that means, implications for the scoreboard wise, Tyler's going to split points for now 4 ways with other competitors in this class. Corey and Josh, who were right under Tyler in the standings, are going to make up some ground. Josh might pass him. So we've got Tyler Thompson, currently in 2nd place, tied with Tyler Gustafson with 24 points here. Tyler threw 3 bags pretty quick, working on the 4th. You'll see Tyler go in the... You'll have the athletes call it hot dog or hamburger, which is about as... about what you'd expect for a strongman competition. Opting to choose the last bag the long ways. Got it up to his chest. The same thing Kacharski did with just shoving it over his head, making it real easy for the judge to give a down command here. So Tyler Thompson has at least 5 reps. Has it to the chest, has it to the front rack, couple more pops and flip it over the head. There he goes. Steady, and he's got 6. That's going to be enough for Tyler to put some distance between himself and Tyler Gustafson. He splits points with Corey Thomason. Perfect. And our final competitor in the open men's super heavyweight, we've got Joseph. Joseph Basira. Now Joseph has some targets to hit if he wants to keep his half-point lead on the crowd here. Joseph's got to get 5 points, 5 reps to share the spread with a slew of athletes. So bare minimum, got to get 5 reps here. The weight's not looking too difficult. Joseph's taking his time from sandbag to sandbag, though. So maybe Joseph's got a number in mind, and he's just pacing himself. If he can lock that, he's Good for that fourth rep. Joseph needs to take some big, deep breaths here. He's got 20 seconds. And this is going to determine where he sits after this event. It's a 320-pound sandbag. He's got to get one here. He's got to get at least one rep. He's got it to his chest. He's got to flop it over his head there. He's got to lock it out, lock eyes, get it steady. He's got at least 5. Okay. We're going to see some shakeup. All right, folks, that's going to wrap for our sandbag to shoulder ladder. We're going to cut pretty quick here to commercial. We've got some setup to do for the next couple events. We're going to run to our max sandbag toss, which is going to be outside, which is why we're going to have to do some setup here. We've also got the yoke and the frame, which we're clearing the lanes here for out in front of me. So we're going to cut it at that. We'll get some updated scores as we get them through. Realize I haven't said, I'm Sean Fuller. Nice to hang out with you today. Appreciate you coming through. We are here at Battle at the Bridge 3, the Northeast Regionals. We're going to cut to a quick commercial. We're going to do some setup, and then we'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back, folks. We're going straight into the action because we've got a little bit of a split screen here. We've got on your right, our women's divisions are starting on the sandbag throw, the max sandbag toss over bar height. So you're going to notice we've got a little bit of an interesting setup because we've got cameras outside of the gym, and then we've got our yoke and frame competitors about to get started on the left. So we're going to do as best as we can to call it out, but like we were mentioning up at the top, 580 wants their athletes to have the best possible experience, and a lot of the times that means getting done with the show on time. If you've done strongman competitions before, the show starts at 10 and you're not leaving until 10 p.m., it's a long day. It's already a long day. We want to get these athletes the best possible chance to recover as much as they can, but get them out the door enough time to go celebrate with their families, get refueled, showered, most importantly. So you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got a camera indoors. Got our athletes warming up on the yoke and the frame. On the right side of your screen, we've got a camera outside focused on the women's max bag height. So we're going to forego some of the labels for now because we've just got so many things going on right now. What we're going to do is we're going to get through the women's sandbag throw on the right side of your screen and then cycle them inside to the frame and the yoke carry. So these events are going on concurrent. After the men are done on the left-hand side, obviously, they're going to shift outside to the sandbag throw. So to get you caught up again, welcome back. Battle at the Bridge 3. This is your Strongman Corporation.
Running down there, we swap them back.
Strongman Corporation Northeast Regional. I'm just getting some production notes as we go. Goodness, apologize for the noisiness. Battle at the Bridge 3, your Strongman Corporation Northeast Regional. Out of Monica, Pennsylvania, 580 barbell, presenting gym here. We've got some Arnold bids up for grabs. All of your open divisions are going to send one person to the Arnold Amateur Competition in Columbus, Ohio, late February, early March of next year. The podium, at the very least, of all open classes is getting a nationals invite. Strongman Corporation is going to be in South Carolina the end of September of this year. So we're moving on to our fourth and fifth events here. Take our time to go through a little bit. The left, the yoke and the frame carriers are quite loud. So on the left-hand side of your screen where you see folks warming up, these men are warming up the yoke and frame event. The yoke and the frame is going to be a two implement medley. The athlete is going to carry a yoke 50 feet down, sprint back, and then carry a frame 50 feet. So you'll see it in frame in a little bit here. But the frame carries a large, stylized, bridge-looking implement. A little bit longer than you're used to with a frame or with a farmer's carry implement. So again, it's yoke down, sprint back, frame down. The score is going to be your time to finish as an athlete. If you're not finished within 60 seconds, the score is going to be the distance that you cover, the last implement that you touched. Drop it as much as you want. You have 60 seconds to complete the course. On the right side of your screen underway, you're going to see the women's divisions doing their max sandbag. So we've got just a ton of throwing sandbags lined up, filled with different weights. The women first available sandbag is 15 pounds. Then they jump 20 pounds, 25 pounds. And then you've got 2.5 pound jumps from there. All the way up to 42.5, all the way up to 65.5, I believe. Or 65 even. So you'll see on the right side, since the athletes on the left are still warming up, you see an athlete with a successful sandbag throw over the 11-foot high height. And they're just going to keep going until they're out. So it's not like the deadlift event, the first event that we had, where if you miss, you only have 3 chances. Or if you miss, you're out. You go until you miss. So for instance, if the women start at 15 pounds, throw every bag between 15 pounds, 20 pounds, 25, 27.5, 30, all the way up until they can't. They can jump in, they can jump out as they please. If they miss, they're done. The score is obviously the heaviest bag that they can throw over that 11-foot height. Successful bag throw on the right there. Into the mechanics of a sandbag. Very simply put, you just want to chuck it over the thing. That's about as simple terms as you can get. Throw it over the thing. But mechanically, it's so nuanced, so technical. The difference in a couple of angles and a couple of leverages and cues could be the difference between making it over that 11 and shooting it straight backwards. So you see with that athlete, she didn't clear the height. So she has, I believe, 30 seconds total to successfully clear that height. You're going to see a couple different techniques employed in sandbag throws. And we'll try to call out the athletes as we recognize them coming through. I believe this is Shay Stang, women's novice heavyweight. Great showing from Shay so far. Easily cleared that 11-foot height. I believe we've got Allison Abs, if I'm not mistaken. Just sending that back into orbit. Now this is a great event to run because you can technically take all these bags, as long as you still make them, that can be your warm-up. So there's no absurd spin-up time. Just go. Just a bit short on the right side there. She's going to try a couple different techniques here. That one cleared. Fantastic. So I said at the top, it can be as easy as chuck sandbag over bar. Let's get into a little bit of the technique behind this. You might be watching it and first think, oh, it's like a kettlebell swing. If you're familiar with kettlebells. It's a handled weight. Kind of similar form to a sandbag. And the answer is kind of not quite. Kettlebell is obviously a static weight. And with kettlebell swings, the goal is not obviously to launch it. It's just to get a good workout in, pumping through your hamstrings, through your glutes, through the hips. You can do a Russian kettlebell swing, which is about, if you put your arms straight up, a little bit above that is what you're targeting. You can do an American kettlebell swing. I'm not a fan, but you can do it, which is where you can kettlebell all the way up to your head. But the sandbag is more like a power clean. If you're familiar with Olympic lifting, if you're in the CrossFit or strongman side, if you're just familiar with cleans in general, you want to generate height and power. You don't want to generate swing necessarily. The focus is the height and the power. You achieve that through the swing. You achieve that through triple extension of the ankles, of the hips, snapping your body together in concert to generate as much explosive power upwards. Way more similar to a power clean than a kettlebell swing, in my opinion. For what that's worth. Now you'll see some athletes hold it handles left to right, just both hands on a normal grip, just fling it. That's probably the most popular. You'll see some athletes turn it clockwise or counterclockwise 90 degrees, so the handle is going up and down or passing between their legs. Seeing most athletes so far opting to have the handles in front of them straight out. You'll have some folks, we saw a couple of athletes ago, who will do it one-handed. Now, one-handed, the argument for that is going to be, you build some momentum by swinging it around your body a little bit. You get it in a track, you get it in a groove to really maximize as much power as you can by building momentum through that swing. There's a force curve that's just a little bit different. And if you're an athlete that's practiced in that, it'll probably go okay for you. Now, I personally have not had a sandbag throw in any competitions that I've done, so I'm not going to try and speak from any modicum of experience. I've had the most success personally in training with the handles out in front of me. Usually don't take too many warm-up swings or pre-throw swings. It's usually one swing back enough so that I generate some upward momentum, but not all the way through my legs. And usually only one swing backwards, because you don't want to use up too much energy that's not going anywhere. You'll see some of these athletes do 2, 3, maybe 4 warm-up swings as they kind of mentally prepare themselves to chuck it. To each their own, but that's energy that's not going anywhere. And we see an athlete with a stuck bag. That does count. At Battle at the Bridge through, if the bag gets stuck on the top of the apparatus, it does count as a successful throw. I didn't think we'd see it so early. But there you have it. Now, something you want to be aware of too with the sandbag, obviously dissimilar from a kettlebell, These sandbags aren't all the way full of sand. Like, there's some space in there for the sand to move around. So if you don't have that swing, like the weight of the sand in the bag at the end of the quote-unquote rope, you're losing that momentum that you're building by swinging it, and it's folding in on itself. So rather than a pendulum, it's kind of like a floppy pendulum, for the lack of a better way of putting it. And that means that a lot of the momentum, a lot of the force that you're using to generate that upward thrust is going to get lost in trying to flop it or snap it back into that fully extended position and drive it up over the bar. So you'll see a couple folks, if they don't get it fully extended, like that weight locked at the bottom of the sandbag, it's not going to go as high. What a great throw. Getting some decent height there. Sounds like we're just about finished with warming up. On the left side of the screen, the yokes and the frames. People are getting their last couple warm-up sets in. While we're going through the women here, I think Kate Gutwald is about to go up with her signature cheetah print pants. Let's look at some of these classes and see where the standings are. We'll start with that class. The open women's middleweight women are at 180 pounds minus. That class is led with a pretty commanding lead by Katie Gutwald. She's got 11 points. Out of 11 points out of a possible 12 through these first three events. Second place, we've got Ami Flowers, 7.5 points. So 3.5 points to make up on Katie if she wants to sneak into that Arnold spot. Half point behind Ami, we've got Jessica Patterson at 7 points. Third place, making up the podium. And then Tiffany Brock to finish out the 180s with 4.5 points. I'll jump around a little bit because I believe we've got Andrea Andor out of our 140-pound lightweight women. Taking a warm-up swing, clearing the bar with pretty easy. Andrea's leading her class as well with 10.5 points. 3 points over Jordan Rodriguez with 7.5. A point behind her with 6.5 points is Sam Goodnow. And then a point behind her is Amber Klein, 5.5 points. So we'll jump to the 160s. We've got Savannah Shep in first place, with 11 points. Melanie Taylor right behind her with 9 points, only a 2-point spread there. And then Darcy Ball filling out the podium with third place, 5.5 points. And Lucy Newman rounding out the group in fourth place with 4.5 points. Our novice heavyweight women we're also throwing at the moment. We've got Sarah Takix with 9.5 points. 2-point lead over Morgan Rogers with 7.5. 2-point lead over third place, Shay Stang, with 5.5. And then Marissa Malk filling out that division in fourth place with 4.5 points. Pretty tight race with our open women's heavyweight class. We've got McKenna Neeb pulling into first place with that sandbag performance, getting that last bag. Netted her 1.5 points because Allie and Megan split points with just getting the fourth bag. So McKenna's got a 0.5 point lead on Allie. McKenna with 13.5 points. Allie right behind with 13. And then Megan Deely in third place, rounding out the podium for the open women's heavyweight with 8.5 points. Peyton Meter in fourth with 5 points. And then Crystal Wooden with 2 points to round out the rest of the division. I think that was McKenna that just threw a bag. And Peyton coming up as we speak on the right side here. Peyton just not enough height to clear the bar on that one. Just needs a little bit more oomph. Right there. She's got 30 seconds total to get it over the bar. Oh, and she clears it. Fantastic. I'm hearing last call for our yoke and our frame height selections, and then any warm-ups. So the yoke, maybe a bit more popular implement outside of strongman. I know they use it in some CrossFit events. It's in some gyms. A yoke is an apparatus with a thick crossbar that suspends 4 weight stocks usually in each corner of the yoke. We are underway with our yoke and our frame competitors. Starting with our novice men's middleweight class. Got Mike Kerchansky. Great sandbag throw arm on the right there. So the screen on your left, this event is going to take a little bit of time to get through because every athlete has had their height measured at the beginning of the competition or at weigh-ins. The frame pick is going to be the same height for everybody, obviously, but the yoke crossbar is adjustable. So depending on an athlete's height and preferences, they're going to raise or lower the yoke. They cannot adjust the height the height, after the fact, obviously. So it's another piece of strategy involved with the yoke carry, at least. You want it high enough off the ground so it doesn't drag and you get penalized for it, but not too high. It starts to rock back and forth and cause a challenge to your momentum. Just a hair shy on the right side here with a sandbag throw. Give it another attempt. Very close. Side of your screen, we've got the yoke and the frame carry underway. I believe Andrew Riggs and Will Trott making their way back to the frames here, taking a little bit of a dive over the finish line. According to the rules, the front of both implements need to cross their respective lines. There are unlimited drops. You've got 60 seconds total. If you don't finish the course, you are scored on the distance that you traveled with the last implement that you got to. Gonna reset it. Believe we're gonna get Adrian and Justin in your novice men's middleweight class, the 231 men. The right side of your screen, that's Andrew with another successful bag. We're gonna have to keep our eyes glued to the scoreboard because we do not have bag labels, at least that the camera is able to pick up. More successful throws. The women just cruising through this event. Your next set of yoke and frame carriers motoring on through. Great time on the yoke by both athletes. I think Adrian and Justin. Sprinting back to get into the frame. Carrying that as quickly as possible. You'll see on the stream, if we can get a clear shot of it, these are big frames. They're longer than farmers carry implements. They're not as wide as some frame carry implements, so it creates a very unique weight distribution. And we're going to say it a lot this time, but especially for this event, thank you to the volunteers. There's not an easy way of resetting the frame and the yoke. So if the athletes don't make it, it's getting reset. So they're going to have to work in shifts to reset the implements after each event, reset the yoke height after each person runs it. Had another bag hit a sticking point on the right side. Got our next two competitors, I believe, Jeff and Austin. Jeff and Austin both making quick work of the yoke. Finishing the frame in pretty good times. Austin and then Jeff respectively make up your first and second place competitors for the novice men's middleweight 231 class. Resetting the yoke in the frame.
All right, athletes ready, judges ready, go!
We've got our Masters men 200 pounders, our middleweights, Scott and Chris Witzel. Looks like Chris is going to finish the frame. Scott is not far behind. He's picked the frame, making steady progress with it. Couple drops are okay. of as many drops as you need, as long as you're making progress. I want to thank you again if you're joining us, hanging in there live. Battle at the Bridge 3, your Northeastern Regional Strongman Corporation competition. We've reached one event on the right, your sandbag, your max sandbag throw. Very easy to run through. Very easy to progress. And then your yoke and frame carry medley. Takes a minute to reset. Takes a minute to load the weights. Try to get the calls as best as we can here, but there is going to be some time between each athlete on the left side here. Just a little bit short on that sandbag on the right side. Got Jerry from your Masters Men's Middleweight 231 class. Finishing the course, we've got Chris Wilton. The last couple steps of the On the right side of your screen, we've got an athlete who just missed the bar. Starting to run out of the gas in the tank, it looks like. Sandbag throwing is deceptively strenuous after several reps. Pretty easy to recover from. It's a great warm-up event. But after about 5 or 6 or 7 bags in a row, that's some explosion that you're really, let's start, well, not for alley abs. Just rockets another bag over the bar there. They'll start to take some power. So many explosive jumps or throws upward like that really starts to wear you down. Resetting the yoke in the frame for Dan Morris and Andrew Brock in your Masters Men middleweight. Bringing the yokes on down right in front of us here. Pretty dead even. These athletes make up first and second place, respectively, Andrew and Dan, in your Masters Men middleweight 231 class. Photo finish for these folks. Got Andrea from our 140 women class. Just a little bit under the bar for her throw. Athletes have 30 seconds to complete the sandbag throw, so she's got time for another attempt here. A couple warm-up swings, really digging deep. Got our next two athletes out, and the yoke in the frame. Excuse me, we've got one athlete going. I think it's just him, since we've got an odd number of competitors. Great run. I believe Adam Haynes. I've relayed a message outside to try to get a weight placard set up for our throwers out there. Kate Gutwald with a successful throw. Not sure exactly what weight they're on just yet, but we should soon find out. We can keep track of that as we go. Phenomenal, look at that. 37 pounds on the sandbag. A successful 37-pound throw over the bar. We've got our novice men's super heavyweights just trucking down the lane here. Two successful finishes from, I believe, Jim Griffith, Devin Zinzer. We'll move up to our final two men's novice super heavyweights, Charlie Wapham and George Pisano. Just a little bit under the bar outside with our 37-pound sandbag. You're going to start to see, as we get real heavy outside, and I'd consider 37 pounds a heavy sandbag, you're starting to see the effect of the sand in the bag folding in on itself. So as you see some of these athletes reach back and swing the sandbag behind them, you'll see some slack form. What that does, it disrupts the force production curve from actually having the full force applied. But you can still muscle through it. but it's going to be that much more difficult. So you want to reach it deep enough through your legs and behind you that you're getting enough of kind of a wind-up, but not so far that you start to lose or start to generate slack in that quote-unquote rope. So we see Allie with another just moonshot. Allie looking to get right back on top of her division here. She's a half a point out of first. The super heavyweights, Charlie and George, sprinting back to the frame. My goodness, just freight trains. The novice class is going to be close. I believe we've got George on the right side here. He's your current leader with 13.5 points. And he was just edged out by Charlie, who's behind him by a full point. So some movement on that leaderboard. We're starting to see some attempts from the women's side. At 40 pounds. 40-pound sandbag thrown over an 11-foot height. Let's see who out of these athletes can get this 40-pound sandbag over. Oh, so close. 40 pounds, for reference, is a relatively heavy weight for men to throw. So our women's class is just continuing to show up, just barely under the bar. Oh, so close. I believe that was Ami Flowers. Just missing, barely, the 40-pound bag. We've got Kate coming out for the 40-pound bag as well. Kate Gutwald in the women's division. Trying to express some dominance here. She's already ahead 3.5 points. A successful bag, wow. That'll put her at the top of that class with a pretty firm grip. We've started our lightweight men inside. Picking up a bit of a pace here. This is Justin Height in the 175 men's lightweight. We can out a successful run with the frame. Fantastic. Just a near miss again with the 40-pound sandbag. Successful 40-pound throw. Fantastic.
Judges ready. Go!
Got our next two athletes on the yoke and the frame event here. Should be Matt Dell and Mackenzie Boyer in our 175 class. That frame has proven to be pretty challenging for these athletes. So here's kind of the thing with the frame. A yoke oftentimes is pretty similar enough where if you train on one yoke, besides super yokes that are further out, larger altogether, most yokes are going to feel somewhat similar. These frames, however, and we'll get them in shot. These frames are very long. I want to say they look between 7 and 8 feet long. So with the weight so far out from the center, it has a propensity to kind of tip forward or lean back based on where the grip of your hands is. If you're not picking it just at the right spot, that weight's going to nosedive into the ground or it's going to fall backwards. And it's not going to be a very good time to move that weight. We'll turn our attention to the right side while we reset indoors here. Ali Abs with a 40-pound sandbag. Just every single one of the sandbags from Ali so far has looked the same. Easily tosses it over the bar. And we're moving up. Athlete on the right side. We have moved up to 42.5 pounds on the sandbag for 11 feet. And our next two competitors getting after it inside here. A little bit of a dive on the left side there. This is close quarters, folks, so if you're not, you want to be fast, but you want to be careful too. 42.5 pounds on the sandbag on the right side here. Oh, it just clears it. Still a handful of athletes sticking around. 42.5 pounds, good for her as well. Another huge thank you to the volunteers. We've got some of the horse stall mats. If folks are nosediving their yokes or their frames, the horse stall mats that make up the ground in this competition area, it can kind of get peeled up or just out of sync, so our volunteers are working pretty quick to remedy those. Working pretty quick to adjust the yoke heights. The last of our 175 is going right now. Matt and Harold. Harold just booking it down. Harold with a blistering time. Matt not far behind him. What a run. Just endlessly impressed with these weight class athletes. Speaking of impressive, we're moving to 45 pounds on the right side of your screen here. 45-pound sandbag. That is your typical Olympic plate that they're throwing 11 feet in the air. Ali Ab stepping up with her 45-pound sandbag. A couple practice swings, clears it, looks pretty similar to the last one. McKenna making that 45-pound bag look pretty easy too. And that's going to be the real fight in that open heavyweight division for the women. McKenna leads Allie by 0.5 points. So neither of them want a tie. McKenna would be okay with a tie. Would prefer to take it so she creates some separation here. There's only 5 people in that class, so there's not a ton of points to be able to spread between them. Just a hair short. I believe we're moving up to our men's 200-pound competitors with Dom Sorelli. Going solo since we have an odd number of competitors. Moving with that yoke. It's a little bit wobbly. But he finishes the course. Let's get back to the frame. Good sprint back to the frame. Nice sandbag over. 45 pounds. I believe one of our 160 women. The frame. Dom is holding on. He's going to finish this one. What a run. $45 pounds about to go up. Oh, maybe just a misgrip there. Looks like it came out of the right hand just a little bit early, leading to not a full power release there. Ah, and she cleans it up. Fantastic. Kate Gutwald still trying to put as many points on the board as possible. The 45-pound bag loaded up here. Couple practice swings, and just over the bar. Fantastic. Got our next 2 middleweight competitors. Gordon Jaquith, Luke Gutwald. Luke just zooming back to the frame. This is one of those events that talked about at the top. I'll let them finish. Fantastic job by both athletes. This is one of those events where transition time makes a huge difference when there's fractions of seconds at play. If you sprint back to the frame and you overshoot it and you have to adjust, that gives the other person just enough time to creep back up and take the lead from you. We just saw Allie Abs with a 47.5-pound sandbag. Good Lord. And luckily, we get to see McKenna right after her. 47.5 pounds. McKenna, the taller of the 2 athletes. Oh, just clears it easily. This is going to be one to pay attention to. That first spot, that direct route to the Arnold. If I'm not mistaken, both women have been. Both women would like to go back. We are resetting for the 200-pound men. Chris Vanderhoven and then Dale Hawthorne coming up. Stepping up. Dale's going to be on the left side of your screen. Chris on the right. Oh! And Kate sticks it. Sticks the landing. 47.5-pound sandbag. Stuck on the top of the implement. That counts. We said that counts. Chris Vanderhoven losing his glasses halfway through the event there. And yet, still recovering with enough time to make the frame look easy. Dale finishing right on his heels. Fantastic effort from both athletes. I think outside they're calling for any more at 47.5. Step up. I believe we're going to a 50-pound sandbag. 50. 50, she says. Allie getting herself type up. I know it says 47 on the screen, but this is 50 now. Oh, and just clears it. Fantastic. We're seeing a shootout with these two. McKenna directly ahead of her in the scoreboard by half a point. Can't afford to miss this. 50 pounds coming from McKenna to 11 feet. McKenna Neeb hoping to lock up an Arnold invite. McKenna having a little bit of a height. Oh, and right over. Both athletes. Oh, gosh. We love all strongmen here, but the women's division are just so fun to watch. They are each other's biggest cheerleaders. They get so hyped up for their competitors. They want to be pushed. Just such a delight to have such high-level women athletes here. Got Chris Northern and then Paul Flores. Working our way up on the 200s men. Yoke walk, moving right along. We've got Kate Gutwald trying to put her stamp too. She doesn't want to be left out of this. Kate's in a different division than the other two, McKenna and Allie, but never one to back away from the heavyweight herself. Just a bit shy. And I think she's good. I think she's in this event. I think she's probably happy with how far she's come home. Athletes just about to finish the frame carry here. Inching it towards the finish line. This is getting unreal. On the right side of your screen, I think we're down to 3 athletes that are about to attempt to put a 52.5-pound sandbag over an 11-foot bar. I don't know if we can get our research department on this. Research department being me Googling between competitors. I don't know what we're looking at for women's records when it comes to sandbag throw. But gosh, it feels like we're getting close, huh? Being reminded by our research department that they have done this at the Rogue Record Breakers a couple years ago at the Strongman Classic, but it was 15 feet instead of 11. Hard to draw some. Oh, and Allie just gets it over again. 52.5 pounds. This may go on a while. John Caraway and Dylan Small starting the yoke run here. Pretty tightly packed. And we're going to watch McKenna to see if she can hold her lead on this division. McKenna's throws have looked pretty... Oh! And we see our first stumble. So McKenna has to get this over. She's got 30 seconds total. If she gets this over the bar, she maintains that half-a-point lead. Oh, and it's just not going. Folks, it's inches. Oh, man. So McKenna is not able to get it over the bar. That means Allie's gonna take a point over McKenna, which is gonna flip-flop their positions. Allie's gonna regain the lead. And McKenna, I believe, will be a half a point behind. And then we've got, I believe, an athlete that's a division or 2 lower Oh, just a little bit outside. So McKenna had the height advantage, but just a little bit more power Allie was able to generate. And it looks like Allie's going to be the only one to finish the 52.5-pound bag. I can't read lips. I think we're getting a why not signal.
Judges ready. Go!
We've got Eddie Germain and Luis Guerrero yelling at each other as they're sprinting down the road. What a delight to watch. Fantastic. That'll bring us to our last two competitors, I believe, in the 200-pound division. So you see on the right side of your screen, I don't think Allie's going to make another jump. We need some Benny Hill music playing. What's happening on the right side of your screen? The women were throwing to an 11-foot height. For the men, that jumps up a couple feet to 15 feet. So the apparatus that we're using to judge that height, a little unwieldy. Gonna add some extension rods to it to make it a little bit higher. And we're gonna get ready for Jason Titelbaum and Brandon McNamara, who make up your first and second in reverse order. So Brandon McNamara is currently your leader in the men's middleweight division with 200-pound men division with 36.5 points. And Jason Titelbaum right behind him. It's a big division, a lot of points up for grabs, especially an event that can be the difference in fractions of seconds. Jason's got 33 points, so he's 3.5 points behind Brandon. So if Jason can put 4 athletes worth of time between the two of them, Jason's got a strong start on the yoke, but Brandon's behind him. The transition time is going to be key here. Jason back into the frame. Frame is up. Brandon's up with the frame. Jason's got him edged out. Jason drops it. Brandon's going to cruise past him. Oh my goodness. Jason just barely behind. So Brandon's... We'll see how the scores shape out. But at least between those two, Brandon's going to maintain his lead over Jason, as Jason just had unfortunately dropped pretty close to the end there. We're starting with our first athlete outside, our first male athlete. I think we're just getting some warm-ups right now, so disregard the numbers. And these are just going to get launched for a while. Indoors, we're moving up to our men's middleweight, 231-pound men. The 231 class has a pretty clear leader with Rick Carroll with 38 points. But making up some serious ground is Sean Mullick, just destroying the log and axle press. And then a great on the sandbag to shoulder. He's 3.5 points behind with 34.5 points. And then with 34 points, we've got Jordan Wichelis. Wycullis? Sorry, Jordan. We've been here for 7 hours. Right behind Jordan, we've got John Kramer, 33 points. And Tyler Keaton. We're hoping Tyler's okay. He had a little bit of a tumble on the sandbags. We'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he's back to full power here. That rounds out your top 5 for the open men's middleweights. Tyler's pretty close to the cut line. We've got a point and a half behind him is Damian Hollis. So if there's enough separation, Damian might sneak his way into a Nationals invite shooting distance by beating out Tyler in this event. Or beating enough people between himself and Tyler to get some points. All right, on the inside, we're moving up to the 231s, our men's open middleweight division. Just to give you an idea of how much weight they're carrying, the yoke for the men's 231 division is 610 pounds. That's 610 pounds directly on the back of these competitors. Directly on the back of these competitors and walking with it. And not only walking with it, attempting to sprint with it. So these athletes are trying to move as quickly as possible with 610 pounds on their back. Then they get to sprint back and pick up a frame that weighs 590 pounds and run that the distance of the course. I believe we've got Josh Oakes. We've got Adam Jordan. Adam making quick work of the yoke. I think 2 of our competitors, John and Evan, have either opted out of this event or they are done. Adam makes work of the frame. He's got a drop there, but he got a good start. If he gets another good pick and makes it, he can hold on. Just going to inch that towards the finish line here. Josh finishing the course. Adam needs to make a couple more steps. The thing that's hard with this, if you drop it a couple times, this is effectively a 590-pound frame deadlift. Each rep you're trying to get it up and start to move with it. So 1 is hard enough. Multiple is going to take some tax. We're going to start to see some interesting things with the middle of the pack here. We've got Anthony Tessar and we've got Tim Daniels about to queue up as soon as we get these implements reset. I've said it once, probably said it 5 times, I'll say it again. But thank goodness for the volunteers here. They are they are manually resetting each one of these implements, which for most of these volunteers is resulting in doing way more work than the athletes themselves. We now have 3 we now have 3 men inside 1 frame resetting. Resetting the frame on the left-hand side. And Dante forgoing his production duties and just running the frames, running the yokes himself. Tim and Anthony getting ready. Heights getting adjusted, implements are back. Anthony's going to be the left-hand side of your screen. We've got Tim Daniels on the right side of your screen. Anthony and Tim are right beside each other in the standings. Tim's got a 4-point lead. But like we said, a couple seconds is going to make or break here. So Anthony out to a strong start. Tim right behind him. Maybe about a yoke's length. Tim has to drop. Anthony done with the yoke. He's got to transition quick. Slow down a little bit closer to the frame. Pick it up and move. Tim finishes the yoke. Gets back to the frame. Anthony, if he doesn't drop it, is going to put a phenomenal time on the board here. Finish it out. Finish it. Oh, he's just stopped a little bit from the end. There we go. He's done. Tim's had a couple drops here too. He's making up the rest of the way. If he can hold on and finish it, fantastic. Just a great run from both athletes. We'll see how the scores shake out and the times shake out. We'll update them as we go. But Anthony put together a pretty darn good run, and Tim right behind him. Is it enough for Tim to stay on top of Anthony? Is Anthony going to put enough people between him to make up a couple points? A lot of tight packs in these classes. It's going to be fun to watch. We've got Joel and John starting to set up here. I want to give a shout out to some of the spectators that are hopping in to help them reset these implements. These are heavy. Want to specifically shout out of Lift Hard and Die Strong, the apparel company. They've got a booth up here. If you're watching inside the gym or right around it, stop by their booth right next to the turf here. They're starting to put equipment out. They're starting to put supportive equipment out. Lift Hard, Die Strong. Sean Schellinger is helping with the resets. Now we've got John and Joel, both making quick, steady work of these yokes, finishing with no drops. John with a fantastic transition, Joel right behind him. It's going to come down to who can hold on to it the longest. If they get a solid pick, looks like they both got good grips on it. John's going to finish in a great time. Joel's right on his heels, but a couple seconds of separation. What a result. John's going to put some separation between himself and the rest of the people below him for sure, and I think he'll make up some points, pushing him further up the board. However, now we've got a 6-point jump between Joel, who had 22.5 points, and the next competitor up, Damien, with 28.5 points. So there are some pretty firm break points with this scoreboard so far. We're resetting for Damian Hollis and then Tyler Keating. On the right side of your screen, the non-open middleweight, heavyweight, and super heavyweight men are starting their attempts on the sandbag throw. I'm not going to lie to you folks, they're going to be there a while. It's 35 pounds over a 15-foot bar, and these guys are just rocketing them up. We've got Tyler getting steady under the right yoke. So the right side of your screen, you'll see him getting ready. On the left, you see Damian Hollis. retaping the ground just to make sure the athletes have a solid view of where they're going. Getting the runway clear, we've got Tyler and Damien ready to roll. Both athletes with a solid start on the yoke. Great time on the yoke so far. Got to transition quickly to the frame. Got to get a good steady pick and not drop it. Tyler making up some ground there. Fast time from Tyler and Damien right behind him. Fantastic. How to get to our second to last heat. We've got John Kramer and we've got Jordan Wycullis. Jordan, your current third place occupant. Jonathan, fourth place occupant. Not a lot of points separate this area of the scoreboard. And not a lot of seconds are going to separate these runs. We'll be very interested to see how the scores start to shake out after this event. Starting to see the scores roll in for the Mac Sandbag toss for the women's divisions. If you want to follow along, again, you can go to ironpodium.com and search for Battle at the Bridge 3. It should be one of the first results that you see there, but you can go to the bottom of that page, click scoreboard. You will see live scoring for this competition. Got Jordan and Jonathan. Solid start on yoke. Fantastic run. The competitor on the right side. That's going to be a pretty tough time to beat. The left side struggling a little bit with the frame to keep up time. Holds on all the way to the end of the line. Fantastic. You want to talk about effort. Last but not least, we've got our first place, our current leader for the men's open middleweight division at 231, Rick Carroll. Right on his heels, we've got Sean Mullican, who has been making up ground these last couple events. Aims to take that top spot. Let's see if he can put together a fast enough time to get some points back here. And Dante Petrella just not able to finish that last yoke push. He's got to get a couple more inches across. Dante's been single-handedly resetting these yokes. I think these are more yoke runs Dante's done today, resetting these, than I've ever done. Total, cumulatively. Sean Mullican's going to be on your left. Rick Carroll on the right. On the right side of your screen, we're working up to the 40s. 40-pound sandbag for Craig Pfister. Easily over the bar. Clearing the lanes for the last two 231 competitors. Getting situated, getting the equipment straightened out. Rick's going to be on your right, Sean on your left. will bring some drama because both athletes have showed up fantastically. Sean just edging Rick out on the we'll see the transitions better. Sean sprinting back to the yoke. Back to the frame. Sean's first to the frame. He's got a head start. Rick is back on the frame himself. Starts his frame. Sean with a blistering pace and Rick with a drop about halfway through. Rick not happy with his performance there. Sean with a blistering pace. No drops. Pretty close to perfect transitions. Rick, unfortunately, about halfway through the course, either grip or misgrooved halfway. His frame dropped and had to repick it. Valuable seconds. Valuable seconds being lost there. Now there's 3.5 points separating Rick and Sean, so let's see how many athletes fell between their two times. And that's going to determine how much ground Sean has made up on Rick for first place in this men's middleweight division. Moving up to our second to last division here for the yoke and the frame for the men's side of things. We've got our 265 athletes, our men's open heavyweights. Going to be starting with David Rube and then Justin Reynolds. For those asking, absolutely, we're going to see the women transition into the yoke and the frame as soon as we get through the rest of the men here. So we've got the 265 men. We've got about 5 athletes to get through on the yoke and the frame. Then we've got our super heavyweight men to get through on the yoke and the frame. Then inside is going to be exclusively the women's classes, and all of the men on the outside. And with all the men outside, the ambient temperature in the gym is going to lower about 5 degrees, which I'm not going to complain about. Got a request for Frawley to put sleeves back on his shirt. We've tried. I think we were missing 2 athletes. So the schedule of events, we are just about wrapped. 1 more class, 2 more classes to go for the inside competitors. The women are done with their sandbag throws. So we're just about done with event 4 in totality here. The men have transitioned to outside. I believe we're seeing some of the open men's super heavyweight actually competing outside right now. We'll get some clarification for you folks. More than anything, we want to make sure this event ends with a reasonable amount of time. So after the women finish, I think we got some of the last people to go from the men's class to go outside. I would imagine if the open super heavyweights went outside to start throwing, they're going to wrap the rest of that event before they come back inside to do their yoke runs. So we'll confirm with the promoters, but I believe what we're going to see inside here is we're going to get the 265 men through their yoke and their farmer's carries. And then we're going to move to the female weights and start getting their runs in here, just so they don't get too cold, so they can keep progressing through the rest of the competition here. And we'll see the open men's super heavyweights outside. Just taking some time to change the weights for the men's yoke and frames here. So our men's 265 open heavyweight class. The yoke weighs 660 pounds. 660 pounds. And the yoke is, or the frame, pardon me, is 630 pounds. So these men are going to move about 1,300 total pounds, 100 total feet. Taking a little bit of liberty with the math there, but you get it. One of the things our promoters and our volunteers are making sure of, if any gaps or anything starts to show up at the stall mats, they're on the competition floor. We got to fix those, got to make sure there's no gaps, no lips to trip over. Now our 265ers are off. We've got David and then Justin, I believe. Both with solid time, no drops on either side, transitioning back to the frame here. First athlete finishing the frame in a decent time. Second athlete on the right side there, 630 pounds, is just a fight. So he's got time, he's got unlimited drops, and he's got time to keep moving it forward, and he's going to get measured if he doesn't finish the course by the distance that he does complete on that implement. Wasn't able to move the frame a whole heck of a lot. To the athlete's chagrin, but probably to the joy of the volunteers. You don't have to reset it too far. You look towards the right side of your screen. Moved up to a 50-pound sandbag. 50 pounds being thrown over 15 feet in the air. And a successful lift by Craig. Got what looks to be our last 265ers here, Matt and Ty. Matt will be on the left side of your screen, Ty on the right.
Judges ready, go!
Trying to truck it with 660 pounds on a yoke. Both athletes moving great. Great progress. Matt just slightly ahead with transition times. Let's see who's going to be able to get the cleanest pick off the frame. Matt with rock solid grip, getting the frame up, but Tyler right next to him. Just a couple feet behind. Oh. Matt drops right in front of the line. Matt unable to hold on through the entirety of the course. Gonna cost him maybe a second or two. But it was enough to get Ty in front of him. Solidifying just a little bit more space. At the top of that leader, Ty, we've got in first place in the 265 men's class with 14 points, and then Matt behind it with 11 points. So Matt could have used a little bit of help. In creating some separation here. Our athletes outside still working on that 50-pound sandbag. I believe we're making a jump from the looks of it. 52 and a half pounds in that sandbag. Getting launched over 15 feet. So we're seeing some resets here on the left-hand side of your screen. The women are going to be the last to go. All of the female... Female athletes are going to be the remainder here. By the way, we've got scores updated at Iron Podium now. So everybody that just competed has their scores updated from their yoke and their frame. The sandbag toss for the women, all updated. And we've got a little bit of an audible for the women doing the frame carry. The original, as you've been watching on the left-hand side of your screen, the original event was a yoke carry, a sprint back, and a frame carry to the finish line. There's been an audible called for time's sake to make the event a frame carry down and back. The yoke's been taken out of it. It's a frame carry down and back. No sprint transition, no yoke carry. Again, the women are just going to carry the frame down, turn around, bring it back. So we've got our men 52 and a half pounds on the sandbag. Still looks like there are plenty more to go. We could probably catch specific names once we start to thin out the proverbial herd here, because there's quite a lot of beef outside of the gym there. Let's take a look at our scoreboard, though, because our awesome scorekeepers and our score runners have already updated the sandbag toss scores for the women. So let's draw some attention to how things are looking for our open classes first and foremost. Our open women's lightweight class, our 140 and under women. Andrea Anhor has maintained and improved her lead, holding on to first place with 14 and a half points. With 4 people in her class, she could effectively budge the frame an inch and still come home with first place. I don't think Andrea will be doing that, but that's the state of play for the points right now. Andrea with 14 and a half points, and then Jordan Rodriguez in second place with 10 points. So this is going to be a fight for the podium now in the 140 class, because Jordan Rodriguez is in second place with 10 points, Amber Klein is in third with 8 points, and Sam Goodnow is in fourth, only a half point behind with 7.5 points. That means if Sam beats Amber in this frame carry, she will get onto the podium, she will get a nationals invite. Taking a look at the open women's middleweight class, or 160 and under. Similar story, but not similar enough. Savannah Shep has 14 points, has a 3-point lead on Melanie Taylor, who's in second place with 11 points. So 3 points separate those two. They could still tie and go into a tie. So Savannah needs to keep some distance away from Melanie. Darcy Ball rounds out the podium currently in the 160 class with 9.5 points. And then Lucy Newman fills out the rest of the class in fourth place with 5.5 points. Moving up to 55 pounds for the bag throwers. Still making easy work of it. We'll check back in on them in a minute. Open women's middleweight class, our 180-pound class. Katie Gutwald a commanding lead with 14 points, but not commanding enough to relax. We've got Jessica Patterson with 11 points in second place. Ami Flowers in third place, rounding out the podium with 9 points. She can take into that second place position. And Tiffany Brock rounding out the rest of that class with 6 points for fourth position. Points. So this is do or die for both of these athletes here. Third place in the open women's heavyweight, Megan Deely with 11.5 points. She'll look to maintain her podium position over Peyton Meter, who has 7 points, is in fourth place. And then Crystal Wooden rounds out the class with 3 points in fifth place. If we look at our novice women's heavyweights, it's another close race. We've got Morgan Rogers with 11.5 points. Right under her is Sarah Takix with 11 points. And then Shay Stang bringing up 8.5 points. So still anybody's game depending on how things shake out. Marissa Malk in fourth place with 6 points. Still able to make it on the podium and get that national spot. Pardon me, this is the novice division. They do not get national invites. Men's super heavyweights look like they're at the 57.5 pound bag. believe we've got Tyler Gustafson here trying the 57.5. Not quite enough lift on the first bag, but let's see what he's got. Just barely underneath. And Tyler's got the height, but just not enough to get over that 15 foot. Looks like we're starting to thin out a little bit outside, though. So if you are just tuning in, first off, where have you been? How are you doing? Happy to have you back here. We've got Battle at the Bridge 3, which is our Northeast Regionals Strongman competition for Strongman Corporation. This is an Arnold Invite competition. All of our open class winners will get an invite to the Arnold Amateur Strongman competition next March in Columbus, Ohio. Our podium finishers, and in some instances our 4th and our 5th place finishers in our open classes will get Strongman Corporation Nationals invites. Pretty exciting day here at 580 Barbell in Monica, Pennsylvania. Absolute amazing set of athletes have come from almost 20 states to be here and compete. With some of these super heavyweights making 60-pound sandbags just soar over that 15-foot bar. 20 different states represented, 100 athletes competing almost on the dot. We're getting down to the last little bit here. Not a lot of competition left, but so much more movement on the scoreboards. Potentially. If you're joining us live, great to have you. If you're watching us after the fact, hello from the past. What's it like in the future? I believe we're starting to recognize some of these athletes. Tyler in the super heavyweights. I believe Tyler Thompson, if I'm not mistaken, just barely misses that 60-pound bag. So we've got to be getting to our final couple super heavyweights here. We are getting our women's division started here. I believe this is Melanie. So if you're just tuning in, we are starting with the women's divisions on the inside here. What was a yoke frame medley carry is now a frame down and back. With considerations for time and with considerations agreed upon by the athletes, to get through this a little bit quicker, we have adjusted this event to just be framed down and back. So the athlete will take the frame, the bridge frame that you see there on camera, and they will sprint it down with a successful 62.5-pound sandbag thrown on the right side there. They will sprint with that frame, or try to sprint with that frame, down and back the course. 50 feet down, 50 feet back. They have still 60 seconds to complete it, and if they can't finish it, the distance from the end will be measured, and that will be their score. Another successful 62.5-pound sandbag on the right-hand side of your screen. We've got our novice heavyweight women, Marissa and Shay. Marissa on your left, Shay on your right, as the camera is situated. Marissa's made it down. Shay's just about to get across the line on that end and turn around. Marissa, strong finish here. And Marissa will take that heat, at least. Shay bringing the frame back, holding on gripping. Just not far enough, just barely behind the line. Now she's got it done. To give you a sense of what weight these women are carrying, that frame is 360 pounds. So 360 pounds, you're not allowed to use grip aids such as straps. You are allowed to use chalk. You are not allowed to use tacky unless you'd like to be swiftly removed from the gym, because that's kind of gross. Nobody wants tacky on their metal frames. We've got Sarah and Morgan, your second and first place leaders in the novice women's heavyweight class currently. Now what's going to be interesting is these athletes prepared for a yoke to frame carry. So all of the athletes agreed to the challenge. However, were they prepared from a grip endurance perspective to run the frame? We already talked with the men about how every frame pick that you have to do is essentially that frame's deadlift. From an elevated height, but still a deadlift, and you have to walk with it. So we finished up with our novice women's heavyweights. And our men are at 65 pounds in the sandbag. Really digging deep in there. That looks like the height is there, but not just enough power to make it over the bar. Scooping real deep. He hits the implement, which gives him a little bit of a courage, it looks like. A little bit of confidence that he might be able to make it over if he gets it clean. He jumps with it, just not enough. Looking like we're going to have a weight change for the frame. Oh, Just barely. Another unsuccessful 65 throw. The frame race will start. Next group of I want to say we've got Sam and Amber. Sam Goodnow and Amber Klein running out of our open women's lightweight 140. We're about to get our next two 140-pound open women lightweight women started here. We've got Andrea Anhor, your current leader, with 14.5 points, and then Jordan on the left. Jordan Rodriguez is in second place with 10 points. This is a battle for the podium now. Andrea's got enough of a lead where she cannot fall off the podium. Andrea, with a comfortable looking grip, is going to finish the frame kick for the first turnaround repick. Let's see how cleanly she can get it. Not going to be a problem. I don't want to spoil it, folks, but Andrea is going to the Arnold. So I guess I did want to spoil it. We're getting our next group of athletes up, our open women's middleweight class. This is a tighter race. We'll have Lucy and Darcy, Lucy Newman and Darcy Ball going next. And we've moved up to a 67.5-pound sandbag. The right side of your screen, our open men's super heavyweights are attempting to launch 67.5 pounds, 15 feet in the air. And it looks like that competitor did, just not quite enough to get over. Got our first two competitors in the 160 class. We've got Darcy and Lucy. Making pretty quick work of this first frame. It's going to come down to who can hold onto it for longer. Because that second pick is going to tax your grip. If you can hang on, phenomenal time on the left-hand side of your screen here. Not far behind her. Respectable times for both of them. Finish up with Melanie Taylor currently in second place and Savannah Shep in first place. 3 points separate the two of them. Just to give some context for how heavy this sandbag is that they're about to throw in the the open men's super heavyweight class. I believe we're going up to 70 pounds. As the 160 women get their frames started, both making it to the end fairly quickly. Oh, accelerating as well. Phenomenal times from both athletes. It looks like Savannah and Melanie are going to hold their grips on first and second, respectively. Corrected on the right side of your screen. We're done with the super heavies. 67.5. I did not catch if anybody conquered it, but that's about where we ended up. So now we're going down to our novice, the rest of the men. All of our non-super heavyweight men. They're going to start at 30 pounds. They're going to warm up for a little bit, and we'll keep an eye on them there. But our women are going to finish up. I believe we've got one competitor going now, and Wendy Wenzel will be going by herself. Wendy with 4 total points out of a possible 4 total points is 100 on the day. Wendy's going to call it. Being the only competitor, she does get to kind of dictate what she does here. So she's had her fun. She's had enough. Do not blame me, Wendy. Let's just quickly take a peek at how some of the other scorecards are starting. We're starting to get some of the yoke and frame times in for the men's. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through the rest of the women's yokes here. I believe we've got our 180 open women started. We've got Tiffany on the left-hand side of your screen, and then Ami right to the right. Ami's got to put a good time to stay on the podium. It looks like she's going to make great time. She doesn't drop. Fantastic. Both athletes completing the course with relative ease. Ami just a tick faster. That'll bring us to Jessica Patterson and then Katie Gutwald. 3 points separate these two athletes. So it is Katie's race to lose. Katie's going to be on the right side of your screen. Jessica Patterson on the left. Jessica can't take sole position at first, but she can lose possession at second. Jessica with a strong start out in front at the end. They're both going to turn around, pick it cleanly. Jessica's going to look like she has the fastest time in this course. Katie right behind her. In truth, I don't think the scoreboard will shake up too much in the 180 class. The men will be warming up for a little bit here on the right side of your screen. We're adjusting the weights for the open women's heavyweight competitors. Our open women's heavyweight competitors are going to be carrying a 410-pound frame. Because we have an odd number of competitors, we can't run 2 at a time. Crystal Wooden will be going by herself. And if I'm the one breaking the news that 5 is not cleanly divisible by 2, I am sorry for that spoiler. We've got a solid attempt from Crystal, though. That's a heavy amount of weight to be carrying down, no matter how you slice it. So we're going to measure her distance. Going to reset the frame, and then I believe we've got Peyton and Megan. Peyton Meter and then Megan Deely on deck. Megan's going to be on your right, Peyton on your left. Megan looking to keep a hold of 3rd place, stay on that podium, and get a nationals invite. Peyton looking to knock on the door, still possible with a really good attempt here. Both athletes will pick. Both athletes are on the move. Megan's grip just gives out. Peyton's does as well. 10 pounds is just no joke. Peyton finishes the first half of the course. She turns around, grips it again. Off she goes. Making good progress. Peyton's the furthest athlete that we've seen so far. Peyton's got an inch. Oh, fantastic. Peyton's our first finisher in that class. And now we've got potentially the closest set of competitors. In first place, on the right, currently the right side of your screen, we've got Allie Abs with 18 points. But immediately behind her on the scorecard, on the left side of your screen, is McKenna Neeb with 17.5 points. If you're just joining us, I'm catching up with the chat. Yes, there has been an audible call for the sake of time and for the sake of just the athlete's sanity, frankly. The women are not doing both the yoke and the frame carry. The women have been changed. The athletes all agreed to it. A frame carry down and back. We're about to see an upset here. McKenna moving very well. Already down. Making her way back. Allie just not able to catch that frame. McKenna finishes it. McKenna locks up what looks to be an Arnold invite for the open women's heavyweight class. Allie's going to try to get a couple extra inches just for some more points because some of these competitors didn't make it the full way. Just a tough outcome. And she's going to call it. That's going to do it for our open women's heavyweight class. That'll shake up the open women's heavyweight. McKenna and Allie have been going back and forth all day. McKenna, this final event just favored her strengths. She was able to sneak out with a first place finish. So with that, all of our women competitors are done for the day. Our male non-open super heavyweights are outside throwing. You'll see them on the right side of the frame. And then our men's super heavyweights are going to be on the left side of your frame, finishing up their last event. So we are resetting indoors the yoke and the frame. as this is the last set of competitors going through this event, you can see the meet directors just talking about logistics, trying to make it as best as they can for their athletes. And a final time to shout out the fantastic set of volunteers here. This is hard work. The athletes obviously are the stars of the show here, putting on performances they've prepped for weeks, for months potentially. These volunteers have not stopped. Whether it be resetting the implements, scorekeeping, keeping the time. Now what it looks like we're doing on the left side, I'm a little bit out of earshot, but what it looks like is we are making room to run both the yoke and the frame. Maybe if there's room. Looks like they're measuring it out now. Trying to see logistically how we can get some of this to run a little bit cleaner. Got our super heavyweight men warming up for their last event here on the left side of your screen. Not too much to talk about, so I won't assault your eardrums here, but some nice background video content. We've got our lighter divisions, our open divisions on the right side, working their way up the sandbags. They're tossing 25 pounds right now over a 15-foot height. And they're going to go until they can't. We'll keep an eye on those guys as they start to get higher and higher. I won't read all the results out live to you, because if you're watching, I don't want to spoil anything too hard, aside from what I already have. But if you go to ironpodium.com and then look for Battle at the Bridge 3, should be one of the first results that comes up since it is today. All of our women's category scores are updated. So you can go in right now and see how every woman competitor fared over the day. What the final standings are, who's getting an Arnold bid, who's getting a Nationals bid. Just some phenomenal performances over the day. Some really tight races, too. Looks like we finished one of the classes outside. We're starting to get some warm-ups, or we're hopping in on 30 pounds here. Got the male super heavyweights. Still warm. The men will be doing both the yoke and the frame carry. They're warming up on the yokes right now. They're gonna make room for the frames on the other side. The women are all done.
All right, guys, we're about to start loading them up. We got 7 flights left for you guys.
About to get our super heavyweight men started here. Got a little bit more warm up. Rolling. Just putting the finishing touches on the yoke and the frame for our super heavyweights here. And our men outside are throwing 30-pound bags to a 15-foot height. Just not enough oomph to clear the bar for our competitor on the right side here. I want to say we're starting with our open men's lightweight on the right-hand side.
All right.
All right. Our men are getting started.
Judges ready. Go!
Male super heavyweights are out on the floor for the yoke and frame carry. We've got Sam and Mike. And outside, we'll try to relay the message. Both with successful yoke carries, the frame moving down the line. Mike bringing it up, not letting go. Fantastic finish tonight. Awesome work. And they are done for the day. To the relief of those competitors, they can get some food in them. More importantly, a shower. And just to hit the weight here, the open men's super heavyweights yoke is 700 pounds. 700 pounds of weight just crushing down on you. The frame, not much better, 680 pounds. You can kind of see it's taken 4 people to reset these yokes. And these men just ran it probably sub 10 seconds apiece. We've got a lot of competitors to go tier 2. We've got Terrence Gilbert and then Warren McDonald. As soon as we're able to get things reset. If I'm not mistaken, I think we've got the Masters men, the 231 class outside, just to give you a feel for where we're at on that end. I think we've got Adam Jordan in the 231, so it looks like we collapsed some classes here for time. Adam's going for 30 pounds over bar, easily clears it. Fantastic. Got our 2 super heavyweight athletes. Looks like Craig is out on the floor on the left-hand side there. I think we've had a couple athletes drop. So Craig's making consistent work on the left-hand side here. And I believe this is Josh Schneider on your right here. Tricky view from where I'm at, but I think we've got Josh. So we've had 2 athletes, Terrence and Warren, either opt out or they're not back inside just yet. I don't know if the camera's picking it up well, but on the left-hand side, we've got 3, 3, maybe just 2. We've got volunteers. Oh my goodness, Dante and Josh, dual carrying the frame back to the reset position. The implements reset. We've got Tyler Kacharski, and I believe we've got Bryce Young. Tyler's going to be on the left, Bryce on the right. Tyler and Bryce make up 8th and 7th place, respectively, as we're getting to the end of our super heavyweights here. Outside, we've moved to 32.5 pounds for our bag throwers. I believe that's Chris Westall, the Masters men's middleweight, or 200 pounds, just launching that sandbag over. Got our next run coming. Tyler's off with the yoke. Bryce to his right. Tyler making quick work of the yoke. Sprinting back to the frame. If he transitions clean into this frame pick, he's going to get some points here. Frame is up. Frame is moving. This is 680 pounds in the hands. Tyler's not going to drop it. He's going to finish the event. No drops. Clean run. His cohort on the right. Still a very clean run, but he dropped it at the halfway point. He's got to make it just a little bit further. Nicely done. They're going to reset. And our outside athletes are at 32.5 pounds on the sandbag.
reset, getting our frames reset. Reminder, this is a 700-pound yoke, 680-pound frame that they're carrying. And we're moving up the scoreboards. We got a couple more heats left inside, and then we're done with the inside events. Our men's super heavyweight class, the final class to go inside. And our men outside working on the 32.5-pound sandbag. Got Tyler Gustafson on your right. I believe that's Kyle Ruiz on your left. Two athletes. Tyler's in 5th place, hanging on to a Nationals invite right now. Kyle Ruiz trying to knock on that door. He's only 2.5 points behind. Starting to see the updates come in from the scores pretty live. Tyler Kucharski finishing fastest so far with 21 seconds. Tyler Gustafson making a sprint out of this, though. If he can get back and grip that frame, he might even beat Kucharski's time so far. Tyler's back in the frame. Tyler's got the frame up. If he doesn't stop, that's going to be pretty tough to beat. Tyler Gustafson with a finish right at the line. That's going to be a hard time to beat. Tyler just trucking through that course. Getting the yokes in the frame reset for our next two athletes. Tyler Gustafson coming in with an event-leading 19 seconds. 19.37 seconds for Tyler's run. He is leading this event currently. Right on his heels is Tyler Kucharski, 21.1 seconds. So Tyler in 5th place, looking to keep a hold on his podium position. Or at least the Nationals invite. Got our last couple competitors heading up here. Corey Thomason and then Tyler Thompson. Tyler's going to be on the right side of your screen. Corey's on the left. Tyler currently in 3rd, sitting on top of that podium with a 1.5 point lead on Corey. Let's see what happens at the top of this weight class here. Tyler and Corey about to get started. They're off both with solid starts. Tyler getting a little bit of the edge on speed. Tyler's got the yoke done. He's transitioning back to the frame. Corey's done. He's transitioning back to the frame. Tyler can get a good solid pick. It looks like Corey's caught up with him, but Tyler's just trucking through with that grip. My goodness. Tyler with a great time, and Corey trying to finish that frame. Just a little bit more to go. He finishes it. We are down to our final two athletes. Up to 35 pounds on the sandbag outside. Got Joe Basira, Josh Gregory. Josh is going to be on your right. I believe Joseph's going to be on your left. This may be the fight for first place. Josh, 50.5 points in first place. And Joe, 47 points. Joe can conceivably cause an upset here. Let's see how the runs go. Both athletes incredibly fast off the line. Josh not going to make it easy for him. If they transition well, if they get back to the frame and do not drop it, the key is they have to completely finish this course with no drops. Josh, both drop. Oh, but he's got one more drop. Oh, and he finishes. They both finish. Now it's going to come down to the clocks. Oh my goodness. This is an Arnold Amateur invite on the line here, folks. Arnold Amateur, the one way, one of the only ways to make it to the Arnold Classic. One of the heaviest pro shows. Are they going to come from 580 Barbell? Are they going to come from the Northeast Regionals? I guess we'll find out in a couple months. We're seeing some times filter in. Tyler Gustafson with a blistering speed of 19 seconds on that one. Closely followed by Tyler Kaczarski. Let's see if it's enough to shake up the point standings. And all of the times are in. Your event winner for the yoke and the frame medley is going to be Tyler Gustafson. That 19.3 seconds just could not be overtaken. Kaczarski in second place with that event, 21 points. Rockets him up to sixth place. I think he'll just be shy of that national stage, at least from here. He'll be back. Tyler Thompson maintains his third place finish, stays on the podium. 22 seconds. Joe Basira, 23.79 seconds. Is going to stay in second place. Josh Gregory just could not be caught. Josh is not going to take the event win, but he didn't need to. Just needed enough separation, and folks, it's 2.5 points. 2.5 points separated first and second, and then a half of a point separated second and third. So pretty decisive three-stage, three-tier competitor group in your open men's super heavyweight. First to fifth, pretty tightly packed, pretty competitive. Little bit of a drop-off, and then sixth to eighth, pretty tightly packed. Ninth and beyond, it's a heavy event. They're pretty tightly packed within themselves, but there were some clear tiers of separation that went on throughout the day. And this is a huge step up in competition for some of these guys. This is a regional level show. Athletes coming from almost 20 states. Really showing up for that Arnold bid. So, now that we've sorted the men's super heavyweights, the last athletes that we have to go are the rest of the men. They're all outside, all chucking bags. I think we've got Chris Wetzel on screen right now. Chris in the Masters 200 class gets a 35-pound bag over a 15-foot height. Just incredible. And I want to say, judging based on the kill, I think that's a Jason Titelbaum. Jason in the 200s Opens class division. Jason's holding on to a second-point tie currently with John Caraway, 38 points apiece. And right on their heels is Dylan and Eddie, Dylan Small and Eddie Germain, with a tie in fourth place for 37 points. Brandon McNamara is certainly the athlete to chase in the 200-pound class. He's got a 5.5-point lead on the rest of the crew. Is he going to hold on to it, or is he going to give up some points in the sandbag toss here? It's a long day, folks, so we're going to see how taxed these athletes are for the rest of these throws. We're going to see, they've been outside for a little bit. It's not incredibly hot. It's 75, 78 degrees Fahrenheit, which for some of these men coming up from the southern states, not too bad of an adjustment. But for some of us northerners and some of us bigger boys, and this is targeted towards myself, 78's hot. Humidity's about 31%. So not only is hot, it's a little bit muggy. They're standing around just watching people throw, not really restful. They're sweating. Hopefully they're rehydrating. And that's going to come into play with some of these throws. The 35-pound just misses for what it looks like Jerry. Jerry in our Masters division, our middleweights. Just not able to get enough oomph on it. That'll be it for Jerry. A 35-pound athlete just whips it up. I think I recognize Adam Jordan, maybe one of the lighter divisions there. I think that was actually in our Masters 135. Perhaps Dan Morris. I'm not gonna lie, folks. Some of these strongmen start dressing alike and you can't tell them apart. They got similar hairstyles. A lot of large men with beards. Nicely done on that toss.
Doesn't just squeak over, but sails over by a couple inches. If I'm not mistaken, we've got Harold. Harold Carter in our 175 class. There's not enough juice to get that bag over. Harold putting on some monstrous displays here. Either coming in first or splitting first points on every event so far. So let's see if Harold's got... just not enough left. Not enough left in the tank. We're jumping all over the classes here. I think we're just going everybody at the weight, and then they'll fall out, which is fun for me as a commentator, let me tell you, to try and keep up. I think this is Dale Hawthorne, getting 35 easily over the bar. Dale is our 200 class competitor. And a huge sandbag.
I'm putting just the camera on the...
Huge sandbag from Anthony Cesaro. And our men's middleweight are 231. 35 just sails over. And that's Adam Jordan. Adam doing the same, making it look pretty easy with 35 pounds. getting ready to just yeet 42 and a half pounds in a sandbag over a 15-foot target. And our athletes stepping up, just plenty to go. With an amazing propeller hat. Why have I not seen that so far? Look at that, coming into frame, a little bit of a spin, fantastic.
All right, we'll see, man. Thank you. Take it easy. Good job.
And you see on that athlete, it looks like his grip slipped just a little bit on that one. So he's got the height, he's got the power to be able to do this, but I think the bag released a smidge too early. Let's see if he can clean it up and get it over. Ah, there we go. Nice work. £42.5. Brandon McNamara trying to keep a chokehold on this division. Just launches. No practice swings. One bend backwards. Rips it over. Really keeping the pressure on the rest of his class. Ah, clears it with ease. Got our next athlete. If I remember correct, this is Eddie. Eddie and Luis had a fantastic yoke and frame run earlier. Really pushing each other, yelling at each other as they were sprinting back. Just a little bit under the bar. He can generate a bit more. Let's go. Oh, so close. Just needs a little bit more height on it, and that's going to be it. Moving right along. Easy clear of the bar. Oh, has the height. Has the height. Just about at the bar. It's right there. If he gets just a little bit more momentum, maybe. Consistent. Does he have another one? Maybe a last-minute effort. A great try. Hopefully you can't hear the music in the gym, just for copyright purposes, but another one does bite the dust. Ty McFarland, 265er clears the bar. Just enough, just what he needed. Got to keep himself in the conversation. Got to keep that 4-point lead on first place. Absolutely massive throw out of that athlete, clearing with ease. Starting to get lower into the reservoir of athletes here. Let's see what's left in the tank. Clears it easy. These 2.5-pound jumps are not whittling people down very quickly. Another attempt out here. This athlete getting a little bit more centered under the bar here. Taking a couple heavy practice swings. Really scooping deep. Just barely misses. Might benefit from just a little bit more shallow scoop. He's really reaching back there. There he goes. Just continues to easily clear. Back to Anthony. 42.5 points. Let's see what's still left in the tank for Anthony here. If Tyler Kacharski doesn't take up the entire frame. Nice work by Anthony. Still hanging in there. 42.5 pounds. He's not looking, not looking too excited about it, but these guys are tired. John C. Let's see if he actually does a practice swing this time. Nope. No need. 42.5. Still pretty much just launching it from a static position. We've got Adam Jordan in the 231s. Fluffing the bag a little bit. Starting to swing. Not enough height. Probably about a foot under. If he can get a little bit of power summered up, just a little bit more. Ah! It's so close. Swings back. It's right there. Maybe he's got time for one more. 30 seconds? Nah. Nice work by Adam to get to 40 over. Hang in there. Tim Daniels. Tim in the sunglasses. Gonna position himself, get a couple practice swings in there, warm things up. We'll see the launch. Has just about enough height, but it looks like it went a little too straight up. Ugh. He's not getting the angle that he needs to get over the bar. He's getting the height for it. His release point, just running out of tank. His release point needs to be just a little bit later if he's getting that height, but it's not going over. Jason Titelbaum coming up. Just a fantastic showing by Jason today. Easily, that one looked better than his last bag. He's not going away just yet. Jason with a phenomenal deadlift out of the gate this morning, 705, at a body weight of 200 pounds, at least at the time of weigh-in. And we're up to 45 pounds. 45 pounds in the sandbag. That is the weight of an Olympic plate. But all squished up together in a sandbag. Rick Carroll coming up for our 231s. Just has a stranglehold on that class. It makes it look easy. And when I say stranglehold, not a very tight choke. He's up by a point on the second place in his class and a point and a half. He's got a grip on it, we'll say that. He wants to hang in there, and it's looking like he's going to be able to. Matt Gary in the 265s, getting the 45-pound bag over. I'm not going to lie to you, folks. These athletes look like they're ready to be done. Looks like Sean Mulliken just launching it. Easy work out of the 45-pound bag. Great throw. Very clean throw. Clears the bar. Fantastic spinner beanie hat. Propeller band. Love it. Clears it.
You right? You right? You feel good? Rip your hand.
Folks, we're back. We lost audio for just a little bit. We're back on the stream, though. We're picking back up with our 50-pound sandbag thrower, Sean Mulligan, making it look easy. We have really dwindled. We'll try to catch up with the athletes here. Matt Gary looks like in the 265ers. Still hanging in there. The herd has definitely thinned. I want to say we're up to a dozen, down to a dozen, I should say. Not a ton of athletes left, but we are... Oh, man. Squeaks over the bar. We are closing in a little after 8 o'clock here. So these athletes have been here for 10 hours. I think we got Brandon McNamara, the 200 class. Trying to summon up some energy here. Just launches it. Nice work. 50 pounds is good for Brandon. Let's see what's left in the tank. Just about up to the bar. It needs a little bit more height. Oh, nice work, man. Take it easy, man. Good seeing you. See if we can get that bag. It looks like he fluffed it a little bit to the one side. Maybe, yeah, enough height. Just not enough on the angle. See a couple practice swings, 50 pounds. Not quite enough to make it over the bar here. Tyler Keating, our 231. Another good bag over the bar. Working our way through, I think we've got our novice heavyweight still hanging in. £50 in the bag. I think this is George Pisano.
I think for a while the sound cut out because someone said what happened to the audio, so I just refreshed it. And now, I don't know, dude. It's all right. I don't really care anymore right now. What happened happened. The first 4 minutes.
Anthony DeSaro, another name we recognize, still hanging in there with 50 pounds in the bag. Oh, he's got the height. Yeah, he is. got the height to the bar. Oh! Just gives a little smooch. Not enough to get it over. Anthony's had a heck of a day. He should be proud with that performance. 47.5 pounds is the last bag he got over bar. That's a good showing. Go home and eat, sir. Down to a little over under 10 athletes, it's looking like over here in frame. Wow, 50-pound sandbag still has a ton of pop on that extension. Looking good on that end. Sandbag is moving up to 52.5 pounds for the remainder of our competitors. Not a lot of them. If you're still here with us, thank you for hanging around. If you're watching the video back, again, welcome from the past. Our volunteers, cannot shout them out enough. They've had a long day. Some of them have not taken breaks, and they are just going. We are down to the last event here. It's going to get interesting if it starts to get dark. Hopefully we're finished up before that happens. We'll get these guys through. Huge shout out to our scorekeepers, our timekeepers, our score runners. Our runners are able to get these scores. These last couple events have been updated almost as soon as the athletes were done. Can't say enough good things about how nice that is to have. From a spectator perspective, that's fantastic. From a competitor perspective, boy, is that nice to be able to check your scores mid-pack, see if you need to adjust your strategy, see if you need to tweak anything, focus on something else. $52.5, just not happening for a first competitor here. I will say, if you have thrown sandbags like this in this max event style, 2.5 pounds feels like a 20-pound jump sometimes. $52.5. We see Rick Carroll stumble for the first time, it looks like. Has the height. It just looks like the angle wasn't quite dialed in. There he goes. Gets it right over the bar. Stays alive another round. Sean Mulliken trying to... We see you, Rick. We see you. Sean Mulliken trying to make up some ground. He might be pushing himself into second with this performance. Nice work from Sean. We got Matt Gary coming up in our 265 class. 52.5 pounds in the sandbag. After I personally crossed 50 pounds on the sandbag for this height, every jump feels like just 100 pounds almost. It's not a whole lot of weight. Matt just crushing that sandbag. It's not a whole lot of weight, obviously. 2.5 pounds. If you hold that by itself, it's nothing. But every jump that you make on this sandbag, a little less energy you've got, a little more taxing. Oh, and we see Brandon's first struggle. Brandon McNamara with a hold on first place right now in the men's 200-pound division. He's going to call it. I think he's done his job. Absolutely fantastic day from Brandon McNamara. Looking to punch his ticket straight to the Arnold here. And every time you're throwing that bag, every joint, every muscle in your body, hopefully, is extending, is exploding, is running through kind of that force curve. When you add 2.5 pounds to it, it's a little bit more tax on every single piece of that chain. Just not the height. 52.5 has taken no prisoners. This event's going to expose what you have not worked on. If you have not worked your calves, for instance, if your ankle mobility is lacking, you're not able to get that extra extension out of the bottom, that jump off the floor to really extend through the end of that throw. Tyler Keaton stepping up. 52.5 pounds for Tyler in the 231 division. Not quite the height. Let's see if he can pull it together here. Take a couple practice swings, get the height that he needs. Tyler reaching way back behind him. If he can shorten that up just a bit, explode through. No, the tank's empty. Great day from Tyler. Great showing. Moving up. Last weight jump. Couple competitors left. Rick Carroll in our 231s. 55-pound sandbag. Not quite. Oh, Sean Mullican, one of our last remaining competitors here with 55-pound bag. If Sean can get this over, he's going to make up some ground in that. Oh, just not there. If I'm not mistaken, folks, we are down to one of our last throws here. It's got the height. Let's see if somebody can get this 55-pound bag over. It's got the height. He's just a little too straight up with the throw. Oh, and he gets it! Oh. Now that's a way to end it. Incredible. All right, folks, that's going to wrap it here. This has been Battle at the Bridge 3. If you want to check the scores, we've got folks, they just had to head home. So we will not be broadcasting the award ceremony. We've had to give some prizes out. Go to ironpodium.com, and then look for Battle at the Bridge 3, your Northeast Regional competition. Battle at the Bridge 3 on Iron Podium. Look at the scorecard. We've got all the scores in there. You're going to be able to see who placed what, who punched their ticket to the Arnold Amateur competition coming up in Columbus here in a couple months, who punched their ticket to Strongman Corporation Nationals coming up even sooner in September. 100 athletes, 20 states, 10 hours and change. We've done it, folks. If you're still hanging out with us, thank you. We're going to bring the stream to a close here. I've been Sean Fuller. You've been a fantastic audience. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the comments. Thanks for the eyeballs. Thanks for the attention. We'll be posting the full stream pretty soon here so you can go back and watch it. You can find and clip out your favorite athletes. I'm going to get some throat lozenges, perhaps. Special thanks to all the volunteers here at 580 Barbell. Already have the gym pretty much cleaned up. Not back in its original state, but pretty much cleaned up. Gonna tear down the outside.
Let's cut it, Sean. Whenever you're ready.
We are gonna cut it. Once again, this has been Battle at the Bridge 3, your regional competition. I don't have my hat on. Oh my goodness. Your regional competition, the Northeast Regional for Strongman Corporation. Dante Petrella Productions. I can't even speak English anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore. Thank you guys for watching. Tune in the next one, Polar Express 3. Keep an eye out later this year. We'll see you soon. Thanks, everybody.